Patrick Okori around, so that is fine. In the interest of keynote speakers being able to listen to other keynote speakers, I think I will have one at a time this way, speaking, so that the other ones can also remain in the audience and take note of what is happening. So our first presentation is remarks by ABI, Development Representative. So ABI representative, if you're around, please come up front here. ABI. Agribusiness initiatives. Welcome. I did not get your name, so I can't introduce you properly. That's my apology.
Richard Mwesugwa.
Yes, Richard Mwesugwa is from ABI. I think he'll probably take a minute to tell you what he does at ABI and who he is, and then so you will have 10 minutes or 15 there up to make your remarks. Please welcome.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And good morning, participants. Mine will not be a presentation, but rather giving brief remarks on behalf of ABI. Just to quick start the discussions of the day. All protocol observed. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this third day of the conference, and most importantly, take the honor to thank the organizers of this conference, and specifically Naro and Makerere, to make this happen. We have had discussions for some time, and we are looking forward to this day to see this conference take place. My name's Richard Mwesugwa, and I'm the Sustainability Specialist of ABI, and I'm here on behalf of ABI as one of the supporters and also sponsors of this conference to share, our insights as ABI, but also to give you, words of, support, encouragement, and show our interest in this kind of discussion. First of all, ABI in full stands for agribusiness initiatives, and our business is basically agribusiness. And I happened to be here even yesterday, and I had a chance to listen to most of the presentations. I want on this note to thank the scientists and researchers who are taking a keen interest in developing these new technologies, new areas of concern that affect the daily lives of our common man in Uganda, our common small farmer, and also, of course, commercial farmers. The presentations were really encouraging, new schools of thought, new technologies that are really looking at coping up with the growing demand of, the increasing population in terms of food, in terms of security, in terms of everything. So as ABI, we picked interest in this kind of discussion in this conference, basically because our work basically is similar to what you are doing, and we are basically uptakers of these new technologies, and we encourage more research, more studies, so that we develop together. Our new kind of programming is more focused on climate change, adaptation, mitigation, and also biodiversity conservation. You will realize how we are an agriculture or agribusiness kind of initiative, but we are taking more keen interest in climate, activities, basically because we want to encourage our partners, smallholders, to be more resilient to climate change, to be more relevant to the changing, conditions of agriculture, new challenges that are affecting, agriculture, the increasing floods, the erratic rainfall that we are receiving, so that our farmers and other stakeholders in the agriculture sector be resilient, keep, or actually improve their work amidst the challenges. So we are taking more interest to encourage the stakeholders to be, more up to date with new technologies, new information, so that they can be able to continue producing or even produce better amidst the current challenges. So our support to this kind of discussion, this kind of research, is show interest in all this, but also to assure you that we are one of the key uptakers of these technologies, So we encourage you to keep developing more and more technologies to make sure we are more adaptive, more relevant to the changing conditions that affect agriculture. So I once again take the honor to thank the organizers, but also encourage you that all the new technologies, all the new studies that we are coming up with, the public is out there, and we are willing to support these technologies in terms of uptake and scaling up. I want to once again take the honor to thank you and wish you the best of your deliberations during the last day of this conference, and more also to encourage you after these deliberations, then we should be looking at how we can support uptake of these innovations. We do research, but we want to see it being utilized, outside the laboratories, outside the classrooms where we develop this. So I wish you all the best and encourage you to do more and more of this research, and also look at new ways of adopting and encouraging users to take them up. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, Richard. A bigger applause for Richard. What he didn't tell you is that ABI can also be called a donor. Oh, they say development partners these days, but you understand what I mean. So welcome again. I'm happy to see my principal in the room. Professor Naro-Mak, welcome. We are happy that you remain engaged in this activity of yours. So thank you, Richard, especially for emphasizing the uptake bit, because technology adoption rates are really miserable. So if you can occupy that space, I think that encourages and helps all of us. And DDG Naro responsible for that particular activity is in the room, and I'm sure Dr. Sadiq Kasim was listening very carefully. In the interest of time, I won't be going into repeating or paraphrasing what you said. I will just proceed and humbly request my old friend, colleague, and but no big man, Professor Patrick Okori, to come and make his presentation. Patrick is the new Executive Secretary of Reform, and I think Reform doesn't need any explanation. You all know. He's brand new. He will tell you everything else that he chooses to. Professor Okori, you have 20 minutes, but if you can make it shorter, I would be happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Bashasha, and good to see you after a long time. Yeah, I want to thank the I want to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me to come and be part of this meeting. I'm very grateful. It's my country, it's my home, and I'm very happy to be part of that. I remember some time back, there were conversations around when to hold this, and then there was the dreadful corona which came in and stopped us from going ahead. At that time, I'd been asked to talk about seed systems, but it has changed. So I want to congratulate Naro and Makerere for putting this together, Professor Nabanoga and team, and Dr. Ambrose Agona and team for putting this together, and the government of Uganda and the people of Uganda and every one of you for making this happen. I think the title is very, very pertinent to the issues affecting the world today. we are all aware that it was science that moved us out of the pandemic, and it is science that is keeping us going. So definitely science must move us out of, where do you point this toy? Okay. So I wanted just to say that where we are living, I've been asked to talk about the changing food systems and what we can do as scientists. And what you see here in this slide, a little bit busy, but it talks about the challenges we have today, especially about the issues of asymmetry, oversupply, undersupply types of things. It talks about inequity. Other people have more, others have less. And this is part of the political economy of the global food systems today. In Uganda, it is also happening. So before we can go very far, it's important we think about certain very sensitive issues. One is that the current food systems, as they are really unsustainable. We can't continue the way we are doing things. They are inequitable, and it is affecting the future. There are also problematic areas driving this. One is how we produce that food. Two is how we consume it, and the nutrition around it. Even in the developing world and in the villages, you increasingly hear people talking about overnutrition. It's not uncommon to go to Mwanamugimu and you find the mother is obese and the child is underweight. So you have all these discrepancies there. So there's need for some structural transformation to deliver on the SDGs at different scales. So food for who? In Uganda, we are growing our population very high. Our sisters are pretty fertile. We are one of the highest in the world at almost 6 births per woman of reproductive age in rural areas and about 4 in urban areas. It's estimated by 2060 the rural population, which is that middle curve, is going to be overtaken by the red curve. So we must think of how we are going to produce food for that environment. Now, but how do we produce this food? It's being produced in very complex farming systems that are generally underperforming. And in East Africa, especially Uganda, we are somewhere tiny in the middle there. It is mostly dominated by maize mixed farming systems. We also have agropastoral systems. But many of these, you cannot intensify production unless you think of how you want to do it more meaningfully. So this is where science has a role to play. It's not moving. Okay. Let me see. So, but we as human beings have affected how we produce seed, and the geologists call the era in which we live as the Anthropocene. It's a period when human beings are changing the trajectory of how the earth evolves. And what we've done is, since the Industrial Revolution, we've been pumping tons of carbon in the air, and it is everything that you know today as global warming. The combined effect of our civilization today over 400 years is that we are contributing towards climate change, land degradation, loss of biodiversity. So this hurricane wind is on its way coming, and we have to do everything to stop it. And this is just a picture from one of the statistics on food security in Uganda in 2021. It basically shows that almost 3/4 of Uganda is not very food secure. You see that green part there means we are minimally secure, and the red part means we are severely insecure, and majority of the mid-north and northern part is actually already stressed. So unless we do something, we are in trouble. It seems to take a very long time to change. Okay, this is what agriculture has done, and again, this is a map trying to show the extent to which we use land in Uganda. Somebody asked me a question the other day, how much of Uganda land is actually unutilized? This picture tells you the whole story. That yellow there is where arable agriculture is taking place, and the tree cover is continuously decreasing. This is a 2016 map, but not much has changed. The majority of the area is covered by crops. So we are actually influencing the way Uganda is shaping up as human beings living in Uganda, and it's posing a lot of risks. The big story here is that we are contributing, this is the lower graph here, is subsistence crop production, which is estimated to lose about 1.5 tons of soil per year. And you can see that just by our presence opening up a lot of land, we are losing up to 62 million tons of soil a year. Now, if we continue losing soil at that level, will we be able to feed the future? That's the main message from here. And then you've heard the story about Uganda having rich soils. Is it a myth or a fact? Now, this is some studies that have been done in a recent 7 to 8 years. It shows that our soil organic matter is pretty good, which is very rare in many parts of Africa. Those green parts show that soil organic matter is good. In many countries where commercial agriculture takes place, it's heavily degraded. And soil takes a while. Soil carbon is one of those essential parts of keeping the soil healthy. When you look at phosphorus, which you need for jacking up your yield, we are not doing very well. You have a lot of red and yellow spots, which means it's quite severe. The blue parts are down here, the not semiliki down here. You can see that the blue parts, we have very few places where phosphorus is sufficient for production. When you look at potassium, which is another major nutrient, that one is plenty. So the case of Uganda is a mixed grill. I don't think we have a very bad soil type, neither do we have the best. But what can we do with this to feed our people? So I won't go into this, but you all attended the UN food systems, and there were 5 tracks of what to do to address, to produce food for the rest of Africa. For Uganda, the main issues is that we must improve access to safe and nutritious food. We must shift to more sustainable consumption patterns, eating more than we need, more than 2,500 calories for an adult man is a bit too much. We need to watch that. Boosting nature-positive production at sufficient scale, ensuring that we are practicing more cyclic agriculture production systems, advancing equitable livelihoods, addressing the question of access and utilization, and dealing with vulnerable community vulnerability, shocks, and stress. And this means, in short, that we need to think about how our input markets work, how our output markets work. This is why this conference is very meaningful, strengthening knowledge management systems and making sure we have the complementary human resources to get that job done. Yeah, but how can we invest to secure the future to feed such a population? I took this picture in the middle of Tanzania. I was amazed. I think the oldest mother here was somewhere in the range of 23. They almost all had children, and we were trying out a few things. So how do we feed this growing population? This is where the science hits the road. First of all, if you look at how our agriculture is growing, it's very sluggish. Northern Africa is growing at about 8%. East Africa is growing at about 4.5%. We are actually at the bottom of the table. And Southern Africa at 0.3%. But this is where science is very important. When you look at that technology efficiency across Africa, actually we are not using that much improved technologies to do our agriculture. And no wonder our productivity is at the 1960s level. We are in 2022, but we are producing at Africa after independence. And that tells you where the problem is. We have a lot of progress made in terms of new technologies. I call them science toys that we have introduced into the environment. And East Africa leads in that actually. But when it comes to people accessing them, the whole of Africa except West Africa, which is about 0.8% per year, people are not using these things. So science is doing its work. It's not ending in the hands of people, they're scaling out. And because they are not doing that, science is not turning this into productivity. And yet agriculture must be part of the Africa's $1 trillion, according to the African Union programming. So as I try to get towards the end, this is Uganda. We are investing actually less in agriculture than what it invests into our economy. Our AOI is 0.15. It's supposed to be way, way, way higher than that. And you can see countries which are doing well are these ones on this side, Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Botswana. That group are putting in that much money, but the contribution of their agriculture sector to the economy is actually much, much less. So we have to think about how to rebalance expenditure in agriculture sector. This is why this is important. Agriculture spending in research is way lower than what is being spent in the sector per se. And in the case of Uganda, it's even more important. This is from the office of the Prime Minister. It basically shows that our cropping seasons, as we used to know, are no longer reliable. So a maize variety released 10 years ago might not be the thing to think about today. It's already outdated before you can even start using it. And science has shown, evidence shows, that if we put money in research, 51% of that, we will be able to turn the story around. But where do we put all our money? We are putting money on conflict resolution, extension, HIV/AIDS, infrastructure in Myoga, and many other things. Those things, if you add them all, are less than what research can do to turn things around. So we are investing in the wrong places and hoping for the right results. The answer is very, very obvious. Now, to get the job done, these are just my thoughts. One, we must climate proof. We must move away from the way we do our agriculture. Large-scale commercial agriculture has fed the world, but it has a lot of problems. So thinking about circular production systems is the way to go. Thinking about green-led growth and agro-industrialization, agriculture must be linked to industry to feed an urbanizing population. We need to be some thought leaders in strategic areas and topical areas. Foresight and learning from the past is critical. And then homegrown solutions. The pandemic of Ebola taught us about thinking about one world, one health. And we need to think about these types of things. Secondly, we need to think about capacity. We must accelerate teaching, learning, and community-based research. And I won't go into the details for this, but let's accelerate access to English is not my first language, so sometimes it gets finished. But anyway, fintech, finance technologies is very essential. Research, outreach, teaching, learning, and access. Taking advantage of the digital sphere will help to really shrink the gap across so many things we want to do, including some zoned production systems. This thing doesn't work sometimes. And then these are just standard things that you've all heard about. We need to think about what to do to transform the system. Some are reputations, but more about how we can address the rise in demand for animal resources. The eggs, the sausages, all those things you eat is actually soybean and maize. And we need to think about how we connect soybean, maize, eggs to carbon, to the rest of the broader economy. What are we actually doing? Finally, we need to think about some quick steps that will help us do that, and how we do our agriculture, how we make our agriculture work for the rest of the world. I wanted to remind us all that the rest of the world is looking to Africa to feed the rest of Africa, Africa and itself. And these are some thoughts that have come from McKinsey, and they basically show that if we put money, if we want to get out of where we are today, we must put money on inputs. Fertilizers must go up 8 times. We must use improved seed 6 times. In the case of Uganda, it's even more. And we must strengthen a whole broad range of infrastructure and access to markets. And please, it doesn't cooperate. I'll jump this up just to say that science can shrink that gap. I'll also jump the next one of saying that how you do that is through sustainable intensification, which is a process where agriculture we can increase without adverse effects on the community, and we must deploy it in a manner that is meaningful. And I'll just jump to the next one, that we have to focus on the different components, make sure the breeding programs are modernized and responding to the needs. We must make sure, for example, maize, we know that by 2060, Uganda will actually be a net importer of maize. I think we are somewhere down there in the Middle East Africa, because the varieties that we have now, while they will take advantage of carbon dioxide, they will not manage the heat of that moment. So now is the time to begin developing this. This is where science plays a big role. And this is just to show you examples of some of the work which I did when I was still with ICRISAT, developing varieties that can close the yield gap by more than 50%. And then we must make sure that we pack these varieties in a manner that fits the farming systems. And this is just another example of fitting varieties to pack farming systems. We must make sure that those varieties address the social needs, for example, the gender gaps that are there in production system, addressing the so-called asymmetric gender yield gaps. And we must make sure that these varieties are also generating the money. And finally, yeah, this is about money. And yes, we must make sure people access the seed. I think I'll stop here. Uganda, as you can see, is doing very badly in terms of access to certified seed when you compare us with the rest of the countries. And the number of households is about the same. You can see where we were producing seed in 2011, and this is where we are in 2019. We are not doing very well. So unless we improve access to seed, there is no way we are going to feed the people that we want to feed. And I just wanted one more statistic. Can I sit down, Mr. Chair? But it is not behaving. Sure, I just wanted to share this, that to do that, we need to think very strategically of how we engage different actors, the national actors, the private sector, to be able to contribute towards the seed system that we want. I'll stop here for now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Again, get a bigger round of applause for Patrick. Professor Kori, thank you very much. I can't start paraphrasing what you really talked about, but you highlighted, I think, the role of science in the who. First of all, articulating for us the growing population and all the challenges associated, and of course, the hows, which were quite many, and challenging us to think strategically. So I think the audience is listening attentively. Please keep your comments and questions. When the time comes, then Professor Kori can throw more light on some of the issues he shared with us. But that was quite a rich presentation. Just to let you know that in the room, of course, we are all very important in the room. I hope including myself also. But we have the two Director Generals of Naro in the room, Deputy Director Generals, or the principal of one Director General at a time. So DDG Research, Dr. Yona Baguma, my old friend again, is in the room. I already told you that Dr. Sadiq Kasim is in the room, and I think you know him. I already introduced my principal. But also we have Mr. Colin Mugasha Babirukamu, whom I will be introducing formally later. He's one of the keynote speakers, just to let you know that he's also in the room. My friend Moki from the Cabinet Secretariat, you are somewhere in the room. Where are you? Yes, Muhammad Moki is there. You need to talk to him if you want to reach Cabinet. So I don't want to take more time. Is John in the room? John Wasige. Dr. John Wasige, are you in the room? Where? Huh? Loading. Okay. If they are loading, then I think allow me now at this time to do a rearrangement in the program. John was supposed to follow Patrick, but since they are still loading, and Colin is already here, so I think I will invite and then introduce you, Colin, to come and make your presentation. Is it loaded? IT, clever IT people, is Colin's presentation loaded? Albert? That's a yes? Okay, good, we are good to go. So Colin, if you just walk closer here so that as I introduce you, people see you. So Colin Mugasha Babirukamu is a digital transformation specialist with over 22 years of experience in the East African region. He's currently serving as the Director of E-Government Services, National Information Technology Authority. He's passionate about transforming government processes and ensuring citizens access convenient and affordable public services online. And I think many of you who have been applying for government things, you know that is working. He previously worked as technology lead at Oracle Corporation in for East Africa, and also worked as the Chief Information Officer at NSSF Uganda during the digital transformation from 2007 to 2015. Colin, people might ask you more about the NSSF during the Q&A. I hope not. Colin also serves on several boards, including Finca Uganda, Church of Uganda Family Television, with my friend Amos Mwesije, AEE Holdings, etc. He may tell you more if he can fit it within his 20 minutes of presentation. Colin, please, pick it up.
Thank you very much.
In case you need some notes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very, very much. Good morning, everybody. Humbled by the introduction. Thank you very much. I'll wait for those slides to come up. Great, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll try to maximize and use my 20 minutes. So allow me to set a timer. Allow me to just delve into the discussion today, and I want to just briefly talk in the next few minutes about enhancing ICT-based innovations for agriculture transformation, and really how we can modernize agricultural value chains using ICT. Now, the word ICT, or the acronym ICT, is slightly older these days. So when people say digital, digital really has come to replace, the 3 ICT letters. Okay, thank you. I hope you can hear me well. Yeah, so whenever we say digital, it really means ICT. And of course, just talking about the value chains, I mean, you're the experts. I'm only the IT guy in the room. So we want to demonstrate and just share more. And I think it's a bigger topic that requires more time as to why ICT is required throughout the value chain of agriculture, literally from production all the way to consumption. And just to give you a small thought around the digital place that we are right now, let me just confirm right now in the room, just to check in the room here, how many of you are on social media by show of hands? Just by show of hands? Okay, maybe let me ask the reverse question. How many of you are not on social media? Okay, yeah, we have a few people who are honest, all the way to the back. Okay, then how many of you are on things like Snapchat, Instagram? Anybody? Okay, I was trying to see the demographics we have. How many of you are on Facebook? Okay, so how many of you are on WhatsApp? Okay, so WhatsApp is what everybody typically would call social media. It is not fully social media, but it's a digital platform also for chat. But I want to just check the usage, because it's important to understand the era that we're living in right now and the relevance of digital or ICT even in the agricultural sector space. Let me say this right now. I'm in my mid-40s, and many of you here are definitely possibly older. Many of you I can see are younger. Now for me, in my mid-40s now, the population speaks to, I am in the last 10% of the population, which means that 90% of the Uganda population is younger than me. Does that make sense? We have a very young population. And so I am in the last 10%. So if you're over 50, I don't want to surprise you which bracket you're in. If you're over 60, you get to the literally last 5% of the population. But it talks of a young population, which is obviously becoming more and more digitally savvy, and they're using more and more smartphones. Today, we have about 70% penetration of phones in Uganda, about 32 million phone subscriptions. We have over 24 million broadband, which means internet on the smartphones, which is about 50%. So this speaks to a very digital progress that we're having right now. But just to go to this very quickly, it's important to note, therefore, that we're in a very digital space, and we need to have these discussions more and more about how digital and agriculture actually meet together. I work with NITA Uganda. Just a very brief introduction, because many of you may not know what NITA does, and I'll try to go through this very quickly. But we are out of an act of parliament. We basically coordinate, we monitor as a regulator, we promote IT, and we also provide IT services. I believe many of you who are here are possibly using NITA services for internet and some e-solutions, like we have created the agro-traceability solutions and a few other e-services. NITA also has built a foundation for the digital revolution in Uganda. Digital and ICT progress is always a long journey. Some countries are very far off, some countries are just started, and Uganda is somewhere, in the progression line. Many years ago, we had no infrastructure. NITA right now is rolling out a national backbone for fiber optic connectivity. We want to connect health centers, schools, local governments, literally to the last village in the next 4 years. Right now, we are slightly coming to 50% of all the districts covered by the backbone. We intend in the next 4 years to cover all districts and get down to the parish village levels. We have wireless connectivity. We have a data center with more than 200 government applications, including agricultural-based applications. We do capacity building. We do automation. We work with many MDAs to actually do process changes and e-services. We help with cybersecurity for the whole country. We support the security apparatus, the police, the army. We support banks. We support governments on information security. We also have the enabling laws that we spearhead, and we don't want to go into all of that right now. I want to just fast track so that I can get to the gist. We have obviously rolled out the backbone even in the agricultural sector. This is the connectivity, which is a foundation for transforming this space. Ministry of Agriculture, UCDA, National Naro, of course, DDA, NDA, and National Agriculture Advisory Services. And these are all connected right now as we speak. I won't go into the laws, but I think the latest law, these are all the laws that we've been spearheading in the last 10 years. There were no laws for IT 10 years ago. And then NITA began to work with Ministry of ICT, and these are all the laws that require another session for us to go through. But most recent is the Data Protection and Privacy Act, 2019, extremely important for your privacy of your data. Let me go quickly to the gist of the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, every technology must be solving a problem. And therefore, ICT should not only be a nice thing to talk about. It shouldn't be nice words to discuss and PowerPoint slides. They need to be solving a problem. And therefore, we need to sit down together, you as the experts, and we in the IT space, to actually have a further conversation about true problems, true priorities in the agriculture sector. But just to give you a feeling here, Right now on the scene, and I think the previous speaker very ably talked about the requirement for innovation and getting to use technology to improve production. One of the things that I want to talk about is smart farming. I believe that you're the experts in this field, but there's now, and I'll show you a few pictures along the way, but there are terminologies now like smart farming technologies. You've heard of precision agriculture, which can help farmers to improve crop yield and reduce the input costs. And this includes using GPS, GIS systems or global positioning systems, using satellites, remote sensors. You don't have to be at the farm or large-scale farms. Satellite imagery to monitor soil conditions, water levels, plant growth, as well as using drones. These are unmanned, airplanes that actually go on to do harvesting, pesticides, spraying and irrigation. It has all sorts of use cases in the agricultural space. And now this is what, using drones to apply fertilizers and pesticides. And this is really a discussion area called smart farming that we can actually go a bit deeper on. And you can read about, satellite farming, as they call it. You can read about precision agriculture, and where they're really using predictive information or analysis to actually do better production using high technology. So those are some of the key words that you'll hear: smart farming, precision agriculture, satellite farming, using GPS, remote sensors, etc. And we'll just delve in a little deeper. Mobile apps. I think if we came here and talked about ICT and how it can actually enhance the agricultural value chain without talking about the mobile phone, I think would have gone too far from ourselves. Even before talking about precision technology, I think we need to spend a lot more time on just this one thing called a mobile phone. If we spend a little more time on how to maximize mobile applications and what they're able to do for the farmers, we would go a long, long, long way. As I mentioned to you earlier, we have about 11.2 million smartphones in Uganda out of the 32 million phones that we have in Uganda. So if we could work together to actually increase the smartphone penetration, not just a phone, the capability that we call a basic phone or the feature phone, we need to be pushing policies that encourage smartphone penetration, because that is where agriculture benefits most. Even if it is a basic WhatsApp group that brings farmers together as a marketplace, that's a good start. But farmers need to have smartphones for a start. So mobile apps that are on our smartphones can help farmers access information. And I think besides, and let me say this, besides inputs and markets, possibly, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps the most important ingredient for farming now is reliable information, or reliable and timely information. This could be one of the most important ingredients for farming and agriculture, and mobile apps can deliver that. So let's get more smartphones in the hands of farmers and citizens, and use smartphones to access information about agricultural markets, about weather forecasts, as well as access of agricultural services such as inputs, and of course financial services, as you will hear later. We can actually use mobile phones now because many farmers have no bank accounts, and therefore they have been financially excluded. But mobile phones now and mobile apps can actually, using fintechs, as the previous speaker said, now bring financial inclusion to our farmers, which is a very major value add. You have cashless payments, instant payments can be made. So in my simple knowledge, you are the experts, but in my simple knowledge, if I went to my village and took a photo of my cow and I was able to share it on a group somewhere and find a buyer, and I was able to get a payment online cashless, and somebody is able to pick that cow without me moving, it would have solved many, many issues in this value chain in my view. It is cashless, it is instant, there is financial inclusion now, no bank account, there is no loss of cash in transit, and that is making farmers' lives easier. So financial cashless services, extremely important, using mobile phones. And that's part of we can just talk about mobile apps as an ecosystem for innovation. You can innovate so many things. I think in our world today we say, think of anything and there's an app for it. You think of anything right now and there's an app. You know, testing. You can even do recognition of plants and diseases now using artificial intelligence, using mobile apps without being. One of the things I've been doing at home with impressing my wife, because she loves flowers, is I have a flower app on my phone. And every time she has a new flower, before she tells me what it is about or a new plant, I just use that app on that plant. It tells me exactly the name of that plant, about that plant, and when I go and talk to her about the plant, I actually sound like a very educated husband who is concerned about my wife's passion. So there's an app for anything, about anything you can imagine. An app for reading the mood of this room. Are people sleepy? Are they awake? Are they alert? Are they understanding? There's an app for anything. And therefore, using mobile apps now in agriculture could really open up the innovation space. Let me go a bit faster. Data analytics and artificial intelligence. You will hear words like AI a lot these days, and you're already using it as an agriculture specialist. But AI is artificial intelligence. You've begun to hear about machine learning, robotics, blockchain. These are things you need to all begin to read and study on, the same way we are reading about agricultural terms. Please pick up on these terms. So you'll begin to hear AI a lot, and researchers are already way ahead in that part, but many others need to pick up. Data analytics. How can we collect and analyze data from various data sources, such as crop yield and soil conditions? Farmers can now optimize their decisions about which crops to grow and when to grow them, using data analytics and artificial intelligence. So these are now technologies and innovation spaces that we can use and maximize. I'm looking forward to conversations with researchers here, with the academia, with policymakers, on how we can maximize these technologies. Otherwise, they just sound nice on PowerPoint slides, unless we sit down and have a discussion about their relevance and how we can actually deploy them. We have things like connected devices, such as irrigation system, soil sensors now, weather monitors. You don't have to know or be there yourself or look at the skies to understand what's going on. You now have sensors in the soil, you have sensors for weather patterns, and all these are connected to actually give you predictive intelligence or predictive information for agriculture. Let me go to another one, e-agriculture platforms. We need to have discussions around e-agriculture platforms, and this is a broad term, really. It also encompasses the mobile apps. But these are initiatives that can help farmers access information and services such as credit and insurance. We need to begin to provide insurance for our farmers, credit, quick soft loans for 1 day, for 1 week, for 1 month, and all this can be used through e-agriculture platforms or the mobile apps. These are all now possible without bank accounts, without SACCOs. Individuals now on their mobile apps and e-agriculture platforms can now do this. We also want to talk about how do we connect farmers, with other farmers, buyers and suppliers in an e-market space. How can we do that in the comfort of their farms, in the comfort of their homes? And this is through e-agriculture platforms. And these are basically mobile-based, they are web-based, and can be accessed where somebody has internet. And I think you can now see the reason why we need to connect every local government in the next 4 to 5 years. Connectivity and internet are primary to driving ICT initiatives in the agricultural sector. Without broadband on your phone, without internet on your smartphone, or without access to a cafe in your village, you are excluded from access to information. So we need to work on that space. Lastly, down here, farm management systems or farm ERPs. I think you've been hearing about ERPs in your offices, enterprise resource planning. How does finance, HR, production, how can you have all those areas in one hub, in one application that we can actually give to farmers, we can actually give to SACCOs, we can actually give to groups? I would like to have that conversation here with our experts And we as NITA would be happy to sit down with you and develop these e-services. We have developers, but we don't have the experts to sit down with to understand your problems and develop these systems. So farm management systems are critical. And these are things we can do. We have a data center which can host a cloud, like the way you have Gmail today. How many of you have Gmail here right now? Let me ask quickly. How many of you know where that server is, where your information is seated? Anybody knows? You know where it is? Where your Gmail is located? It's in the cloud, okay. So it is somewhere in the cloud, but you can't say it is in Soroti or it is in Colorado. It is in the cloud. It could be in the USA, mirrored to UK, somewhere. So we can actually place an application on the government cloud. We have a government cloud as NITA, which hosts more than 200 applications today. We can actually host these farm management systems, and farmers anywhere can access these systems. So I'm happy to sit down with you in a working group as I'll propose on how to move forward. Okay, I can see my time has gone. Let me just wrap it up in a few slides. So these are terms that you might hear. We talked about precision agriculture, smart farming. Now there are words like autonomous agriculture or agriculture 3.0. Whenever you hear 3.0, it just means the latest web-based, latest technology in a space. So you now have mobile phone or mobile app controlled and unmanned vehicles, for instance. As you can see, I hope I could use that. No, maybe not. Okay. But at the top, you can actually see, an unmanned harvester, for instance. You can see at the bottom here, similar. You can do irrigation, or you can do the plowing. I'm sure you have more technical terms that you use, using unmanned vehicles, just using a mobile app on your phone that can do this. These are some of the fancy things that are happening now. Whether Uganda is ready for them, we ought to know that these are now available. Let me go to the next one. As you can see here, you can see possibly this is possibly irrigation or possibly some kind of application of a pesticide, but most likely irrigation. And this is now being done by robots. This robot can do many things, basically. Unmanned. You don't have to be in the greenhouse. You don't have to be in that farm. This can actually be done, unmanned, either by a remote program or a mobile phone. So these are some of the possibilities that you have now on the market. And let me try to close. You have drones now that are controlled on application. You have unmanned tractors that can do multiple things on the farms just by you sitting on your farm or in your office and run that application. Again, these are nice toys. I think the previous speaker called them science toys. There are toys that are coming out every other day. We need to sit down and say, what is the most relevant for Uganda? How ready are we? Without forgetting that these things are evolving. But we must be cognizant of where technology is going. And that's why it's important to know. Drones are already here. And it's important to understand that drones have multiple use cases. And I'm sure you know this better. From irrigation to sensing, mapping and monitoring. These can actually do multiple use cases as a drone, which is unmanned. I think some of my last slides, if this will work. Okay, you also have here, you have what we're calling laser scarecrows. This is an interesting one. Laser scarecrows. I think many farmers are struggling with birds and other, animals that are actually poaching onto the farms. And I think research has been done that many birds can see this green laser and actually avoids green laser light, while human beings can't see it. So we can't see this green laser, birds can actually see it, and it deters them from poaching onto the farms. So the use of such technology now, like laser technology around the farm, would actually be an added advantage that is possible now in the developing countries. And these are things that can be discussed in large-scale farming here in Uganda also, because this is just a laser beam, and it keeps rotating around the farm space area, almost more than 600 feet. I can't recall, but it has a projection space. So you have multiple beamers that are all around the farm that actually allow birds will not get anywhere near this, while human beings can't see this light. But these are some of the technologies now that are part of the whole, agriculture 3.0 direction. Now, you may wonder why we are looking at some of these things that are not here right now. It's important to understand them, to begin to work towards them, and as researchers also begin to see what is the most relevant. My quick recommendation as I close, because I could talk about all these fancy farming technologies that you might know better than me. Some of them are relevant, some of them are too far off, some of them are required now. But I think we need to sit down and either create or revive an e-agriculture working group. And as NITA, we are happy to sit with you and with the experts, the policymakers from the ministry, from the agencies, technical resources, the academia, like Makerere, NITA and Ministry of ICT, and of course our development partners. We would sit down together with the innovators and actually begin to think through, sieve through, number one, what are our top priorities for implementation? I think we have seen all these fancy innovations that are happening, but what are our top priorities? What are our actual problems in Uganda and East Africa? And how can we now map them into a 5 or 10-year roadmap for e-agriculture? We have done this in the e-health space. Health, we need to sit down in the agriculture space and actually form a working group to take this discussion further. Secondly, this group should agree and synergize on the latest research and innovations and their funding. I think Lito has talked about funding actual technology. While agriculture may have a big budget in the national budget, is there enough in there for technology and ICT in that budget? So priorities will be important. Lastly, knowledge sharing and policy advocacy will be extremely important by this working group. So ladies and gentlemen, I just want to close here by basically saying our ultimate goal as e-government or as NITA in the service delivery for agricultural transformation is to provide farmers with access to agricultural resources, including information on crop production, agro-inputs, post-harvest handling and storage, access to markets, financial inclusion, and capacity building. And all these areas are actually possible with technology. So digital innovation can enable smarter, safer, and more productive farming. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I look forward to further conversations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colin, for that eye-opening and stimulating. Can we give him another round of applause? Well, too many things. The intersection between digital agriculture and all those innovations that I think he has exposed us to. In the interest of time, let me again not dwell so much into that. You will have your say at the time of question and answer. I think I also like to recognize the arrival in the presence of Chairman Naro Council. Yes, Dr. Rahul Mukan is there next to my principal. And I'm told the Honorable Minister is just around the corner, so anytime he comes in the room and it's time to close, we'll proceed to that. Now, do I have John? Yes, John Finer, I can see your face. Welcome. Dr. John Wasige is an old friend, colleague, and from Bustema University. He will tell you a little bit more about himself, but he's going to talk about sustainable management of agricultural production systems in a changing climate. And I think the previous speakers set the stage right for you, John. So please, you have 20 minutes to deliver. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Basasha. Just briefly, Professor Basasha is my mentor. One time he saved me from a panga guy. So he was not dean then, he was not even a principal, but he walked to somebody's office and said, let's not do this. Where is my presentation? My presentation is on the sustainable management of agricultural production systems in a changing climate in sub-Saharan Africa. That's what the organizer gave me. It was changed later. So that is briefly about me. My studies at Makerere and also in Netherlands. But also I've worked in different countries in Europe for more than 10 years before I came back to Uganda. Where is the censor for this? Okay. Now, agriculture production in sub-Saharan Africa has stagnated. That's not a secret. And you can see that it is the lowest if you compare continents globally. And also it is, the population has outpaced agricultural production. Where is the censor for this? Okay. Now, if you look at agricultural growth, it has mainly been by land expansion. And also irrigation has been very, very small. If you look at the beam thing doesn't work. Okay, agricultural growth has been by expansion of land. Now, our yield, the yield production is about 20% compared to the potential. If you look at Uganda and other countries in Africa, and if you compare now, if you compare our coffee and Vietnam, we are, the yield per hectare has not grown. This data is from EPRC, so I trusted that they collected good data. This picture. Now, if you look at livestock, even the milk yield is declining. Milk yield in Uganda is declining. The number of milk animals has not increased a lot, and milk production has increased. But the yield per animal has declined. This is still EPRC data. Now, if you look at the crop productivity in Uganda, it has a wave. At some point when we had these institutions like Lint Marketing Board, Coffee Marketing Board, it increased. But when it around the 95, it began declining. And right now, if you look, this is still EPRC data. I'm sure that it collected good data. So it is declining despite all these policies, plan for modernization of agriculture, blah, blah, blah. We are not doing a good job. Now, today we have what we call moving targets. First of all, the population, if you look at sub-Saharan Africa, of course, Uganda, we are now about 45 million. But what I'm saying that Africa is about 1 billion people now. But we expect 2 billion by 2050. So agriculture for 1 billion is very different with agriculture for 2 billion. And scientists must understand that. Now, we have what we call moving targets. For example, the chicken from Brazil, when it arrives here, it is cheaper than the Ugandan chicken. Watermelon from Kenya is cheaper. Rice from Vietnam, it is cheap and high quality. Fruits from Kenya. This Teju factory in Soroti, it actually imports raw materials, I think, from Kenya, because ours have fiber. Bananas from Congo. Granas from Tanzania and Malawi. There's a big size granite which Ugandans actually like a lot. It is from Malawi. Naro chicken versus, the other day the minister asked, why is it that farmers are importing chicken from Holland, from Hungary, the chicks? Why? Yeah? Why? Then we have goats from South Africa. All those are moving targets. If you were somewhere and maybe like a plane is landing, you'd see everything landing. Then direct cattle from Netherlands. Matoke, one time I was moving from Kampala to Mbale. Then I was surprised seeing a lorry carrying bananas to Mbale. I asked why. Then they said now in Jeru and Jinja, Mukono areas, they take bananas to Mbale. That all has implications. Concentrates from Netherlands. And then soybean cake from Brazil. All these are moving targets, and they are telling you something, and nobody is observing that. It's like we are sleepwalking. Just imagine you are sleeping, and then you begin walking in your house, and you are not seeing anything. Now, population growth in Uganda, that one I've spoken about, it has outpaced food production. If you look at the whole of the world, it is only sub-Saharan Africa where the population is projected to increase, and yet they are not producing food. Now, banana production. This data was collected by Ugandans. The potential is about 100 tons, but we are producing 7. Cassava, the potential is 100 tons, but we are producing about 8. Now, it makes you wonder what Ugandans are doing. Now, we are part of the hungry world. If you see, hunger is just within Africa. The number of unnourished people has increased. You can see it is only increasing in Africa. It is also declining in Asia, which you would think that we are the same. When you talk about malnutrition again, stuntedness, you see where the hot spots are. Meat. Actually, I think we are vegetarians. If you look at this, we are the ones who eat the lowest protein. No wonder we are not very good wrestlers. Food import. We are importing about 30% of our food in Uganda. GDP, the contribution of agriculture to the GDP, you can see at the far end there, like in the US, is almost 2%. Uganda, we are about to 21, 23, whatever. But Chad, it contributes more than 50%. That's the trouble in sub-Saharan Africa. And then GDP growth. Look at the value we add on our agricultural products is related to our GDP in sub-Saharan Africa. So if we change anything, it means it will jump up. Now, if you had a problem and then you brought an IT person here to solve, I think we'll have a lot of trouble. And that's the scenario in sub-Saharan Africa. They don't know where the problem is. Now, there are a lot of constraints leading to this, causing this. You have subsistence agriculture with the very, very little fertilizer application. And then one thing is that people, even scientists, I think even today I heard about it, that Ugandan soils, African soils are good. I'm here to tell you something, that Africa is seated on a very old mass of soil. It is not like Europe. geologically, the soils in Europe are younger. They have twice as more nutrients than ours. Ours, by geology, the process of soil development did not renew itself. So we are seated on a very old soil mass, which is every day leached by rain. So our soils actually are very poor. 90% of the soils in Africa are they have medium productive, medium to less. Although you can have places where there was a volcanic activity, and in the deltas and in the flood plains where there are depots of nutrients from upstream. So you find scientists saying Uganda is a pearl of Africa, everywhere is fertile, we can grow anything. It's a very, very big lie. It's a very big lie, and it is due to ignorance. There's no other way of putting it. Our soils are very, very poor. If you grow a crop like for 3 years, productivity dips. So we need to do something on soils. Then there are other things like pests. There are other socioeconomic issues. For example, population, lack of value addition, poor marketing infrastructure. Those ones you have heard during the week. One thing is lack of institutions, but also gender, because women contribute to more than 60% of the labor, but they even don't own production resources. These are constraints to the production. Now, top 10 global risks by severity. At the top of it is climate change, then extreme weather, and then there are others. But what is missing there is soil. There. Now, the Grand Soil Science Challenge for 2020 is how we can produce food, how we can replenish our soils, how we can manage water, how we can provide farmers access to energy, climate change, biodiversity, recycling waste. Recycling waste. There's a lot I can say about that. Now, countries that do their best to solve challenging problems, you can see at the bottom, we are somewhere there. I don't want to go here, but we are somewhere down there. The capacity to solve problems, we are challenged. You can see US, Canada at the right top there, Australia. Now, this is a situation. Scientists, graduates with a PhD, imits farmers farming like that. But even they retire living farmers doing the same thing. Now, let's put this clear. Subsistence agriculture does not create wealth. It doesn't make profit. And that's why there's a generation cycle of poverty. Most of these farmers cannot pay school fees. So even their children are recycled back into subsistence. It cannot bring people out of poverty. So if we want to remove people out of poverty, let's remove them from subsistence agriculture. These things of wealth creation, you cannot create wealth on farmers that are farming by subsistence methods. That means a whole. Now, if you look at where agriculture has developed, you have the amount of land farmers have, but also the level of investment. But as you can see, we are the last at the bottom, even compared to Asia. There are also smallholder farmers, but they are investing capital in it. And that's why the Green Revolution took place there. But here in Sub-Saharan Africa, we are not investing, although we have land. Now, look at the level of employment. in the thing which we don't invest, it is again the where we have a lot of people employed. Huh? Where we have 70, 80%, compared to the US, Australia, where they have maybe about 2%. Now, we have failed to move away from stage of agricultural technology revolution. We are still at revolution 1. Now, people talk of agriculture modernization, PMA, and so on. But if you follow this trend here, where did the PMA reach on that stage of technology revolution? Where did they reach? So you find even scientists or governments peddling lies that they're developing agriculture. This is a big lie. We are still subsistent there. We have not moved. We have not moved. Now, where do we want to be? What exactly do we want to do with our agriculture? What exactly do we want to do? Do we want to remain traditional? Do we want to modernize? Or we want to do even still better? What do we want exactly? The issue is that we even don't know what we want to do. That's the problem. Now, if you map agricultural development, you will find that Africa is the only country where, continent where agriculture has not developed. You can see the rest of the world, they are leading. But for us, we are still in rural and traditional ways of farming. Now, soils are depleted. Now, if you look at civilization, it has collapsed because of poor management of soils. Egypt, wherever, those have collapsed. I talked about fertility, where people are misleading others, especially when they are doing budgets. They don't put money on soil. We are using very little fertilizer. We are depleting the soils. We don't have phosphorus. We don't have phosphorus in the soil. Now, the level of tractorization in Africa is the lowest. Professor, allow me to show 2 slides. Now, if you look at the human resource gaps that are required, this document was circulating sometime. You can see that we still have gaps at the level of scientists we need to do the job. Climate change, people have talked about it a lot. I won't speak about that. Now, climate change affects perennial crops more than even annual. But root crops are even more adaptable to harsh environment. But perennial crops are affected because of the phenology. When it flowers, the heat beats them up quickly. Food production, because of climate change, is going to shift to the north, like Russia and Ukraine. That's why you should be on your knees to pray for Putin to listen. Now, it will also affect the GDP. Now, if I don't say anything, this is the best slide for me. Where we are now where we began is that we can use our planet, all of us, like the population. But we have reached a point whereby we need a nyongeza, 2002. We need an ex-God to give us another planet. Now, if you are told you survive, you live longer, since you are immunized, and you reach 2050, you will need 2 planets. And if at all you will have grandchildren, they will need 4. Now, we want to produce more food, isn't it? If we want to develop, it should be land, water, and energy. These things people are talking of economy, whatever, transformation. If you don't begin from the land, the soil, then you are not going anywhere. And let me tell you this. If PDM does not invest in soil and water, it is going nowhere. Now, we want to transform agriculture. We want to transform. But how do we go there? How do we go there? How do we progress? There are several visions here. People put up very nice visions. But how do we measure change that transformation has taken place? How do we measure that? What parameters? What are the indicators? Now, Professor, this is the last one. Now, I showed you the constraints, but also we need to do several activities along the value chain, which include access to inputs, which includes production, which includes post-harvest, which includes marketing, which includes consumption and recycling of waste. In a circular economy, recycling, reusing. Well, who should we target in agricultural transformation? We need to target smallholder farmers because they are the 70%. Huh? I've seen that tractors are being distributed. But how many of these smallholder farmers are accessing the tractors? Professor, if you allow, I can stop here.
You just conclude. In conclusion,
the next one was actually the best of my presentation, but it is fine. I've spoken about this, that we need to allow farmers to access inputs. We need agro-industrialization parks, where farmers are linked to by cooperatives and farmer groups. But this should be supported by certain strategies. If we make mistakes, we are going to, which type of food are we producing? If we make some, now, we need agro-industrialization parks where farmers are linked by cooperative and farmer groups to access high-quality inputs. And the model is, mala warfare. We need to mechanize, we need to invest in soil, we need to invest in water, we need to invest in energy. Then we can talk about enabling environment. Now, on top of that, sustainable management of agricultural production systems.
As you conclude, you move closer to the mic. People are not getting here at the back.
Oh.
Yes, you can't avoid the mic.
Okay.
Conclude, yeah?
Yes. Now, if we are to transform agricultural production, we need these strategies operationalized. One, the mechanization strategy, where farmers can access a tractor in a shared mode. Soil fertility strategy, because our soils are poor. We need an irrigation strategy where the former minister, the one of Kalungu, has made a mode of irrigation where the community is accessing in Kalungu. Then we need to implement energy strategy. We cannot do value addition without energy. Then the market. Now, what is the baseline? You see GDP in various districts is very low. So what do we do for for different districts? Now, the PDM has a model that is 4 acres, 4 animals, or whatever, poultry. That should be the baseline. Then we measure from there. Well, there are various technologies to realize this. I've talked about them already.
John, now I'm very close to you.
Okay.
That last slide on recommendation.
All these were recommendations, but I've already talked about them, so it's okay. Now, this one I will give you the point. Now, this is the Putin chairing a meeting.
But people will not hear you.
This is Putin chairing a meeting. The last picture there is Putin chairing a meeting, and this is President Museveni with the farmers. We need leaders on the ground. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. Join me in thanking John. John, you can take your seat. You can sit very close where I was seated. So we have not lost time. There has been some slight slippage, but we'll manage. So John basically has told you the inconvenient truth, and I think you will absorb that. Some of his statements, I think we need to interrogate them when he comes in front here. So I expect some nice questions put across to John. So with that, we are just moving to conclude this session. And then after that, I hope I'm not messing this up. We are going to have a very short, I would rather say even working health break. And then we'll come back and have the panel, because the Honorable Minister is around the corner and would like to move to the closing session. So let me now take the opportunity to invite the speakers to these very nice, comfortable chairs. Professor Corey, John, Colin, please come up here. These chairs are very comfortable, I can assure you. The Right Honorable Prime Minister sat there the other day. So now, just to make this short and catch up with time, I want to suggest that we structure it in some way. You are being educated how to use these things. I think many of you are ICT, especially Colin, ICT compliant. So I will say we limit our questions to just about 3, and then you can write the rest of the questions on a piece of paper and pass them over to the organizers. Any person, part of the organizers, then they can be answered. So I want to begin with, then I don't want the questions to be haphazard, because otherwise we will lose track. So I want the first three questions directed to Professor Patrick Okori on his presentation. I don't know whether you want me to remind you of the title, but I don't think I should, because you all listened to him, and as he was talking, you must have taken note. So let's first get the first 3 questions. Professor Tugume, you have the first question. Questions for Professor Okori. I need 2 or 3 hands. I have 1. I'm scanning the room and about to close that. Okay, Professor Nabanoga, the second one. Maybe those 2 are enough for Patrick. So please go ahead and pause them.
Hello, 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 hello. Thank you so much. I missed the presentation, but I believe that he covered something that I may want to ask. 10,000 years ago, or a little bit earlier than that, we began doing agriculture. It could be some other years earlier. And we did a lot of domestication and moving crops and plants from the wild to be under our management. Now, in the next 25, 27 years, if we are still here, if God has not taken us to heaven, we are going to be 100 or more than 100 million Ugandan people. I don't know what Professor Colley would say or comment or give sort of a paradigm shift on how agriculture would be in terms of matters to do with crop diversification, because the last time I checked, we have about 30,000 plant species which are edible. 20 of these are used as food, 0.5 grown commercially, and only 0.1 provides dietary requirements. Are we able to survive in the next 25 years in Uganda while depending on a few major staples, the cassavas, the bananas, and the potatoes of our time, without doing another major shift in crop diversification? Thank you very much.
The mic to Professor Naro-Mak, right across there.
Thank you very much. Professor Okori, your presentation gave a lot of insights into what we need to do to improve productivity. And I know you have been part of academia as well as part of research. I'm just curious to know, what is that one thing you would advise academia in capacity building to be able to move productivity ahead? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I will ask Professor Colley to deal with those in as much short time as possible. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I will start with the last question first. Thank you, Prof. Naro-Mak, for your question. It's something that I've been thinking about, and it's both an inconvenient truth as well, that a lot of our education systems may not actually be in sync, especially to the emerging futures that we have. But also learning from elsewhere. In my opinion, if you ask me, we need a very radical shift in how we do things. I didn't want to go into the stats, but the universities have about slightly more than a third of the full-time equivalent of scientists available in any country, and they're underdeployed in terms of generating new innovations and science solutions. So I think a merger, in my opinion, between universities and the national research systems to create a national innovation system. That talk has been here for about 30 years. It has never materialized. So we instead have research systems and education systems. But the two are actually all knowledge centers. So radically moving towards that shift of creating one knowledge center that produces products and services to move out, I think is the way to go. That will use up the 1/3 or 33% available. So I think that's where we need to go and start that conversation if we are going to feed the 100 million. Two, to Prof. Tugume's question, which is really on the future of agriculture. There's a lot of conversation about it. I kind of disagree with my colleague about extensification in agriculture because it has a lot of problems, but it also has many good things. But you are talking of diversification. You can't diversify an extensive system. Now, I think that changing the food systems that we have is progressively, unfortunately, eroding. We are all these days talking about the big five, which is maize, wheat, rice, potato, and the millets. Those are the big five that keep the whole world alive. Do we have another alternative? I think yes. In fact, the top 4 all replaced the big 5. They replaced the sorghums and millets. So it's all about going back to what other people call indigenous food systems. They were pretty diverse in terms of what went along with the energy sources. They provided several other things, but at smaller scale. So you have a point, and this is why FAO and others are arguing for us to think about different foods for our emerging food system. So it's something we have to think about, and we'll have to produce them differently from the way they are being produced today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for those responses, and please feel free to interact with him during coffee for a few more questions. He threatened to run away very fast, but he's still around, so he must be enjoying. Next, Colin, let's have the IT guru, some 3 questions for him. Now, I knew the people's names that I mentioned, but now help me by telling me your name and then pose the question. I begin with Paul at the back, Paul Gibson. Next person, head in Stephen, Stephen Wassa. Then, sir, you'll tell us your name and ask the question. Those are 3. I don't want to miss this side. Yes, there is one. Oh, boy. Okay. There are 2 more there, so we'll take those. Yes. There is a lady there and then a gentleman there. So the mic moves there. Let's do those. Huh? Is it burning? Extremely burning, so this will be another one. I have broken the rules already. But keep the questions. Ask one question, Paul. Just one. Thank you.
Paul Gibson. Okay. Paul Gibson from McGrady University. And you mentioned the applications that are being developed and promoted. And there are many pilot projects with these that are being successful. How do those get scaled out to a much larger percentage of farmers when most farmers have very small land holdings? And many of these apps are rather specialized. How do we move to an integrated integrated system where all the different components that the farmer needs are incorporated into an ecosystem, that digital ecosystem, to really be effective at scaling this out?
Wassa?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Colin, for the presentation. My name is Stephen Luasa, Kedar University. I had 2, but they are going to be very quick. The first one is about readiness of the private sector to provide the desired digital services, because as you can see, there are many applications across the value chain, and we definitely need to use digital to be able to solve the many problems which are happening. So the private sector ready, because they're the ones who actually provide most of the services. That's one. Secondly, it's about the, are they called the fingerprints? Have we already integrated the fingerprint concept into the digital space so that we are able to improve the biosecurity, actually, both at the macro level and also at the farm level? As we know, most of the entrepreneurs are complaining about security of the inputs and outputs at the farm level. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, and thank you, Corinne, for this wonderful presentation. My name is Brian Owesigire. I work for Naro, based in Buginyanya Zadi. The journey of smart farming is very exciting, but my concern is, how is NITA relating with other service providers, especially those to do with electricity, to make it accessible, affordable, and available for farmers all the time, because some of these tools will really need some power almost all the time. Thank you.
Okay, Mike moves this side. Honorable Minister, you are welcome in the room. We just have to pause and recognize your arrival. Excited to see you again. We are in the middle of the Q&A, so we'll be updated after. Yes, the mic goes this way. There was a gentleman and then a lady, and then it comes here finally.
Thank you very much. My name is Didas Kumwesiga from Feed the Future Uganda Institutional and Systems Strengthening Activity. Collins, one question and a comment. How prepared is NITA-U on hosting the individual systems that institutions are holding? Secondly, on the platform, the e-platform you are talking about, is it in existence or you'd like to set it up? Thank you.
I hope you'll keep it to one.
Yes. Yes, my name is Sarah Mtonyi, and I'm from Naro-Mak Conference. My question to Colin, you talked about so many mobile apps that have been developed so far. We have a big challenge of agrochemicals being let me say fake agrochemicals. So do we have an app that addresses that? And if it is there, how can it reach to the farmers? Thank you.
Okay, Sarah, thank you. Then finally here, my friend with a very burning question.
Thank you very much. I'm a scientist based at Bulindi Zonal Agricultural Research Development Institute. I'm Williams Guma, but I'm also very close to farmers. My question goes to Mr. Collins. Dr. Wesiga recommended targeting of smallholder farmers. That reminds me of a farmer who is based in Kampala. He has about 150 goats in his farm. He takes decisions, sometimes using phones, because he doesn't regularly go to his farm. There is a worker who is based at his farm. Now, his challenge is the number of goats on the farm. He doesn't exactly know sometimes the number of goats. The dynamics of the population of the goats, the flock, he doesn't exactly know. So I called me one time, I went to his farm. I was with him in the farm, asked a question. How do you get to know the number of the goats on your farm? Do you have farm records? This man does not have any farm record on his farm.
Guma, can I ask you to quickly move to the question,
Just to summarize.
Thank you.
I have moved to 271 goat farmers in the Elbata in Grabin. About 89% of them don't have records at their farms, and they're experiencing the same problems. I decided to ask them, why are you not keeping records at your farm? They told me that the veterinary extension workers have not guided them on the kind of records to keep in their farms, and they do not have adequate access. I came back, formulated a very simple goat farm record system, which is here, which the farmers can just fill in this book. Very easy to fill. Now, for a farmer who is based in Kampala, this can be automated using an app so that the farmer who is based in Kampala has a dashboard.
Help me and summarize. I don't want to stop you.
My question is,
Thank you.
How can ICT or NITA-U help our country solve the bottlenecks in accessing those other apps and the chips which are required to automate the animal identification and traceability systems? That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much. Collins, you have just a few minutes, but you have 7 questions. Can you please run through them?
Okay.
Of course, satisfactory.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you all for the questions and just to recognize the Honorable Minister and all the people that are here. Thank you for these questions. Again, I think just speaking to, I'll try to touch on most of these areas. I think Paul asked about the number of pilot projects and how we can scale them, how we can be more integrated. He also talked about the farm management system and some apps that can actually be placed. I think it also speaks to almost to what Williams also mentioned, so I'll just tackle them in a sense together. We have been encouraging as NITA, we're encouraging build once and use many approach, or one government approach in many instances. We're saying if we can build cloud-based systems, and I gave an example without being technical, or something like Gmail. Gmail is created once, the whole world is using it. All you have is your account, you have many things you do in your Gmail, you log out. If you have a phone, you'll access that. We need to begin to create cloud-based systems for our farmers. And that's the best way to scale. Those kind of systems that can be hosted on a mobile phone, because mobile phones are really driving ICT in Uganda. Talk about laptops, penetration is poor. Talk about cafes and walking into centers, that is very low. We need to innovate around the mobile phone. I mentioned there are about 32 million mobile phones right now in subscriptions. However, only 11.2 of those million of those are smartphones. Now, we need to increase, we need to work with our policy leaders to actually work strongly to increase smartphone penetration. So 2 factors, smartphone penetration and internet penetration. If in the hands of every farmer, of course that's a big statement, but in the hands of most farmers, we got them a smartphone and we got them a smartphone with internet, I think we can now scale these applications that we want to create. I want to say this right now, and I think Didas also asked the same, we haven't created most of these apps. These apps, and that's why my recommendation was, could we now move to sit down and revive or create a working group? NITA has developers. NITA has a data center or a cloud system to host these systems, like Didas was asking. We actually have capacity right now. We're hosting 300 applications, 203, sorry, government applications in our data center. Just to answer Didas on that, we have the capacity to host many applications for government systems. If we could host those applications, which we can host, we need to sit down as a working group and agree what are our most critical systems that we need. I think what's coming out clearly here is records management. I think our farmers don't have farm management systems. And we as NITA can pledge right now, and you can put me on record, would be happy to sit with you. We have some basic funding. We also have skill sets within NITA to build these applications and then scale them to our farmers. But we need to be organized. So I must say the best way to scale this is to actually come together into a working group, agree on the critical applications, agree on the data sources. We want to integrate that farming application with a national ID, for instance, and I'm answering many questions in the meantime. I think somebody asked, it was Stephen, who asked about the fingerprint. We are already integrating most government institutions here with NIRA. NIRA has the fingerprint, has our IDs. But we are also working with NIRA right now that in the next year, we must have procured and developed a new ID system. Because ID is fundamental. A good, smart ID is fundamental for any government service. We need to know who are you, which farm are you, where do you come from, and therefore the ID system is the fundamental for any e-government services. So to answer Stephen and answer Paul and William, in tandem, we are integrating these, we need to integrate these farm systems with systems like NIRA, which has ID, and of course Naro and all the other research institutions, so there's an exchange of information. And NITA already has a platform that can connect data sources. What we're not done yet is create the right apps like farm management systems. So I'm recommending here that if we create out of this conference, chair, if we could agree on a working group with our donors, our partners, with our academia, with the researchers, with our policymakers, we can sit down together and agree on our top priorities and see how to scale them. Let me just go quickly on this. So scaling is mobile phone. Mobile app is the best way to discuss how to reach every farmer. But we must lower the cost of the smartphone. We must increase the penetration of internet also. Quickly, and I'm really shooting on many of these, I'm happy to expound if we have time. Telcos, I think somebody asked, Stephen asked, how ready is the private sector in moving? And I think we've touched the fingerprints, but I think telcos are really, really moving quickly. Even banks in the agriculture space. I think it's mainly around financial inclusion. SACCOs, banks are really helping, and fintechs are helping with the financial inclusion, which is actually a sign of readiness. But I think we just need to be more organized to identify the most critical areas and provide the right technology. In my view, the ecosystem of innovators, software developers in Uganda is actually ripe. But we need to understand the actual problems to solve. Because technology is nice. I can come here and talk about technology every single day. But we need to be solving a particular problem. So let's sit together, understand the agricultural issues, and see how technology can solve them. But my answer to you is that private sector, in many ways, Stephen, is quite ready to work on this. Telcos want to reach farmers. Banks want to reach farmers. And they're all innovating. They have funds, they have money. We just need to be organized. I think Brian also quickly talked about smart farming. I'm trying to remember, but I think the question was around electricity. And what is NITA doing to work to electrify or to work with the electricity institutions? I think our biggest drive as NITA, obviously, is while there is the electric grid is moving around, we can't wait for the electricity to reach everywhere. I think the penetration of electricity is still very low. I can't remember the actual number, and it's quite low actually. But we are encouraging green practices like using solar. I think even systems now, if you realize that we are moving internet systems in some of the rural areas, but are using solar, we can't wait for electricity to get there. So solar and green technology, and those are now the direction that we want to take as NITA. So we are working now with USAID, for instance. We are also working with one local innovator who is moving technologies around remote areas, but using solar to power. So renewable energy has got to be a discussion point for us, but especially solar has become our easiest go-to alternative for electricity. I think Didas, I'm now to one of the last questions. Didas also, yes, Didas talked about, I think we've talked about the platform, the e-government platform, or rather the data center. He asked whether we are ready to host. The answer is yes. We're already hosting 200 applications. We're hosting HCM, which is the whole payroll for the government. We're hosting e-government applications like EGP for procurement. We're hosting large defense, URA, NIRA applications. We can definitely host agriculture applications in our national cloud, which NITA is running. And that cloud has a disaster recovery center, so your data is actually safe. Secondly, Didas asks, do we have that e-government platform I mentioned here? I think we have a few platforms, but these can vary. Like I think we've mentioned here, the e-farming system. We need to create that. That is not present right now. So we still have a long way, and we're happy to partner, with you, our partners, but also the government, to work on some of these applications. I think Sarah also talks about, is there an app for agrochemicals? I need to get the right answer for that, but as NITA, we worked with the Minister of Agriculture to create the agro-traceability tool for inputs and of course connecting the ecosystem within the agriculture space. I need to check whether that also covers the full agrochemicals space. But we actually have a tool right now, and maybe one of the practitioners here from the ministry could help answer that. I think I have tackled that, including Williams. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. We all appreciate the ICT presentation. It was very exciting, and you can follow up with him, and also the presentation is going to be shared after the conference. Now we have 5 minutes, really 5 minutes to go for tea, which is also going to be very short. So let me invite some questions for Dr. John Wasige, the man from the East with very provocative issues. Yes, DDG, Sadiq, you have the first question. Yes, there is one there. I'm growing old, my eyes can't reach there even though I have glasses, but you will tell us your name. That's the second one. I can only take one more, or we just leave it at that. Fine, we leave it at that. The chair Naro Council has one. So those will be the three.
Okay.
Dr. Kasim, please.
Yes, Professor, allow me to come with the Professor Okori on creating one knowledge center, merging education and research systems, and that model has worked very well in Italy. And Professor, also allow me to thank Collins also for the comment on integrating knowledge sharing, agree on top priorities, and having a working team. We may not achieve it today here. We are going to pursue that very, very seriously for us as Naro, as a Center for Generating Technologies. Now, my concern to Wasige is, thank you so much. It is rich knowledge, and the time will not allow some elaboration somewhere, which I felt would have been able to really bring the entire knowledge. You know, we live in an ecosystem that always blame nature sometimes, and we abuse the nature also. So I thought your statement, which was talking about our African soils being very poor, need some substantiation from you in regard to physical, chemical, and biological properties of soil. Where do we conclude that our African soils are really very poor relative to other soils? We held that our limitation in Africa has been mainly watering and replenishing the soil, putting back the inputs to the soil. So you would be able to explain that in relation to physical, chemical, and biological properties, where our soil has gone wrong.
DDG, yes, let's have Chairman Council, the next one, and then that will be the third.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Chair. Allow me to thank the keynote speakers. Really, you have stimulated us. Thank you so much. Now, my question is to John. I'm sorry that your speech would not be, we didn't give you enough time. And your focus has been on, and I know you, your focus has been on energy, soils, and water, if you want to drive the agricultural sector. Just in 1 minute, can you unpack this area so that we know what areas we should concentrate on? Thank
you. My name is Fred Wanda. I work with Fishery Research and Naro. Colleagues, today is exactly 188 years when a certain Muzungu in the name of Lord McKinley visited Africa and said, I quote, "I've traversed the length and breadth of Africa and I have not seen any single person who is a beggar, any single person who has gone hungry overnight, and any single person who is a thief. Such wealth I've seen in this continent such high moral values, people of such caliber, that I do not think we would ever conquer this continent. He was scared because we were so organized. And I believe 188 years ago, we never had PhDs, we never had masters, we never had bachelors, call it. Our professor was, where are we going wrong? Now that we have so many PhDs, I believe there are more than 1,000 in Uganda, so many MScs, so many bachelors, where are we going wrong? And another scholar added that today, the future generations of Africa have no future. In your study, which is so enterprising, are there any policy recommendations to counter what this Muzungu said? I thank you.
Thank you so much for that a bit provocative one. So, John, you presented provocatively, you received provocatively.
So, thank you, Professor.
Take just a few minutes, like 2 or 3.
Thank you, Professor, and the audience. One, the poor soils. Africa is seated on a very old soil mass. Geologically, the glacier pushed the soil in Europe, eroded, and then exposed the rocks. So the soils they are using now is recent soil that has developed from the rocks. That process did not take place in Africa. We are seated on a soil that has not experienced a recent geological activity. So it has been subjected to leaching. You see, with the leaching is that if you continue pour water on soil or whatever, or even flour or whatever, you will have nutrients infiltrating through. So our soils are poor, and we want to correct this today. We have heard the scientists and even politicians stand up on TV and say that our soils are fertile. Please, the soils are very, very poor. The soils are very poor, and when the studies on nutrient balances have revealed that we are operating in a negative nutrient balance. And we worsen it by even our farmers not adding inputs. For example, if your father left you an inheritance of whatever, 20 million, and you continue just withdrawing without putting more deposits, then you will eventually run out of money. So we are sleepwalking. Our soils are poor. We are going to crash. Probably we may get some food from Russia if Putin is our friend.
John, the next one, yes?
Now, the next one. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman is my boss. I'm the Chairman Science Committee of Governing Council of Naro. Chairman is my boss.
So you are answering your boss?
Yes. Now, you see, agricultural transformation can happen with about 4 things. The Green Revolution, first of all, was led by one scientist, not 100 PhDs we have now. Was led by what? One scientist who knew the problem. The problem is that we are not addressing the real issues. Now, the Green Revolution was about 3 things. One was the nutrients, fertilizers, pesticides. 2 was water. And 3, I forget, varieties, good breeds. And the man saved lives. One man saved several million people lives. And we can do the same here. If you look at Asia, they have mechanized. In India, 90% of the land right now is opened by mechanization, not by farmers digging the soil. That is important because we are in rain-fed agriculture. The season is very short. So we need farmers to open land very quickly if we are not using irrigation. So the model for transformation, we need to do a few things, not everything. 1, we need to mechanize. 2, we need to invest in soil fertility management. And the system should have should have crops and animals. Animals are very good in recycling. The banana you see in Western Uganda coming to Kampala is because of livestock. If you remove livestock, then the bananas will stop coming. So we need the mechanization, we need soil fertility management, we need irrigation. Rain-fed agriculture cannot feed 45 million people. You are lying. Whoever is doing all this, whatever investment in agricultural modernization on rain-fed agriculture, it is not going to happen. It is not going to feed people. So we need irrigation. Then the other thing, we need energy for value addition. And then we need to address issues of distribution, consumption, and recycling. So the model here is, I gave it is Malawafe, which is mechanization, land, water, energy, and food security. Now, finally, I think I've answered your question, is that we are seated on a very old soil mass. And that is 100, you said 188 years. And I'm sure even in your village, there is now land pressure. So agriculture for 1 million people is different for 45 million people. If we came when the population was very low and the people can do shifting cultivation, we can't do it now. We can't, a lot has happened in 100. You cannot do the same thing which was done 188 years and do it today. Then you are a terrible liar. Thank you.
Okay, a round of applause for our panelists. John, you made very strong statements. I hope you realize that the minister is seated in front of you. So, I had promised you to close this session at 11. It has been an exciting one, but we've overshot the time. Dr. Imelda Kashija is not happy with me, but I think I tried. So, Honorable Minister, you are going to be escorted by Dr. Imelda Kashija to pick a cup of tea. And tea, I understand, is right one floor down. And then we are requesting that those of you who are able, and I can see many of you in the room are able, you could pick your coffee, tea, and bring it in the room so that we start the next session, which Honorable Minister is going to be a panel on oil palm, very interesting. And then after that, we will kindly have you closing the workshop for the conference for us. And we'll take, I think, maximum 10 minutes. Imelda wants it shorter than 10 minutes, but it's not possible. So it's now 11:07. If I add there 10, that's 11:17. If we can be here by 11:15, I think that would be great. The people who are managing the tea have been told to haraka, those of you who know some Kiswahili. So panelists, thank you very much for being here, for your time, and for those very illuminating and enriching and educative presentations. We don't take anything for granted. Thank you. We'll keep the partnership rolling. I don't know whether I should have announced. Now, just as you move out, I want to announce that Mr. Fred Max Adi, you probably take your tea very quickly and come here. Dr. Gabriel Damurira, Dr. Abubakar Moki, you are still here. I think, Dr. Moki, you need to go and pick your coffee. Mr. Chin Piti. Yes? Okay, the lady will handle that. David Bariro, this is Bariro on that. Yes. And John Okiro, take your tea quickly and come, and then the lady, your name? Mildred is going to help us manage this. Tumhese. Huh?
Thank you, Professor Bashasha. Yes.
I'm happy to have been a
So
part
I am
of
going
day
to
2
kindly
of this Naro-Mak
request,
Conference.
excuse me,
And day 2
technical
has been
team,
very engaging, both in
I am going to request that we take our tea in the next not more than 15 minutes. So feel free to also come back with your tea. We will have our panel session shortly before the minister gets to speak to us, because, well, he has a meeting. There is a parliamentary session with the president. So he will be speaking to us before we do take our lunch. So kindly, in about 15, 20 minutes, let's be back.
I'm happy to have been a part of day 2 of this Naro-Mak Conference. And day 2 has been very engaging, both intellectually and also in terms of the practical solutions. I want to single out a few very notable, exciting presentations. I was very pleased from the presentation of the soybean. I noted that soybean, we have made very good advances. We have now soybean varieties with 42% level of protein and 24% level of oil. That's very impressive. I further noted from the soybean that soybean has capacity to keep away the striga, and striga is a very notorious weed in the cereal crops, notably sorghum and millet. And it's very important for us as technology developers to transit from that observation to get an industrial product which we can scale out to manage the striga problem. I was further particularly impressed by the fact that the national Naro has ventured into wheat development. We now have 5 cultivars of wheat which have been tested in different agroecologies, and they present a promise for expanding wheat production in non-traditional growing areas and also for introducing wheat into the production stream of this country. So to me, those were very notable, very good examples that I noted from today's presentations.
As a Naro, or the lead organization in wheat research in the country, we are now trying to see how we can enhance or how we can increase domestic wheat production in the country. So work has already started. The breeding work has gone, and we have identified promising varieties, about 5 promising varieties. So now our intention now is to make sure that we produce enough seed of the 2 varieties that the partner is interested in, so that we can be able to support the farmers and the partner with improved quality seed of lowland wheat varieties.
I would say actually my expectations have been met, both intellectually and in terms of practical solutions. And I'm looking forward to day number 3 to make sure that we're able to wrap it up very successfully and then hatch out possible actions for going forward.
Very, very good morning, colleagues. Welcome to this particular conference that we all have been waiting for.
We are starting a 3-day conference, and the purpose of the conference is to discuss the progress we are making as researchers in moving forward our agriculture.
Colleagues, thank you very much for accepting our invitation to join this important event aimed at establishing appropriate and value strategy towards accelerating agro-industrialization in Uganda and Africa at large.
On behalf of Naro Fraternity, please allow me to warmly welcome you to the 3rd Naro-Mak Joint Scientific Conference.
Our dear scientists from Naro and Makerere University, I bring you greetings from His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
theme of this year's conference, Innovations for Enhancing Productivity and Agro-Industrialization, is timely. I am happy to note that as Makerere aspires to become a research-led university, as per the 2020-2030 strategic plan, innovativeness is one of our strategic areas of focus.
Let me now take this opportunity and honor to officially declare this conference opened.
So far today, we have had the opening session. We were honored to host the Honorable Minister of State in charge of Agriculture Industrialization, Honorable Ramirama.
On behalf of Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and Naro, which is our lead agency in this conference, I take the opportunity to welcome you all and also to thank you for your inestimable contribution towards finding solutions to challenges that face Ugandan farming communities and also increasing our productivity to meet our nutrition and food security.
Ladies and gentlemen, the choice of the sub-themes for this year were premised on the realization that there is a key gap in the development of agriculture sector.
We also had an engagement or a presentation from a visitor from Tanzania, a guest speaker from Tanzania, and he highlighted the challenges we have faced because of the COVID pandemic.
So in the next 2 to 3 days, we expect at least three or two policy issues come out strongly. Already we have one that is strong, and we have gotten commitment from the Prime Minister herself, the Minister, the Naro-ED, to see that the fertilizer policy gets implemented. So that's a plus for us as an activity, the co-sponsors.
Good morning. Welcome back from the break. I hope you're now energized, got some caffeine or tea for those who are not very good with caffeine. I'm going to kindly request in 2 minutes we all get settled. I am seeing a few people at our exhibition stalls. If you think your neighbor is not yet back, by now I want to believe that you have their contact. Please get them back. Let me have my team have everyone settled in about 2 minutes. We go for our discussion, the panel discussion, which is basically going to be about the palm oil project. And yes, we already have our moderator in. We are going to be taking that in. And thereafter, we can be able to have our ministers speak to us at a later stage. So let's just get 2 minutes and have everyone settled in, and we'll get our session chair to start this off immediately with the panel session or panel discussion. Just 2 minutes, let's all get settled in. Whoever is still down and you can hear me, feel free to come in with your tea. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we won't have to take any more minutes. Like they say, time is money. If you're doubting it, you need to find out from the Ministry of Finance how much time we spend in JAM and how much money is lost in there, together with how many health problems we incur and how much that impacts on the health budget of the country. So we want to take on the discussion immediately. And if we do all remember, at the height of the Russia-Ukraine war, the president talked about making sure that we can have our own oil, because cooking oil prices went up and then soap went up. And we were saying we don't have the raw materials to be able to do this. And yet we have a project that is targeting hundreds of thousands of households and in thousands of kilometers. I'm talking about the National Oil Palm Project and what kind of benefit that is going to actually be. What more can we be able to make from it? What are the current challenges and what are the opportunities that we need to be facing? And to take on that particular panel, ladies and gentlemen, join your hands with me and let's welcome Professor Bale Edward, who is Director of the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training at Makerere University. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to take on the next panel, which is going to have brilliant discussions.
Wow, thank you very much. All protocol observed. Good morning to you all. As you have heard, my name is Edward Bale. I am the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training at Makerere University. I am very happy to be here on this third biennial Naro-Mak Joint Scientific Conference. And we have very limited time, and so I will not actually add a lot of words to what has already been presented and spoken, but only to say that we have a presentation on the oil palm and also a panel discussion. And the presentation will take about 8 minutes. We shall give you 8 minutes. And then panel discussion, there is a presenter, there is a moderator who is not myself. And so I will intervene just in case. We shall give you only 12 minutes. So without wasting time, may I call the presenter of the oil palm to come on the floor and give a presentation. Presenter? Okay. Thank you.
And the presentation, yeah? The presentation. Good morning, everyone. By the names of Gabriel Damlida, and I'm a Principal Research Officer with the National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO, and I also coordinate oil palm research. I'm here this morning to take you through the oil palm industry in Uganda, what are the opportunities and the challenges it's facing as an industry. I've been given a few minutes, and I hope I'll be able to deliver what I'm made to do. This is the layout of the presentation I'm going to present. Just at a glance, globally, we produce around 73.8 million metric tons of oil palm on 19 hectares of land. That is globally, but there are places like Asia which also produce oil palm, as well as Africa. But I'll deal so much on Uganda. Uganda right now, we produce 11,484 40,000 metric tons on 11,484 hectares. And that is the commercial coverage, but we also have our traditional systems like in Bundibujo and Kanungu, where we have 2 or 3 tree stands per hectare. But why are we looking at oil palm? Why oil palm among all the oil seed crops we have? Globally, we know that soya and other oil seed crops produce produce seed oil, but for oil palm, per hectare of oil palm produces 4 times the amount of oil which other crops don't. And that is the reason as to why, if we are to feed this nation and the world at large, we need to have oil palm. Oil palm, we call it a crop with zero waste, being that whatever is produced on oil palm is used. In the food industry, 68% of whatever is produced is consumed as food. It has industrial application, which constitutes 27%. It can be used for biodiesel, which constitutes 5%. And for the Ugandan context, around 2,600. Yeah. In Uganda, most especially Kalangala, we have brothers and sisters, the smallholder farmers, who are getting 400,000 shillings per hectare per month, which translates to almost 4.8 million per acre per year. When we look at the consumption and demand for this crop, within the region, East African region, over the 5 years, we've been seeing an increment in terms of demand. And this also translates into the Ugandan context, where we see a 3% increment in palm oil demand annually. An example in time, in 2020, we managed to import 381,000 metric tons worth of $289.8 million. All this money is going out of the country. Yet, if we are to harness this demand, would be able to save that money. Currently, Uganda produces 80,000 metric tons of palm oil, and the current demand, as we stand right now, is 410,000 metric tons, creating a deficit of 330 metric tons. To meet this current demand, we need more 100,000 hectares to fill the gap. Amidst all those demands for palm oil, there are challenges. One is land, which we need to meet the domestic demand, but don't forget that the demand will always be increasing. What is right now, the current demand may not be the demand after 10 years. We also have challenges of poor agronomic practices. Right now, smallholders in Kalangala are producing 6 tons less by what the nucleus farm produces, which gives us also a challenge in terms of production. We also have challenges in lack of access to affordable loans, because this is a crop with a life cycle of 25 years. So it needs loans which have longer shelf life, longer time in terms of repayment. We also see that we lack enabling policies to guide this. This is a new crop coming on board, but requires heavy investment, which requires policy to guide it. But we also have inadequate funding for research for oil palm, since it's gaining momentum in terms of production and value, and also as a priority in the national context. What has the government done to avert this deficit or to fill the gap? There is an ongoing development of oil palm extension strategy, and this is looking at areas where currently oil palm is not being grown, but we are looking at those which are suitable so that in future they can be used for expansion. And in this regard, the project is identifying public land in those different districts, and where possible, purchase will be done to see that we cover the 100,000 hectares. Still, farmers are being organized so that they can also provide land on which oil palm can be produced. But in terms of policy, a regulatory impact assessment is being undertaken to see whether the present policies really favor oil palm expansion in Uganda. In terms of interventions, technological interventions to avoid this challenge, I would say research is a trigger for the development in oil palm, because right now what we see as the $58 million project in Kalangala was triggered by just results from a comprehensive study which was done by Naro to find out whether this place is suitable. And from that time, we've enrolled from Kalangala to Mayuge and Buvuma, and right now Buvuma is on board in terms of production because this place has been identified to be suitable for oil palm production. We've now enrolled to Mid-North, that is Maruz and Apache, as well as West Nile region. And with this, Naro is putting up adaptive trials to identify endemic factors as well as varieties which are suitable for these different agroecologies. We are also developing technologies regarding crop management. That is, for example, the cover crops to reduce on the labor costs incurred in pruning as well as other management aspects. We also provide technical backstopping to the private sector as well as the farmers. In terms of the private sector has also played a bigger role in ensuring that this industry is moving on. It has expanded in terms of acreage under which oil palm is being grown beyond Kalangala. They are now into Buvuma to open up other 5,000 hectares. They've set up mills which are currently crushing all the FFB which is being produced by the farmers, and they have also the capacity in terms of a factory to refine the CPO in ginger. They've also sufficiently been able to supply inputs, that's fertilizers and the tools which are used in the growing of oil palm. But we also have the farmers as well as the trust, Farmers Trust, which has also played a bigger role in terms of mobilizing 2,063 farmers who are right now producing close to 49 million FFB per year in Kalangala. We've also had these trusts empowering the farmers in terms of finance literacy. Right now, in Kalangala, people are using banks and these other modern methods of doing transactions. There has been also farm empowerment through trainings and other related kind of aspects. But right now in Buvuma, 33, close to 1,237 hectares have been opened up and planted with oil palm. What are the opportunities? We are seeing an existing demand which is increasing within the domestic markets as well as regional and international market, which we need to harness to be able to produce more oil palm within the country. We've also identified that within our country, there are areas with ideal rainfall, temperature, and humidity, which favors oil palm growth, and that is why Naro is spearheading the adaptive trials and identifying these suitable areas. There are also existing facilities in terms of financing. As you know, oil palm is a big investment, and requires a lot of money to establish, like the Agricultural Facility Fund, UDB, to do that. But of recent, even banks have gained interest in funding this kind of commercial production, having experienced that the farmers are able to pay in Kalangala. We also have a growing interest in terms of the private sector who are investing in this oil palm industry, but also research, as in academia and Naro, we are available to generate appropriate technologies to support the sector. In conclusion, for us to enable this country have self-sufficiency in terms of vegetable production, we need currently 410 metric tons of palm oil. For us to achieve that, we need to have research adequately funded. Thanks for the salary enhancement for scientists, but still the working environment under which you work, we would do best if we have the facilities and all the associated accessories which will enable us to do perfect research. There is need to adopt the nucleus estate outgrowers model, which is in Kalangala, which encompasses the farmers, the investor, and all the associated kind of benefits accruing from it. We also need to acquire land for the nucleus estate as well as the outgrowers, because these go hand in hand. Without one, you cannot succeed, from the experience in Kalangala. We need to mobilize farmers and organize them into production zones, the way we see it in Kalangala. Oil palm requires a lot of land, and aggregating smallholders into one group will avert that challenge. These farmers who are formed groups, we need to provide technical support to enhance their productivity. But all in all, we also need infrastructures, as in terms of roads, right from the main roads to access roads, and also farm roads. We also need to strengthen oil palm research and institution framework to enable the industry move. With those few remarks, I would like to thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you have overshot by a few minutes, but we thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now, because the Honorable Minister has run out of time, we have to go to the closing ceremony right now, and then we shall resume our program after the Honorable Minister has left. Now, may I, with a lot of humility, invite the following to take your seats. The Director General of Naro or his representative, come on please. Then the Director General of Naro will invite the Council Chair of Naro. Would also humbly request that you take your seat here. And then the Chair of Naro will invite the Honorable Minister to speak to us. I also, with a lot of humility, invite the Honorable Minister to the podium. Thank you. Right now, I think that we can have the Director General of Naro giving us your speech, who will in turn also invite the Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of State for Animal Industry, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, the Chair Naro Governing Council, the leadership of Naro and all staff of Naro, the council representative of Makerere University, the leadership of Makerere University and staff, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Minister, we've had a very exciting 3-day conference, and I want to congratulate all the participants for this very vibrant conference that we've had this very year. Honorable Minister, arising from this conference, there are 4 things that I want to bring to your attention to move forward to His Excellency the President as we continue to acknowledge his support as a country to decrease farmers in subsistence farming from 68%, 55%, to increase the contribution of industries from 6.2% to 8%, and to increase the general contribution of agriculture GDP from 20 to 28%. We in the scientific fraternity want to place a request to His Excellency the President and the government as a whole for increased investment in agriculture, because we believe that agriculture is the engine for socio-economic transformation for this country. Number 2, Honorable Minister, we take note that for us to have accelerated socio-economic transformation, we need to tightly integrate ICT in agriculture. And this morning, we had a very exciting presentation where a very good recommendation has come through, and that is to set up an e-agriculture working group, which will help to identify the key priorities that we need to invest in to trigger meaningful contribution via agriculture. Honorable Minister, we further note and believe that for a country to have a vibrant agricultural production system, there is a need to have a vibrant seed system. And by seed system, we want to emphasize that should focus comprehensively on crops, should focus on livestock, should focus on fisheries, should focus on forestry. When we have a comprehensive seed system, then we have a vibrant agricultural system in the country, which makes meaningful contribution to economic transformation. And lastly, Honorable Minister, we note that we in the innovation system and knowledge generation system, there is a huge gap between what we have and what is actually in application. We further therefore request, Honorable Minister, that let there be deliberate effort to invest in transferring technology from the universities and the research systems in the country to the end users. And this calls for heavy investment in the private sector. It calls for establishment of structures that will lead to converting or transiting technology into application. And finally, Honorable Minister, we further note that we need a coordinated fund platform as a country. And you may know that in the law that established NARO, there is a provision for a National Agricultural Research Trust Fund. We believe that if we can have this fund well financed, it should be able to pull together all research entities in the country, the universities, and we focus our effort on generating well-coherent and focused interventions that will lead to meaningful kind of transformation in the country. With that, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the Director General, I would like to thank you so much. I would like to thank all the participants that have participated in this conference. And now I take the honor and pleasure to humbly invite the Chair Naro Governing Council to make his remarks. And as he makes his remarks, he should be able to invite the Vice Chancellor, and then the Vice Chancellor will move forward. I'm advised that, okay, we now invite the Vice Chancellor to make his remarks, and then thereafter move forward. Thanks so much.
Sorry, thank you very much. And we have been guided that the Vice Chancellor will give a vote of thanks after everybody else has given the remarks. We are sorry for that mishap. So at this time, humility, invite the Chair, Naro, to give the remarks. Thank you.
Sorry for that bit of. Honorable Minister, retired Colonel Dr. Bright Rwamirama, who is our chief guest, Vice Chancellor Makerere University, distinguished scientists and conference participants, all protocol observed. Allow me, Honorable Minister, first of all, to thank you for coming. You were here with us, and you have come back as you promised. I know you. You are a committed servant, and I worked for you. I know you. Thank you so much for coming. Honorable Minister, allow me also to thank the conference participants and those who have presented very, very good papers here. This conference was a partnership between Makerere University and Naro, and we appreciate this. I remember in 2000, our first conference was I was also working for Naro. In 2000, we had the first conference, scientific conference, but it was only Naro affair. I'm happy that this has evolved to partnerships, and we look forward to having even more partnerships. Thank you so much for this vision, the conference organizers. Ladies and gentlemen, as many of you are aware, and Honorable Minister, a lot of good information has been generated in this conference. A lot of good papers. The quality has been very high. I'm also a scientist. I can also judge. The quality has been very high. And my appeal to all of us, Honorable Minister, if you allow me, is that we tease out issues which need, like technologies which are eminent, which need upscaling so that the private sector can take up. Let us not just talk in conferences and we leave technologies on the shelves. We also tease out policy issues, Honorable Minister, which we can develop into policy information papers, briefs, and we give them to the relevant ministry. In this case, it's MAIF, but also it may be a Minister of Education. Honorable Minister, as you are aware, innovations are the only engine which can change agriculture. And if we don't innovate and also educate our farmers so that they take up these innovations, we shall not make way forward. Honorable Minister, there have been teething issues that need more research and areas which are still not yet addressed. These are issues which the conference has generated. I will appeal to the organizing committee that you work on these issues and bring them out in a kind of information paper to inform we in policy, to inform our ministry, and then we can have a way forward. Honorable Minister, this conference, as you are aware, has been on for 3 days, and this is very exhaustive. We are now coming to the closing time. I want to thank you for your coming and for your gracing of this closing ceremony. Without wasting more time, allow me to humbly request you to make your closing remarks, and may God bless you. I say this for God and my country.
Honorable colleagues, ministers and members of parliament who are here, the chairperson, Naro Governing Council, the chairperson, Makerere University Council, Director General Naro, Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, representatives of USAID Uganda, the keynote speakers, distinguished researchers from Naro and different organizations and Makerere University, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to make a correction. This is not a closing ceremony. I am only delivering my closing remarks, and it begins and it ends when the program ends. And I want to assure you that from this morning to the time you close, whatever you are doing is going to be captured and going to be reviewed by Cabinet, because it is very, very important. So the process continues, and I will be back when the closing remarks are being made. I mean, the closing ceremony is taking place, and if I'm not available, I will be represented. On behalf of the Government of Uganda, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and on my own behalf, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you, the participants, for gracing this conference and for your invaluable contribution to the discussion. I would also like to express our gratitude to the keynote speakers for sharing their insight on a range of topics, including agro-industrialization, agriculture mechanization, COVID-19 and food systems, post-harvest management, livestock-based industry, ICT, and agricultural value chain, crop productivity, and sustainable agriculture production amidst climate change and failed weather conditions. I would also like to take this opportunity to tell you that the opportunity is in what we have, but not what we have lost. The opportunity we have here as Uganda is a pool of scientists who can provide solutions to our challenges. And I want to assure you that as a government, we are ready to walk the talk and support their scientists, you scientists, to fix our problems. I commend the organizers, Naro and Makerere University, for a job well done in planning and executing this conference. This event has successfully provided an opportunity for participants to showcase advances in research and innovation that can contribute to the development and transformation of the agriculture sector in Uganda. I am glad that a total of 7 keynote speeches and 117 scientific papers were presented at this conference. I am pleased to note that this time around, special attention was given to filtering out clear policy recommendations for guiding the agricultural and food systems in the country. Moving forward, it is essential that we prioritize future-proofing the youth by preparing them to control obstacles and challenges and discover the huge opportunities in agricultural value chain. The agricultural sector is a critical driver of economic growth and development in Uganda, and we must ensure that all our young people are empowered to embrace agriculture as a viable and gainful means of employment. I am pleased to note that exports earning from coffee, fish, animal products, beans, flowers, and fruits and vegetables have been on the rise according to the Bank of Uganda statistics for financial year 2021 and 21-22. Coffee earnings rose from $554 million to $862 million. Fish and fish products rose from 118 million to 135 million US dollars. Dairy rose from around 93 million to 132 million US dollars. Beans rose from 71 million to 113 million. Flowers rose from 62 million US dollars to 67 million US dollars. And fruits and vegetables rose from 44 million US dollars to 47 million US dollars. This growth is a testament to research, effort, and the resilience and hard work of our farmers. And there is still room for further growth as demand increases. As a ministry, we are fully committed to playing our role in the multi-sectoral efforts aimed at ensuring that youth are empowered to embrace agriculture as a viable and gainful means of employment. We will continue to work with the stakeholders to create an enabling environment for the growth and development of the agricultural sector in Uganda. I have received and appreciated the content of the conference communique that I note is well thought through. As a ministry responsible for agriculture, animal industry, and fisheries, we pledge to carefully examine the content and utilize the information provided appropriately. Let me also take this opportunity to react to some of the comments that I picked this morning so that you may benefit from the policy direction of this country. The first one was fake agrochemical products on the market as a challenge to agriculture. I want to inform the scientists in this conference that the ministry is moving forward to strengthen regulatory functions of food systems, veterinary drugs system, and also agrochemical system by creating an authority and providing necessary manpower and tools to regulate chemicals and drugs coming in this country to stop this pandemic. Two, I agree with the presenter on ICT that we need a cloud-based system for our farming communities. Three, the future generation of Africa have no future. One of the presenters was quoting one of the writers. And I want to say that, God forbid, this shall not be the case. There is an English proverb that a doctor is always happy in a diseased village. One of the challenges we have faced here in Africa is failing to address our problems and thinking that the people who are benefiting in our chaos would actually fix the problem. This conference is about to solve this problem. And I'm very confident that this will not be stopped. It is unstoppable. The political will in this country is behind the scientists, and we shall fix them. And I can say the future generation of Africa have a future. Because we have invested in science, and we shall continue to invest in science. Sleepwalking. Our soils are poor because we are sitting on old soil mass. Yes, and those who think that irrigation and soil nutrition is an option, use of fertilizer is no longer an option. Using irrigation is no longer an option. If we have to feed these million Ugandans and feed the world, we have to go science, we have to use high efficient methods to produce. I agree with the presenter, and I think there is no debate about this one, and I want to assure you that the government is already upscaling these technologies. You cannot feed 45 million people on rain-fed agriculture. True. Yesterday it rained so much that some of you had to debate whether to have lunch and wet yourselves or to forego and remain smart. But you know you cannot cheat nature. All of us ended down in mud. But that rain is not enough. So, in your recommendations, I have seen this is well captured. And finally, on the comments on oil palm, we certainly could not have picked on any other crop because of efficiency that you ably exhibited in your presentation. And one of the challenges we have is not only a shortage of land, but also corruption. Some of you were shy to mention it. Let me mention it. I was very, very, very disturbed. One of the senior citizens, late Yona Kanyomozi, had land and sold to the project at 400 million. But the local leadership and politicians and what, they brought people and put them in this land. And compensation took over 2 billion on a land that was free of encumbrances, from 400 million, almost 3 billion. So we should condemn corruption in our systems. One of the challenges is certainly external influence. As I earlier said, a doctor is always happy in a diseased village. I was laughing some time back when people were thinking of getting loan from World Bank to fix the rail line from Mombasa to here. Who is that madman in Europe who can give you that money free? But you know, when it came here, it was for coffee. But you must know that when you have one locomotive engine on a rail line is pulling more than 40 wagons, and 40 wagons, you can imagine how many engines of Mercedes-Benz and Mark II you are silencing on the road. So some of the problems we must fix ourselves. It's like the wrong talk, the neglected diseases of Africa. Neglected by who? By ourselves. Who is suffering from malaria other than Africans? Trypanosomiasis, who has it? It's we. So we must find solutions, and I'm very happy that this forum is providing a model that we should follow. Finally, once again, I would like to thank everybody for your enormous contribution to this conference, and I wish you the best in future as you continue to conclude what we started, and then we start on the real closing ceremony. With these remarks, I want to thank you very much, and once again, on behalf of the government of Uganda and on behalf of my youth and myself, to congratulate you for time well spent in this conference. It is important to have these innovations. It's good news. But what is very, very, very important is to have them adopted and applied for our farming communities, for the improvement of our households, and also in economic growth of this country. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Another round of applause to the Honourable Minister. Thank you very much for the insightful remarks and also the commitment to have government involved in this. Now, without wasting time, allow me to invite the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, to give a vote of thanks to our partners and collaborators. Professor.
Our chief guest, the Honorable Bright Ramirama, the chairperson of the Naro Governing Board, the Director General, Naro, the Principal, KS, and all of you, my colleagues, participants, researchers, and invited guests. Let me begin by thanking you, Honorable Ramirama, for first coming to open the conference and also to close it. We do not take that for granted. Thank you for making the time and for actually even following the discussions and commenting on them. Honorable Minister, we want to thank you for the pledge that you have made to follow up with the government to ensure that these researchers who are doing a very important job for our country are supported appropriately. I think on the opening day, you have also somehow referred to it. Our country is growing very fast in population. The land is not expanding. There are reports that the productivity of the land is deteriorating. We are also faced by climate change, and we are the worst affected. So when it overrains in one time, those are signs of climate change. And these people have to do research and ensure that they come up with the solutions to ensure that all these people whom we are producing will be first of all fed, because unless they are fed, they cannot do anything else anyway. So the work being done by Naro and the colleagues at Makerere is extremely important. I am very pleased with your pledge that you are going to ensure that the government takes up this seriously. And on that note, I would like to make an appeal to you that you bring to the attention once again, because we have appealed before, that we need to enhance the budget for research in this country. All studies show that, and I hope they are wrong, that even within East Africa, Uganda spends the least as a percentage of GDP on research. I don't know whether it is a problem of statistics and the data. I'm really surprised that all studies show that we are spending only 0.3% of GDP on research and development against what we pledged to do within the AU and also within the East African community, to spend at least 1% of GDP on research. We cannot overemphasize the importance of research. I have heard several people, even in Parliament, asking, what are you doing in research? What is it doing? I always give just one example of the famine which was in eastern Uganda some years back. And it was devastating the communities until researchers came up with the drought-resistant cassava. And since then, there have been famines droughts in eastern Uganda, but we have never had a famine. So that one innovation has solved a very huge problem for the country. And these researchers are getting solutions every day. But just like the Director General said, a lot of very good research remains on shelves because we cannot transform these into goods and services because there is no support for that. So I just want to make this appeal once again that government seriously considers investing more in research. I would like to thank the researchers for the good work that you are doing. Every conference that I come to, and I've been attending all the three, we get information that new varieties of crops have come. There is research on pests and how to control them. And sometimes, because when people are planting, they don't know where these things came from. They don't ask. We normally don't know that this is the work of the researchers. So thank you very much, researchers, for the good work that you are doing. I want to thank the team from Naro and the Makerere University College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences for initiating this collaboration, because in modern times, research is about collaboration. The more we collaborate, the better results we will get. So thank you very much. Finally, I would like to thank the organizing committee for a well-organized conference. I looked at the abstracts and the richness of the papers that have been presented here. Thank you very much, the organizing committee. I believe it is joint between Naro and the Makerere University. We, of course, would like to thank the hotel for the facilities that have enabled us to conduct this conference successfully. The minister has said he's not closing, but actually, officially he has closed, but you can continue with the deliberations. And I just want to end by saying once again, thank you very much, Honorable Ramirama, and be our ambassador in the government as far as the research is concerned. Thank you.
Just before you leave, Honorable Minister, I'm kindly requesting with Professor and the rest of the team that's been here to allow a group photo. I know that you will be heading to the President's address, you're heading to Parliament, but kindly allow a group photo right here. And I am also going to request our previous session chair, Professor Bale Edward, to please come and join this. Our previous discussant, Dr. Gabriel Damlida, please make sure you make your way here. Let's first have this particular picture, but I will request all our presenters and all those who are on the panel which was going on earlier, which we just had to break, to also join in this picture and make it as memorable as it can be. So let me have Dr. Damlida, Dr. Abubakar Mohammed, Mr. Chin Pitti, Mr. David Baironda, to also come and join in this picture. Professor Imelda, there is no way you have to remain where you are at. Please come and join this. And I'm kindly requesting all the technical staff, all the leadership staff of Naro and Makerere University to come and join this picture. We could have a few. Dr. Sadiq, I can see you're remaining seated, but I have seen already. Our previous presenters, Dr. John Wasige, all our keynote presenters, please. We can have a few people standing at the front. I am kindly requesting that we have a few people stand at the front, others at the back, and we'll be able to have this picture. And I totally agree with you. You know who is a football fan when they come to take pictures in front and they sit. Yeah? I agree with you, Vice Chancellor, and like US Senator Mitt Romney said, that starving research and development is like eating the seed corn. So it's very, very agreeable that research is important. And also, Robert McKee, a renowned author from the University of Southern Carolina, did say that when you do enough research, the story writes itself. The lines of development spring loose, and you will have choices galore. So your research will be able to guide development, will be able to guide all the other proposals that you have and action points. Thank you very much, Honorable Bright Rwamirama, for making time off. I know how passionate you are about agriculture, not only animal husbandry. And we do hope that with the suggestion that the Vice Chancellor did make, we may continue to have more and more research that is going to inform how we do agriculture and better the sector that supports us. We can continue saying it's not the backbone, but until that day when we are hungry is when we will realize that this agriculture is a backbone. So ladies and gentlemen, because we had to break our panel session a little bit, before we go for our lunch, I am going to request that I have Professor Bale Edward back, so you can have the other panelists have their presentations, and then we will have a bit of feedback before we go for lunch. So let's welcome back Professor Bale once again.
Thank you very much, and thank you, colleagues, for braving, the change in program. Right now, we had a presentation on oil palm, and we did not actually have the panel presentation. But I remembered something very important, that we have the unsatisfied need for palm oil, where the production is about 80,000 metric tons, and yet the demand is about 410,000 metric tons, meaning that it presents a great opportunity to our country to expand on the production, create more jobs, and even export. And then the presenter presented in some challenges, and one of which is land. To cover this gap that is in the palm oil sector, we need about 100,000 hectares of land to do that. But also there are very poor agronomical practices, and then there is a serious finance constraint. However, the presenter also went on to give the government has had interventions, and there has been the identification of public land for purchase, but also mobilization of outgrowers, among others. But at the same time, from the technological point of view, Naro has also intervened to fill the technological gaps into this, and that this has led to the expansion to other areas of the country. And at the same time, there is also private sector interventions in the sector. And to sum it all, this sector presents a lot of opportunities to the country. And given that brief, I would like to call the panel. The panelists kindly come on the podium, our presenter, and then there is also a moderator who is not myself. I will do the timekeeping. We shall give you about 15 minutes to pull off the panel. May I see panelists following the oil palm presentation take on the podium, please? Panelists? Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, like you've already done. Let's invite the panelists at the front. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Max Adi, and I'm here to moderate this very important presentation that has just been given to us by Dr. Gabriel. And, okay, sorry. And the professor has already summarized it all, most of the issues that were presented in the paper. But in front here, ladies and gentlemen, we do have Dr. Abubakar Muhammad, who is the Commissioner, Policy Development and Capacity Development at the Office of the President. You're most welcome. We also have Dr. Gabriel Damulida, who is the researcher. Thank you for the presentation. We also have David Balironda, the General Manager, Kalangala Oil Palm Growers. You're most welcome. Thank you for keeping our people happy at the island. And Mr. Chin Pit Te, please forgive me if I do not pronounce it very well, who is the General Manager, Oil Palm Buvuma Limited. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we had to see off the minister, you all had the presentation, and I think right about this time, we can also welcome some of the questions shortly. We shall be going into some of the questions coming in from the audience. We shall accept some of your questions, but as we have the person with the microphone perhaps move around, we shall then, before we get to that part, we can perhaps have, I'm sure we have already looked at the issue of research. Okay, thank you for the guidance. We actually do have more time now. So as we get some of the questions coming in later on, for now I will give each of the members on the panel to at least give a brief presentation, because we already had from Dr. the researcher. So we shall have, let's start from Dr. Muhammad Moki to give his brief presentation. We shall keep it to 5 to 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, moderator. I've already been introduced, and in interest of the time, I go to the subject matter. Now, I'm going to talk about a policy issue, because I'm a policy person, like was introduced. Now, there are two things that we need to clarify: policy and politics. Now, in politics, you need to say something that pleases the people, even if it's not correct. But policy, it has to be evidence-based. It has to be evidence-based. Now, from the paper, I'm going to talk about policy issues, not politics. Now, for my observations, we find that we need to be very, very clear of what the problem we are addressing. Because with public policy, we start with the public policy problem. What problems are we trying to address? Now, looking at other papers that followed, you actually find that we are importing cheaper agricultural products that we produce. Someone presented the beef, chicken, and so on. Now, what does that mean policy-wise? It means that we may be addressing a problem with a wrong solution. It's like killing a mosquito with an hammer. Instead of using a similar tool, you are using a bigger tool. So now that means that there's a very big problem in the design, and we need to look into that. With that, therefore, I did not see clearly the problem that we want to address, and whether the interventions we are bringing on board are speaking to that, so that we don't repeat the same stories where we are seeing cheaper products coming than what we are producing. So in terms of public policy, we're actually doing more harm to the economy, if that also applies in that sector. And then two, in public policy, we always want to see alternatives. Now, if there are no alternatives, there is a possibility of delaying to politics, which I often see. For example, if we are saying that we need land, there should be increased land for the commodity, then we need to show the options of getting this land. That's how public policy works. But if just a plain statement like that's politics, because now there we need to look at other competing needs, and then we balance and see how best we can bring this. Otherwise, the interventions can fail, and that's why most of the interventions fail. But right now, other presenters have also mentioned we're having a very high population growth rate, we have very high urbanization rate, so there are competing needs for the land, and the land is fixed. So what options are we providing to use so that we can get the land that required? Otherwise, you might identify land politically, and it also brings problems. And yet, if an analysis was done, and then you compare the other options, then be able to come up with the right solution. Now, the same applies to financing. I see there's need for financing for this. But what options have we considered for financing? It should not be a political statement like that. You need to also present options. Like now, you find that people are already having a high cost of borrowing. So which type of financing are we suggesting that is practical to the people, to the solutions? Otherwise, you'll get financing that you'll fail to pay. You have seen in other forums where we're having a very huge debt. People borrow and they're failing to pay. So all this is because of lack of analysis comparing the options. So in public policy, we really emphasize that we need to compare options. And then second last, in the interest of time, last one is research and technology adoption. Yes, we are praising scientists, and someone rightly mentioned, we have so many PhD products, so many master's products. So in agriculture, if you really documented how many people have gone through Makerere in agriculture, from diploma, bachelor, so in thousands. But where is the application of all that knowledge? Where? So if you are promoting research and adoption, but what are we doing with all these other numbers? And that should be factual. One time someone in another forum I attended, someone said he had come up with documentation and he got up to around 15 people with poultry, PhDs in poultry, but none of them was running a poultry farm. Now, if we're practicing, then that would be maybe an area of production. So in conclusion, what I'm saying that I'm emphasizing that there's need for us really to make sure that we also write things in policy nature, not only scientific, not only in political language, but also try to bring out the policy aspects. And the only way we can bring policy aspects is being more factual and then bring comparisons so that people can see. Otherwise, looking at one line, yes, you can end at the results that you want, but will remain at the poor levels that we are seeing ourselves with all these plans. You heard someone say we start with the Bonaba, we have had plant modernization agriculture, NADC, operation wealth creation, plan this parish development, and people are saying we don't see anything that will happen. Why? Maybe because they did not look at this angle that we are talking about, comparing options. So in brief, that's what I can say, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give Dr. Muhammad a round of applause. Thank you for speaking policy and not politics. Thank you so much. And let's go to the person who is on the ground and that is none other than Dr. David, sorry, this is Mr. David Balironda, who is the General Manager, Kalangala Oil Palm Growers. Let's have a remark coming from him. And just to guide a bit, you can take 3 minutes. Let's use 3 minutes. Someone will help you with the microphone. Thank you.
Hello. Moderator, thank you very much. I'm Balironda David. I'm the General Manager for Kalangala Oil Palm Growers Trust. Kalangala Oil Palm Growers Trust is in Kalangala District, Sese Islands. Kalangala Oil Palm Growers Trust was established in 2006 by government, by Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, together with Kalangala District local government, to develop oil palm together with the investor. The investor we are talking about is Oil Palm Uganda Limited, or BIDICO, as people call it. Kalangala Oil Palm Growers Trust has mobilized the farmers to grow oil palm, and we are implementing this using a model of the 4 Ps, people, public, private, partnership. This model is the best of all models if we want to quicken up development within a very short time. The farmers started planting oil palm in 2006 with the help of the investor, with also the help of government, using a legal document called a tripartite agreement signed between government of Uganda, signed with the Oil Palm Uganda Limited, and Kalangala Oil Palm Growers Trust. So that's the model of the Ps which I'm talking about. The tripartite agreement gives the roles and responsibilities of each party. The role of government is to provide land to the investor as an incentive. So that the investor could bring in the money to invest. I think the investor brought in around 120 million US dollars. The other role of government was to provide the infrastructure and also provide a conducive environment for the farmers to plant. This means the other role of government was to provide financing to the farmers. As we speak, government borrowed fund from the International Fund for Agricultural Development to the tune of about 53.1 billion Uganda shillings, so that the farmers could utilize it on a loan basis. Provide cash loan, provide fertilizers, provide seedlings, and the other inputs. That loan has 10% interest. So in the last 13 years, the farmers have been able to pay, to return to the consolidated fund 52 billion shillings. So the oil palm farmers are remaining with the 1 billion shillings to pay and other 18 billion in terms of interest. So what I want to drive at is that farmers can pay back the loan. When Professor John was presenting, he gave out, outlined some strategies which can be adopted if we want to produce agricultural transformation. But one other thing we should add on that one is credit. Credit is very, very important. Credit, farmers can pay using their gardens, and this one is exemplified with within the framework, within this model, within the perennial crops can pay. In fact, at this moment, the farmers who have completed the loan are getting 100%, and they are doing other investments, and they are borrowing also from the banks, and they are using their gardens as collateral. That's one thing. The role of the investor is for them to bring in their money, and at the moment in Kalangala we have 2 very big factories for producing crude palm oil. And the other role of the private sector, they import the fertilizer. Oil palm, we use a lot of fertilizer. So they import the fertilizer. For them, they pay cash. But for us, the farmers, they give us some grace period. That's the advantage of having investors. So, time?
Sorry, Mr. Damolida, I will have to perhaps cut you short on that note, especially now that you're talking about the PPP. We are dealing with the private sector at this point. So I would like you to allow me to give also an opportunity to Mr. Chin-Pit. I may have to come back to you, maybe with some questions from the audience. Okay. Thank you so much. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much.
So we are talking about the investor at this point, and let's get to hear from Mr. Chin. He could be having a short remark, a brief one. Let's keep it to 2 to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chimpiti from Malaysia. As you know, Malaysia is one of the largest oil palm producer in the world, second largest now, about 5.16 million hectares. So I'm in charge of oil palm Bufuma Limited. Yep. Okay. Thank you. So I'm in charge of the oil palm Bufuma Limited. Actually, we are replicating the same project like Kalangala in Bukala Island. I was in Kalangala before. The project is so successful, but when you look at the hectareage for Kalangala district, it is only enough to feed 15 to 20% of the population in Uganda. The population has grown to very high in Uganda. When I first arrived in Uganda, the population was 22.5 million. As per now, 45. The population actually already doubled. When the population double, we also need to increase the food simultaneously. So by now, the country needs 100,000 hectares. But again, you talk about Bufuma, we are having a lot of land challenges. The land which we are in is not available. And then, so we request the government to intervention to speed up the project. Not only in Bufuma, also we have another hub called Mayuge. So we go back to the objective. The main objective of the government for this oil palm project is to alleviate poverty, especially in the rural area. Also reduce reliance of palm oil importation from Asia. And then third, job opportunity. Our main target is to deploy Ugandans to work in our plantations. So during this conference also, my boss also called me, try to hunt for good candidate to join our new project, because the project not only in Bufuma, also in Chotela, next to Rakai district, also in Masaka. A lot of job opportunity will be coming. Of course, we are here to transfer the knowledge of this oil palm to the local Ugandans also. After 21 years, I can see a great difference between the farmers in Kalankala. So according to Mr. David, he has been with the oil palm project since the day one. The people in Kalankala farmers already transformed. That's why Kalankala, you talk as per now, Kalankala is only behind this Kampala, Wakiso, and Tebe. Kalankala now is the top 5, I think, in terms of income. Before that was bottom, the poorest. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. David. Yes. So we are replicating the same project. We hope that the government intervention to help us, the investor, as an investor, to speed up the land acquisition process in Kalankala, in Bufuma. The project actually is very important for the people of Uganda. Not only for the investment alone, but it has a function to uplift the livelihood of the people in the rural area, like such as Bufuma, Mayuge, Chotela, and I believe many areas will come on board in the future. Not to forget also, to cultivate oil palm, we need a lot of fertilizer. We also request the government to revive the fertilizer plant in Tororo. We visited the plant for a few times, but actually the plant is not working. I think due to several issues. The plant actually produces rock phosphate for the whole country. So we are so proud of the Kalankala project, oil palm project, but the good quality must also come with the good quantity. You must have the volume. The quality itself is not enough, but we must have the quantity. So fertilizer is very important. Without fertilizer, we only achieve 20% of the potential yield. So where is the other 80%? The land is very scarce. With fertilizer, we can optimize the yield of the palm. We'd like to thank the government of Uganda for inviting us to invest in this country. Actually, honestly, first time when we visited Uganda, we looked at the elevation, 1,200 meters from the sea level. The scientists already mentioned oil palm is not suitable for area which is more than 800 meters, but thank God we proved that they are wrong. Oil palm actually can grow even at 1,200 meters from the sea level. And then proven the quality also very good. I think that's all my speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chin. Mr. Chin represents the private sector on the panel here. And so, ladies and gentlemen, because of time, we may not actually interact with questions more than 2 because we are supposed to have ended this session by 1 p.m. And unfortunately, I see we have gone aboard 7 minutes. So just for the interest of time, I will perhaps accept about only two questions. Yes, one, Professor, you might have to kill me today. I'm also breaking the rules. Let's have, the 4 are really insisting. So someone with the microphones, I will have to ask for an amendment of time. Perhaps, yes. Or 5. I'd seen 4. Okay, microphone very quickly. Otherwise, the panel, thank you so much for all your presentation. Let's start from here. Yes.
Thank you very much, panelists, for a very good insight into what is happening about palm oil and how it's improving the livelihoods out there. And as a person who comes from an academic institution, and specifically from the college that deals with agriculture and environmental sciences, my students have always asked me about the palm oil. And this is from the perspective that we do teach these students or interact with them with aspects that deal with nature conservation, pollution, ecosystems protection, in situ conservation, carbon sequestration, a lot of such issues as we interact. And the question has always been, what effect will replacing a natural high forest with a monocrop that is, no, I'll reserve that, so that we are able to get insights into explaining to these youth on the benefits of having the palm oil vis-a-vis the issues that it could bring about as we protect the environment, noting that climate change is with us and it's not about to go away.
Thank you so much. Environmental protection is the main issue there. Yes, please.
Thank you, moderator and the panel. I think I've been discussing here with the chairman. He tells me that the oil palm is a very good public-private partnership model for agricultural transformation. But just like the principal has said, oil palm is replacing trees. But we also need the oil. Now, potentially, how do we expand the oil palm to other areas? And how are we managing the ecosystem? Because this is, right now, the private sector is playing a big role. The private sector withdraws. What happens to the oil palm? Because you know that the trees are very much related to the hydrological cycle. So if we remove trees and replace them with the palm oil, and then we don't continue with palm oil at some point, what will happen to our climate? What will happen? Now, another thing is cooking oil from oil of palm. And then we also have cooking oil from cereals. Now, the issue is, how much can we produce from cereal crops, oil crops? Why don't we cover part of the oil demands from oil seed crops? Huh? Because we are right now producing 20% of the potential So if we fill the yield gap, then it would also protect the environment. We need to think about this. Now, I think from the presentation, we didn't hear about the nutrient and water requirements of oil palm. And I've heard these people that they're expanding it to the north, to the east. What provisions have been put in place to achieve the yield target there? And the question would be, which yield target are you targeting? This is a question which normally is not answered for most of these production programs. Which yield, you leave the whole crop with the farmer and is producing 20%. And then you call that agricultural transformation. It is not. So, and if you are targeting a particular yield, is it the subsistence farmer who is going to produce it under his environment? Can he really produce that? So we need to know whether there is really the environmental footprint of expanding oil palm in Uganda, because we are replacing trees. Now, if you look at the rainfall around of Uganda, Lake Victoria has the highest rainfall, and it is important for our production system. That because of the lakes and the trees and the islands, definitely we can have a high rainfall within the Lake Victoria basin. Now, what are the implications of introducing oil palm in that region? Are we going to have the same hydrological cycle? Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I submit.
Thank you so much. There was...
I already have here a microphone.
Yeah. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm Odoi Juventine Boaz, Naro staff, and I would like to say doing forestry research under Napori. My question here is to the presenter, where he indicated that there is a deficit of like 100,000 hectares. And under the Bond Challenge, which Uganda has ratified the Bond Challenge, and it is indicated that Uganda ratified that will provide 2 million hectares under a reforestation program. And 1.2 was designated under agroforestry system, which means that planting trees within the community outside the protected areas. Now, my question is, palm growing is basically done in those areas, Kalangala, Buvuma, and the areas you have indicated, leaving the greater percentage of land mass of Uganda. Is it possible to grow oil palm under the system like it is done under coffee farming model, where you have these farmers with a small land acreage, 1 acre, but eventually Uganda is one of the leading coffee producers. So is it possible to mimic the coffee farming system to grow palm to cover the remaining areas? Now that goes to the policy gentleman. I look at this as an avenue in order to put that oil palm, in order to cover the remaining gap. We can grow oil palm under smallholder system, and then the policy part of it which can come is to roll it out to local nurseries and decentralize the nurseries than only in Kalangala. Because like right now, if a farmer from Tororo wants to plant oil palm, so where does he get the seedling, the planting? So he has to go to Buvuma or Kalangala, so which is really, so therefore that can be a policy system. For us in forestry, we have a lot of roadside nurseries. So therefore there is easy access of germplasm, planting material for farmers, and this can also be replicated. Thank you very much, and I think forestry is said to be a backbone of agriculture, and agriculture is the backbone of economy of Uganda. So we need to do these projects without compromising the other. As Professor has talked of, and then the Dr. John Mwesige. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe, yes, there's one. There's just one more question from this side, and we are done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Winnie Nkalubo. I work with Naro in the area of fisheries research. And one of the key constraints that is affecting our fisheries sector is pollution. We have heard from the presenters that expansion has actually happened in Kalangala, and efforts are being made in Buvuma. It is not any doubt that these are island areas surrounded by water. We have also had our impoverished soils need some immense application of fertilizer. My question really would be, especially to the private sector, what kind of remedial measures have been put in place to actually protect our lake environments, given that sometimes what happens upstream, we have heard of the heavy rainfall that Lake Victoria, where these islands are located, experience. These upstream activities do not end up in our aquatic ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Just the last one.
Oh, all right.
Thank you. I'm called Michael Tim. This one is going specifically to the general manager. I'm interested in insects, and there's a global drive to use insects as food and feed. And the palm weevil offers a classical example of an insect that is both a pest and food. What strategy are people putting in place to ensure that you manage it as a pest and the farmers also use it as food?
Okay, thank you. I believe that is already being managed. There are lots of issues have been raised, from environmental issues to some policy issues. So I've been guided that we need to go through all these issues raised within the next 10 minutes. I may not know where to start from, but let me have the policy person, Dr. Moki.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. From the feedback, I have one area, and that is of considering options. So in public policy, we believe in showing options. And if there's a way the people can be improved in that area, then it will be okay. If we are talking about expansion, what other alternatives are we considering? What has come out, have we considered the mix, mixing with coffee and whatever? And then too, what about the other option of cereals? Promoting the cereals to supplement, because what we want to address is oil. So that there's a balance, the paper is balanced, but if you're only advancing one option, get more land for palm, you have not shown the other option, so that the policymaker can compare. Like the other effects, people say, what happens to the environment? We are destroying the plants and we are putting palm. Palm needs fertilizers. Tomorrow, the fertilizer, the price might be so high and you fail, you jump off. So what happens to the environment? So all that analysis should come out clearly. And then that becomes a policy document. Otherwise, without that, it becomes complicated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Doctor. And I'll go to Dr. Abubakar. There are some issues raised there, especially talking about research. Maybe you can break them down for us.
Thank you, moderator. I wanted to first clear a space regarding oil palm. Unlike other crops, oil palm is not a native of Uganda, neither East Africa. It came from West Africa. And its adoption within our farming systems requires careful considerations, and also environmental related issues have to be handled with a lot of care. To answer what Prof. Goretti alluded to in terms of environment, from that background I've given, there is need of what I would call awareness in terms of even within the research fraternity. The challenge we've been having has been that there is a lot of environmental concerns about oil palm. But I wanted to inform you that the environmental concerns, yes, are global, not only within Uganda, but there has been a drive globally to see how oil palm is produced. I think it's only one crop where the word coined in terms of sustainability. Of recent, we talk of sustainability oil palm production. And sustainability means that we have to consider all other factors, all the effects around oil palm which cause to the environment. For Kalangala, yes, it was like something we wanted to test, because as I said, this was a new crop with limited knowledge in terms of establishment, in terms of how it interacts within the environment. There was deliberate concern in terms of how the project was initiated. But during the midterm review, it was found that it had encroached on the environment, or there was a lot of negative impact. What was decided was, like, let's go the sustainable way. How do we produce oil palm sustainably? I can assure you, Kalangala constitutes close to around 44,000 hectares. But in the initial plan, all the 44, almost half of it was meant to be under oil palm. But with that environmental concern, a study was done to look at the environmental impacts. And it was, the results indicated that for Kalangala to be environmentally sustainable, we only needed 11,000 hectares of oil palm. And today, that is why we no longer have oil palm opening in Kalangala. And with that, we looked at 3 factors. The natural forests, which Dr. John has talked about, because Kalangala had a bigger coverage in terms of natural forests. So the encroachment on the natural forests was discarded, and it's only 11,000 hectares, which are now under oil palm production. And based on the conditions around the country, the island areas are the only areas with the best suitable conditions. But because of the environmental issue, Kalangala was discarded, and now went to Buvuma. And right now, Buvuma, before anything was done, an environmental impact assessment was done. And right now, we know the acreages under Buvuma, which can go under oil palm. And this has also guided the expansion beyond the islands, that we don't only go openly and open up land, but there are preliminary studies which are done to ascertain whether the oil palm will cause any environmental impact before we expand. Regarding also the questions about students, actually everybody, apart even beyond the academia, there are a lot of questions coming from environmentalists. I think my take on this is that we've spent almost like 15 years doing research on oil palm. It's high time now we open up in terms of interacting. We need a lot of students to come to Kalangala to do their research from there. I think with the opening up of now students coming in and getting to know what is on ground and the studies they can initiate there, it can help us to, for the students to get to understand what is oil palm is all about. And also in terms of agro-tourism, it's picking up. So there is need for research and academia to collaborate in terms of creating awareness, because these are the students who will come in. These are the future generations. They need to get to know about the crop and how it interacts with the environment. To Dr.
the other issue you might also add on there is the issue of availability of seedlings across board.
Yeah, it will come a long way as I'm giving my brief. For Dr. Wasige, yes, you have a number of concerns regarding the hydrological conditions in places where we are operating from. But I can assure you, yes, these are very good studies which need to be done, but Naro is not resting. As I presented, the studies for Kalangala started all the way in 1971, and production started in 2005, meaning that there was careful kind of studies to look at all aspects of production. These studies never started with the new generation of Naro, but way back all these were done. But this is just to emphasize that we don't take a rush kind of position to allocate areas where these studies are to be done. Then in 2005, when these studies were, when commercial production was initiated in Kalangala, Naro started another comprehensive studies because we realized that Kalangala was not enough. That is around the Lake Victoria Crescent. And if you recall in my presentation, we had adoptive trials in Mayuge, in Masaka, and also Bujiri and Chotera. Right now, the production in, which is being initiated in Buvuma, it's after the recommendation from Naro that these places are suitable in terms of oil palm production. And even before, the private sector person will tell you that there's a requirement for them to undertake an environmental impact assessment within those areas to confirm that oil palm production will not interfere with the environment. Then, after that, we are now enrolling to the north. Today, I'm not telling you that in the north we are going to plant oil palm in the next 5 years. No. Naro has initiated the adaptive trials to look at all those aspects, agroecologies, hydrological cycles within those areas, drought-related kind of issues, because we need to promote a crop there which can fit within the weather conditions or weather patterns in the north. So that is how we move. But in terms of like what studies are meant to be done, these are done comprehensively, and we don't do it alone as Naro, but also the private sector come in, but also we collaborate with other institutions across the world. Like for those adaptive trials in the north, we are working with the CILAD France and also Oil Palm Research Institute of Ghana to help us backstop the technical aspects which we may lack as Naro. Then in terms of seedlings, yes.
Doctor, 30 seconds.
Yeah, in terms of seedlings, we are also in the advanced stages of testing out materials within the country. And we hope that in the next 5 years, we'll be able to have seedlings which can be used by farmers. One thing I should mention to the audience is that oil palm is a patient crop, and it takes time. So whatever we are planning here, we are planning for the next 5 to 20 years, because this is a crop with a life cycle of 25 years.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Just within 1 minute, Mr. David Valironda, for the case of sustainability, if the investor goes away after some time, how are we ensuring sustainability, training of some of the workers, expertise in this area, just in 1 minute?
Thank you very much, moderator. I would like to assure the audience that Ugandans are now well versed with oil palm. One of the prerequisites of the investor was to train Ugandans. The investor in Kalangala, Oil Palm Uganda Limited, has an employment of about 1,500 workers who are Ugandans. And those who are working in the factories, about, I think, 3 or 4, they are expatriates. The rest are Ugandans from Makerere University and other universities. So we are now competent to take over from them. Even if they go away, we shall be, so they had to train all of us, even because when I was at Makerere, I didn't study oil palm. The investors are the ones who trained me, of course, from also reading books.
Thank
But
you
now,
so much.
Yes.
Thank you,
now,
David. Something else you wanted to add on?
There is another one about
just a quick one in 30
yes,
seconds.
Yes, a quick one. The pest, the weevil.
Okay.
In Kalangala, it is a pest. At the same time, it is a weevil. We have been working hand in hand with the Naro research to see that we reduce the infestation of this weevil. But at the same time, there are some farmers who are rearing the weevil under quarantine and selling a kilo at 50,000 shillings.
Wow.
Yes. Now we are also coming up. We also saw Makerere University with this technology. So there are some farmers, people who don't have land. So we are training those ones how to rear black soldier flies, particularly we call them child mothers because during COVID, so many children became pregnant, and so they were doing nothing, so they don't have land. So we had to have trained all of them. So far we are approaching 200. We are training them how to rear black soldier fly, and so that they get an income every week.
Thank
so
you.
These child mothers every week, one sells a kilo at 2,500 shillings. One can be able to sell 10 kilos. So black soldier flies are fed on a waste product from the factory called the decanter. That decanter cake. Every week we get 10 metric tons from our partners, and we supply to the communities. So there are two now pests which we are turning into. The black soldier flies are used for mixing with maize bran to replace silverfish mukene, which is becoming scarce in the lake.
Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the panel in front here. Lots of issues to be discussed, except that we do not have much time. So I think with the guidance of Professor, I think we have come to the end of this session. I think we have satisfactorily got all the
pollution.
The issue of pollution.
Because the fisheries was worried about pollution. I want to rest assure you that the lake is not polluted. The lake is not polluted. Everywhere we live 200 meters without affecting, that buffer is not affected. Secondly, when we are growing oil palm, we plant a legume cover crop. In Kalangala, we have a cover crop called Mukuna black theatre. It covers the soil. And when we're applying fertilizer, we don't simply, we only apply what the plant will require. These scientists have recommended specific kilograms which we are supposed to apply per plant per period of time. So the lake is not polluted at all. But then also let me say moderator, because when people are outside Kalangala and everywhere, they might think that we cut down forests. For example, Oil Palm Uganda Limited planted in grasslands. 70% of where they planted was grassland. In fact, internationally, the regulation is that we are not supposed to plant oil palm where there is high carbon stock. So where there is high carbon stock, no planting oil palm, and we are following that one strictly. The farmers are not cutting down forests, but changing the farming system. Someone talked about farming system, the coffee farming system. So because farmers are looking at this as gold, they are looking at this as gold. They are getting a lot of money. Every month in Kalangala, we pay 1,500 farmers 5 billion shillings. 5 billion shillings. And that one goes to 1,500 farmers. So that's a lot of money. So that's why those who are growing oil palm, a cross-section of many, have come out of poverty and they are in the middle class.
Thank you so much. Thank you. A round of applause. Professor, bear with me on the issue of time. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure from here we can always interact. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as our panelists take back their seats. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Mildred, I hand you back the podium.
Thank you very much, Max. A round of applause for our moderator. And to our brilliant panelists, I think there is more discussion I need to have with Mr. Damlida and Mr. Valironda. I think there is just a lot that needs to be expounded because it's painted as we are moving on a very rosy ground. But I think these are very key issues that we need to be paying attention to as have been raised in the plenary. I loved the discussion about forestry being the bedrock or backbone of agriculture, and then agriculture. I have continuously said we can say agriculture is not the backbone of Uganda's economy until the near future when we'll get to realize and acknowledge. It may not be able to provide as much to the GDP as yet because probably we haven't implemented what we are dealing with in research. Earlier on we were talking about a fertilizer policy, mechanization policy in the discussions. Probably when we get all those unplug the loopholes, agriculture will be able to contribute to the GDP as much, and then we will get to the acceptance that it is the backbone of our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have I'm standing in between your lunch, so I don't want to be an enemy. I am going to request our poster presentations to get ready. So Roland, Ainebiona, Rambuka, please be ready at your poster. Erima Samuel, Enoch Mwesugalwogo, Patrick Bamanya, Constantine Chobet Ondoro, Caroline Nanchinga, Onesmus Semalulu, John Obuo, Fiona Kwaga, and Brian Britex Owoye Sijire, together with Agnes Alajo. I'm going to be giving you just 2 minutes to be able to let us in on what you do have. We are talking about innovation and science and technology. We definitely cannot be able to go away besides listening to a bit of that. As they get to their posters, I will request that we have a microphone to them. This is what digital does. So the rest of you, actually the persons presenting are behind you, but you don't need to turn. You will just look at right here and we'll be able to get those presentations together with our teams that are online. But immediately after our lunch, which will come through after the poster presentations, we are all going to get back to our breakaway sessions. It's going to be about an hour or so. And in our breakaway sessions, one will be here on the program. It is well notified. One will be here. The rest of the breakaway rooms are actually on the next floor, which is the first floor. So I kindly request that let's not go away. There are very beautiful paper presentations that are going to come in the breakaway sessions. And thereafter, we will have our cocktail. This will be a very good time for us to be able to interact and network, but also it's going to be a good time. The minister promises that probably by 4 p.m. when we're having our breakaway session, most probably the president will be done with a speech. He is more than willing to actually get back and join us once again. That is how committed he is to the discussions that we are having. So without any further ado, I think, Christine, hope we are ready with our presentations. So it's going to be like, the drill is this. Poster presenters are going to be at the back. The rest of us, because we are going to have lights, cameras, and action, we will be looking at the screens that are right next to us right here. and we'll be going on with those presentations. So Christine, for when you are ready, please let me know. We'll do 2 minutes for these presenters and then go for our lunch. We will have lunch at the very place where we had lunch yesterday. So it didn't rain today. You don't have to wash your shoes like you did on Tuesday. We'll have lunch where we did have. So when we get back for our panel parallel presentations, when we are done, our cocktail is going to be by the poolside. So please enjoy Lake Victoria. Uganda, I normally say, is the only country where you'll have 4 seasons in one. You will wake up in the morning, it is winter, then you will have the rain season coming through, then before you know it is summer. That is how blessed we are. So are we good to go?
Yes, we are.
All right, Christine, let's go with our first presenter. Please let us know your name and what your presentation is actually about. So we go first with our first presenter.
Good afternoon, researchers. I'm called Veronica Twesije from the National Agriculture Research Organization, and particularly NACORI. I'm going to present my poster about my work that I did for my master's study in monitoring and evaluation. My study was about participatory monitoring and evaluation practices, contribution to climate change adaptation measures among coffee farming households in Ntungamo district. So we know that climate change has become an emerging threat in terms of affecting the global food crisis in the world. And so particularly, this study, we're looking at how participatory monitoring and evaluation practices are vital or an integral part in ensuring that adaptation measures can be utilized in ensuring food security among coffee farming households. My first objective was establishing the participatory monitoring and evaluation practices by the Department of Agriculture Production, Planning and Administration at local governments at the district level in enhancing climate change adaptation practices. My second objective was identifying the gaps and the challenges or bottlenecks in participatory monitoring and evaluation interventions focused on climate change adaptations among coffee farming households.
Veronica, you have only 1 minute left, so I kindly request that you just run through what your research did and what you actually did find out.
So my results showed that stakeholders need to be more engaged, they need to be more involved, especially farmers. Yes, they have needs, but we mostly tend to plan for them, especially MAIF, because the districts report to the mother ministry, the Ministry of Agriculture. We also noticed there need to be more farmer inclusiveness, and then also farmer exchange visits where they learn from each other, especially through farmer groups. We also noticed that they were lacking monitoring and evaluation departments at the district levels. We also noticed that there were data accuracy issues, and farmers never got back feedback, especially from any data that was collected. Then there was also a gap in the extension ratio. So finally, we did a correlation and regression that also showed us that we had a regression and correlation, and our regression adjusted R came to 0.225, which showed that 72% of the change in climate change adaptation is explained by participatory monitoring and evaluation. Okay. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Veronica. I always say the sector of monitoring and evaluation needs to be overhauled and redone and everything else. So let's get to our next presenter. We'll make it as brief as possible, what your research is about, what the findings were without necessarily going into the objectives and everything, and what recommendations we do have for that. Yes, let's get our next presenter, Christine.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Fiona Kwaga from Naro, and my work is on avocado. It was part of a bigger study that I did for my studies, and looking at opportunities and challenges affect the avocado production in Uganda. And this work was done in Masaka and Mpigi. We know there is a lot of work being done on avocado in Uganda, but we see quite a number of challenges. And these include, according to the research, we see poor agronomic practices and pests and diseases standing out. And when we went further to find out how some of these farmers were through the challenges.
Sorry, can we get Fiona a better microphone? Because I think she's used half her time. Go ahead, Fiona.
Well, some of the challenges highlighted in the avocado production were pests and diseases, poor agronomic practices, and also lack of collective market for their products. And when we went further to find out what they were trying to see how they could curb these challenges, they said they were using pesticides, selective branch pruning for the diseased, and some had also got technical trainings from different projects.
Okay.
When you look at the work being done on avocado, there are so many existing ongoing projects. Uganda also has longer harvesting periods. You find that people from Kenya are coming to pick fruits from Uganda. So if we could utilize these opportunities, that would be good.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Great. I think there's a bit being done about pests and diseases, and I love what Naro is doing and the research that Makerere University is doing. About market, I hope the president will address that this afternoon. Let's go to our next presenter and what your research.
Thank you so much. My name is Mwesigwa. Recently, the government, through UCDA, shipped in a lot of fertilizers for coffee farmers, which was called biochar. And together, the Norwegian government and Makerere University brought a summer school through the No-Head 2 project, where they were supposed to train farmers how to locally produce this biochar than shipping it from Brazil. And this was a collaboration of more than 5 universities where students were taken to interact with the community. And we came out with a paper which was to find out the awareness and the willingness of these farmers to uptake these technologies, climate smart technologies. And it was carried out in Alektong district. And the results show that the willingness to accept, to adopt these technologies was 49, and the RIP lines, biochar was 45, and in conclusion, there is still a lot of knowledge gaps between the farmers, within farmers, and these gaps need to be bridged through research, and then when implementing such projects by either government or their research institutions, the labor and inputting limitations should be considered, because, first of all, a farmer cannot adopt something he's not aware of. It was a successful summer school, and these were the results. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mwesigwa. I think you mentioned a very key aspect, something I was talking about, that some of our farmers think improved varieties of crops are GMOs. But that's because they do not have all that knowledge, and there is a lot of information dissemination that needs to go on. Let's get on to our next presenter.
Okay, thank you. My name is Yerima Samuel, and my research was on morphological, pathogenic, and molecular characterization of Fusarium species causing common bean root rot in Uganda. This was my MSc work. And in that work, I characterized Fusarium species causing bean root rot. And as we are aware, the disease causes yield losses of up to 86% in common beans. And I started the work by conducting disease survey, where I moved in 32 districts in 7 agroecologies. And in the results of my disease survey, I found that the prevalence and incidence of the disease was highest in Karamoja Pastoral Zone, followed by Lake Victoria Crescent and Mbale farmlands, then Southwestern Highland, Northern Mixed Farming System, and it was lowest in Eastern Highland. And then under the morphological characterization of the pathogen, The isolates differed in their growth rate and colony colors, varying from white, pink, and others, as you can see in the poster. And the microscopic features also varied, as you can see in the pictures. And during the pathogenicity studies which I conducted in the greenhouse, all the isolates were pathogenic and they caused diseases varying in the varieties that I tested, as you can see in this graph. And in morphological and in molecular characterization, I found that the species causing common bean root rot were diverse. Fusarium species, as you can see, there are about 8 species here. And I have a picture here showing the DNA fingerprints. One is for ISSR, which was one of the markers which I used to study the diversity. And another one is for translational elongation factor gene region, which I used to identify the species. And in the conclusion of my studies, the Fusarium species causing bean root rot in common bean are diverse, and this diversity needs to be considered as we are planning to develop sources of resistance. And also I recommend that screening for resistance should agroecologies with high disease incidence and severity, such as Southwestern Highland, Victoria Crescent, and Bale Farmland, and Karamoja Pastoral Zone. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for Samuel. We all eat beans, or we've had a meal of beans in the last few, so we know how important this discussion is. Let's go to our next presenter.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Agnes Alajo. I work with Nakuri Namlonge in the sweet potato program. This is my MSc work. This study was particularly on testing pathogenicity and virulence of Alternaria blight isolates. I collected 17 districts of Uganda and isolated them, and I managed to identify 2 types of Alternaria isolates, Alternaria bataticola and Alternaria alternata. I went to see how they grow, and they had different growth rates. Alternaria bataticola was growing faster than Alternaria, and we also found that was more virulent compared to Alternaria alternata. So indeed, it's less virulent, but all the same, we have to breed for resistance for both isolates. We also tested 6 varieties on them, and they were, all the isolates caused pathogenicity, but they were different in their virulence. But the most resistant varieties were less affected compared to the susceptible ones.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Agnes Alajo. Who is our next presenter? This is extensive research that is being done. I wish we can have as more publicity about this work as we can be able to. Who is our next presenter?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nachi. I work Namlonge as a pathologist. I'm introducing you to concerning the microbial quality and farmer-saved bean seed in Uganda. Seed was collected from farmers because we wanted to ascertain whether the planting material they have is free of microbes, as one of the reasons why the yield of beans is going down. So the seed which was collected was exposed to tests. One was in the laboratory where we tested for the germination attributes of the seed. And from the experiments that were set, we realized that the seed in germination, according to this graph, almost half of the seed was the normal one, but then the rest of the half, some seed was abnormal, some seed rotten. And another experiment was carried out in the laboratory, in the screenhouse, to check if the seed is free of diseases, but then we realized that the biggest proportion of the seed was having disease contaminations, especially angular leaf spot. So from other findings, that with other attributes of germination combined, we declared that the seed from the farmers is full of contaminations because the germinability was about 56%, which is far below the normal, and the fungal contamination was high. So the seed is not safe. And then we also concluded that interventions that would improve the quality of the seed from the readily available sources should be ventured in to improve bean productivity in Uganda.
A round of applause for the work that has been put in so far. And our next presenter will be? Is that Roland or Patrick?
Okay.
Okay, let's get our next presenter.
Thank you very much. I'm Constantine Chobet from Naro. I work in Buginyanya. This presentation is about the national effort to develop new species for cold areas of Uganda. And we work to evaluate the effects of local feeds and environmental quality parameters on the growth and economic performance of some of the native species here in Uganda and one exotic species, the rainbow trout. The challenge we are trying to address is the issue of ecological variation. We are aware highland areas, especially the Mount Elgon, the Rwenzori areas and Kigezi are cold, and therefore our native species in Uganda cannot do well in farming. Therefore, we brought in the rainbow trout from Kenya and tested it along the Nile tilapia and the Miracarp, using the local feeds made here in Uganda. From what you can observe, Miracarp being a native, one of the exotic species, performed much better when we fed it on feeds made here by Kajansi, followed by the rainbow trout that grew moderately. And then when you look at other condition parameters, what we call the condition factor, a factor that indicates the wellness of the fish on a particular response variable, you find that Miracarp still performed best, followed slightly by Nile tilapia, and the rainbow trout formed last. Now, the reason here is because the feed we used was a bit cloudy. It could disintegrate very fast, and the rainbow trout, being a carnivorous species that mainly feeds on site, was not able to see the feed, and therefore the intake was low, and it could not perform very well. The overall growth factor, when we look at the mean growth values, still the Miracarp performed best, followed by the rainbow trout and then the Nile tilapia.
Okay.
Now, the conclusion we have in this study is that the growth patterns were consistent with the variation in temperature, because as you can see, the Nile tilapia did not perform well, and also the rainbow trout did not perform well because of the quality of the feeds that is available here in Uganda. And therefore, we recommend that this effort could be pushed forward through the development of feeds that are suitable for rainbow trout, and also at policy level, we would advise government to inform the local government extension workers not to promote the culture of native species in cold areas of the country, because they don't grow very well and therefore do not make economic sense.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chobet. Fish, a good meal for us in terms of protein, and of course its viability economically is very, very key. Who is the next presenter and what that research is actually about?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Roland Inebiona. I'm a PhD student from Makerere University. I'm presenting on the contribution of potato crop intensification on towards food security in Uganda. This study is following a project that was implemented by Makerere University, funded by Euroforum. This project was implemented in southwestern Uganda, where they were trying, the Euroforum in partnership with Makerere University implemented crop intensification activities. Basically, they wanted to they were trying to see how farmers can how farmers can use improved seed, also use fertilizers and good cropping systems. For example, intercropping and also cropping, but using recommended practices. So the study looked at, compared farmers who had participated in the project, but those who had adopted the initiatives, and those who had not adopted. The findings, the study found that most farmers were actually farmers who had adopted, because the project was in 2018 up to 2020. So I compared 265 farmers. Out of the 260 farmers, 106 farmers had adopted, and this study used household adequate food provisioning and household food adequate provisioning and household food
Roland, just 30 seconds before we get done with that.
Household hunger experiences on a monthly basis for the last 12 months. And out of the study found out that the farmers who had adopted were better in terms of the number of meals consumed per day.
Okay.
But also at planting, it was found that the farmers who had adopted were better. At planting, farmers were not. Farmers were at planting. The farmers who had adopted were not. Accessing food, and
okay.
Also the farmers who had adopted at planting had not accessing enough food.
Okay.
But at harvesting, the farmers
had better food.
The farmers who had
Roland, I'm afraid we need to conclude.
At harvesting, the farmers who had adopted were not accessing more food.
Thank you, Roland. I think I will just ask a number of people to come and look at the
farmers
research. Yeah, sometimes speaking amongst a number of people can be a problem. But there is great research there that Inabiona was looking at, the socio-economic and institutional drivers of uptake of potato. crop and the intensification initiatives, and that's particularly a research done in southwestern Uganda. Let's have our next presenter in the next few minutes before we go for lunch. Yes? Go ahead, madam. Is that Caroline? Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Robert Gidoi. I work with Naro from Buginyanya Zadi. And the study was on assessing the economic and the social viability of farm labor saving technologies in rice, maize, livestock production systems of Uganda's southeastern agroecological zone. It was a CGS project, and the PI was Engineer Dr. Florence Kiimba from Agricultural Engineering and Appropriate Technology Research. What is key here is some labor-saving technologies were given to farmer groups in Bulambuli and Kweni, and they included the maize sheller, the rice thresher, the forage chopper. And we wanted to conduct the return on investment, and we realized that the rice threshers gave higher return on investment. That is every 1 shilling invested in the rice thresher, there was 0.5 cents as the return, and in Bulambuli as compared to Queen, which was 0.4 cents that was earned after everything has been given. And then also we realized that the rice sheller was more used because it was used throughout the harvesting season as compared to the maize sheller, because some of the maize is stored. And we also realized that among these labor-saving technologies, they didn't favor the ladies much, because when you looked at in terms of acceptability and working with, the ladies were finding it difficult. So we concluded that yes, these labor-saving technologies are lucrative, but the rice thresher had high internal return on investment, and also recommended that there is a need to improve the design so that these labor-saving technologies are gender-friendly, ladies can operate with. My colleague here can say something on the forage chopper.
Just a minute, because our time is
I'm
out.
Brian Britex Owesigire, working with the same organization, that is Naro, based in Buginyanya Zadi. I wanted to specifically comment on the return on investment on the forage chopper. You will realize that the figure is slightly a little bit low, that is 0.171, but this one was brought about by where the study was taking place. It was taken in the lower belt of our southeast agroecological zone. And this is where most of the farmers here do herding, and then they graze their animals in communal settings. So much of them have not yet adopted the forage chopper. But now we're on a good note with most of the interventions now, and if some of the projects that have come up with the copier, now the situation is changing, and maybe in the next study, maybe the return on the investment will slightly improve. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I have space for one more presenter. I hope that's the one that's remaining, and that's a lady. And we will be done with the poster presentations. Yes, our final presenter.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Kwakalona, and I'm presenting on coffee. We do coffee in the Nakori, that's National Coffee Research Institute. And my work basically was looking at fertilizer blends in the coffee, specifically Robusta. So from the previous speakers, since Tuesday, we've been talking about the fertilizer prices. So this basically calls for applying fertilizer blends which are exactly for for that particular crop to optimize the crop development, increase yield, and reduce costs. So the objectives for this particular study was to determine the best vet NPK fertilizer blend to achieve the recommended yield or the optimal yield for the crop. So also we also look at the cost-benefit analysis using the different blends. We had a complete randomized block design experiment with 5 treatments, and data was collected on different parameters, which included the stem girth, canopy, diameter, crop height, and number of primaries. So from this, we also had the yield parameters also carried out. We also carried out on number of berries per branch, and from the results from our study or from this particular experiment, it showed no significant difference in different blends because of the N, which was the recommended rate, because it was applied at a recommended rate. Yield rated data also was significantly different, as shown in the table below, because of the different K ratios that were also applied. So the highest number of berries were recorded in NPK, the different ratios of 25:5 plus the sulfur. So from this study, we also concluded that the results had an indication of addition of yield, especially in the for the fertilizer that had the sulfur blend in it, because it was also influencing the number of berries that were produced per cluster. Then, of course, from this finding, it provides information and recommendation for compound fertilizers for improving coffee production. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's our last one of the presentations. Christine, that's the last one we had, right? Thank you very much. A round of applause to all our poster presentations. Great research. We only gave them 2 minutes each, but there is a lot more that we can be able to
Mildred,
add. Yes, please.
There's just one more presentation, and it's a lady. Let's give her a chance.
Yeah, for the gender balance. Yes, please. The lady will have just 2 minutes. Okay. Let's go for the 2 minutes for the last poster presentation. Go ahead, my dear.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm called Dr. Esther Nampera Rugwana. I work with the National Crops Resources Research Institute in horticulture and oil palm as an entomologist. So with me here, I'm going to introduce to you Peter, who is a plant doctor in Kayunga, and also Lydia, also a plant doctor in Mkono. The work I'm going to talk about is the papaya mealbag, which we did with Maif, Naro, and the local government people. So our main aim was to find whether papaya mealbag is there and the management practices used by the farmer to control the pest. We did that work in Mukono, Kayunga, Luwelo, and Lila district, where we did 7 focus group discussion, and we interviewed more than 300 farmers in those areas. We found out that papaya mealbag is there, but also there was a problem of virus, which they called chigenge. And so we are planning to do an integrated pest and disease management practices, whereby we are going to manage the papaya mealbag and also the virus. We are doing that work with also Kabi International.
Dr. Esther, we
Yeah.
have just a minute
Maybe.
Yes,
me give also
30 seconds each
1
for...
minute for this plant doctor
Yes,
to
please.
talk about where we collected the samples.
Please, we can use, if we can wrap up.
Thank
in
you
the
very
shortest.
much. I'm Mkasa Lydia from Mukono district. One of the samples that popo was collected in Nachisunga Nagalama Town Council, Nachiwate village.
Thank you very much. With the help of Kabi and other partners, they have helped us to see that farmers are helped on this problem, which is increasing in the communities. and some of the farmers have been engaged, and the problem is reducing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Esther, with the team. These are the results that we need to get from research, and kudos to this discussion between Naro and Makerere University research, incorporating it in the day-to-day lives. Standing in between your lunch. Let's just have a few remarks in just a few minutes, 2 or 4 minutes from Dr. Abel Atkwase on our communique from the conference. And this is also coming in from the organizing committee, and thereafter we'll go for lunch. But like I said, as Dr. Abel Atkwase comes, right after lunch, we'll come back for our parallel sessions, one here, the other 3 right below. And after those parallel sessions, it will be time to interact and wind down with our cocktail at the poolside. Let's give a round of applause for Dr. Abel Atkwase to speak to us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, we have gone way too much into lunchtime. And if you can recall, our DG Naro has ably summarized most of the issues that came up during the conference. Since we have some more presentations coming up in the afternoon, we shall get more time and compile a complete report. We are not able to provide you a brief as of now. Apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abel. As brief and precise, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for us to indulge in lunch. Hope you have your coupons already with you. We're having lunch at the exact area that we had it yesterday. And immediately after, I think we should use about 45 minutes or 30, depending on the speed that you normally do use to eat, and we'll get back for our parallel sessions. Please, let's get back. There are some very interesting presentations that will be made, and after that is when we'll be joining our cocktail. And like I said, the minister promises that probably if the president is done quite early, he will be willing to come back and join us for the cocktail. Thank you so much. Bon appetit. God bless you.
I'm happy to have been a part of day 2 of this Naro-Mak Conference. And day 2 has been very engaging, both intellectually and also in terms of the practical solutions. I want to single out a few very notable, exciting presentations. I was very pleased from the presentation of the soybean. I noted that soybean we have made very good advances. We have now soybean varieties with 42% level of protein and 24% level of oil. That's very impressive. I further noted from the soybean that soybean has capacity to keep away the striga, and striga is a very notorious weed in the cereal crops, notably sorghum and millet. And it's very important for us as technology developers to transit from that observation to get an industrial product which we can scale out to manage the striga problem. I was further particularly impressed by the fact that the national Naro has ventured into wheat development. We now have 5 cultivars of wheat which have been tested in different agroecologies, and they present a promise for expanding wheat production in non-traditional growing areas and also for introducing wheat into the production stream of this country. So to me, those were very notable, very good examples that I noted from today's presentations.
As a Naro, or the lead organization in wheat research in the country, we are now trying to see how we can enhance or how we can increase domestic wheat production in the country. So work has already started. The breeding work has gone, and we have identified promising varieties, about 5 promising varieties. So now our intention now is to make sure that we produce enough seed of the 2 varieties that the partner is interested in, so that we can be able to support the farmers and the partner with improved quality seed of lowland wheat varieties.
I would say actually my expectations have been met, both intellectually and in terms of practical solutions. And I'm looking forward to then number 3 to make sure that we're able to wrap it up very successfully and then hatch out possible actions for going forward.
Very good morning, colleagues. Welcome to this particular conference that we all have been waiting for.
Here, we are starting a 3-day conference, and the purpose of the conference is to discuss the progress we are making as researchers in moving forward our agriculture.
Colleagues, thank you very much for accepting our invitation to join this important event aimed at establishing appropriate and value strategy towards accelerating agro-industrialization in Uganda and Africa at large.
On behalf of Naro fraternity, please allow me to warmly welcome you to the 3rd Naro-Mak Joint Scientific Conference.
Our dear scientists from Naro and Makerere University, I bring you greetings from His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
The theme of this year's conference, Innovations for Enhancing Productivity and Agro-Industrialization, is timely. I am happy to note that as Makerere aspires to become a research-led university, as per the 2020-2030 strategic plan, innovativeness is one of our strategic areas of focus.
Let me now take this opportunity and honor to officially declare this conference opened.
So far today, we have had the opening session. We were honored to host the Honorable Minister of State in charge of Agriculture Industrialization, Honorable Ramirama.
On behalf of Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and Naro, which is our lead agency in this conference, I take the opportunity to welcome you all and also to thank you for your inestimable contribution towards finding solutions to challenges that face Ugandan farming communities and also increasing our productivity to meet our nutrition and food security.
Ladies and gentlemen, the choice of the sub-themes for this year were premised on the realization that there is a key gap in the development of agriculture sector.
We also had an engagement or a presentation from a visitor from Tanzania, a guest speaker from Tanzania, and he highlighted the challenges we have faced because of the COVID pandemic.
So in the next 2 to 3 days, we expect at least three or two policy issues come out strongly. Already we have one that is strong, and we have gotten commitment from the Prime Minister herself, the Minister, the Naro-ED, to see that the fertilizer policy gets implemented. So that's a plus for us as an activity, the co-sponsors.
Chairperson, Naro Governing Council, the Chairperson, Makerere University.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We want to start our session. And just to be sure, we have 6 presentations lined up. And it's my hope that the presenters have loaded their presentations. The first presentation is by Dr. Pamela Paparu. There's another presentation by Dr. Fred Kalanzi. Dr. Kalanzi, are you with us here? The next presentation is by Mr. Moses Otuba on occurrence and severity trends of Fusarium wilt. Okay, Moses is in the house. And then we have one on the marriage of fish and hydropower dams. Samuel Bass, are you with us? The presentation loaded? Okay, thanks. And then we have a presentation by Dr. Krama Kaizi rather, and then another one by Dr. Godfrey Kagezi. I think we should, in the interest of time, we should take our seats and get started within the next few minutes. Could we have those who are going to be part of this session to take the seats? It's coming to 3:30 and I think we should get started. I want to request the IT team to please project the first presentation, 5 years of sclerotium research, to be presented by Dr. Pamela Paparo. Dr. Paparo, you're welcome to give your presentation.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the conference organizers for giving me the opportunity to talk about my work. I will start by asking all of us, when did you last eat beans? I don't expect an answer, but it doesn't matter when you last ate beans, but you should know that beans are very important to humans and to the environment, because beans are highly nutritious, they are tasty, they are affordable, and they are ecosystem friendly. However, despite the importance of beans, bean production is constrained by several factors, among which are diseases. So today, I'm going to talk about one key disease of beans, which is somehow emerging, though it has been there, but in Uganda, it's a new disease. Can we have the presentation 5 years of, okay. All right. So my talk is titled 5 years of Sclerotium rhodopsy research in Uganda, prevalence, pathogen diversity, and management of southern blight on common bean. Southern blight is an important disease, and it affects over 500 species of plants, and it is caused by a pathogen called Sclerotium rhodopsy. Recently, southern blight has increased in importance in crops that are of importance as food, medicine, even forage crops. And it's not a new disease, as I said. As you can see at the bottom of the table, as early as 1984, it was identified in maize, even much earlier. This disease is favored by humid conditions, which are rampant in sub-Saharan Africa, and it is actually now appearing so much because now we have these frequent weather changes. You get a period of flooding followed by a period of drought, and that is very, very, very favorable for Sclerotium rhodopsy. The symptoms of this disease include lesions on the roots, and one characteristic symptom of the disease is the white mycelia and millet-like sclerotia, and then eventually wilting of the plants. On the field scale, you may identify a field with sclerotium when you see patches in the garden. Many farmers don't understand why their plants are drying, but that is the effect of root rot caused by Sclerotium rhodopsy. And the crop, the disease, as I said, has been identified in several crops. On your left, those are bean crops dying of Sclerotium. Then in the middle, we have peanuts. Then it is in pepper and in tomatoes. Sorry, the pictures are not well. And the disease causes yield losses in peanuts of up to 80%, in cowpea 53%, and in common bean, yield losses of up to 65% have been recorded. So, how did we start to work on Sclerotium rhodopsy or southern blight? I'll use the words interchangeably, but they mean the same thing. In 2011, a student from Chambogo University walked into my lab with wilting plants, and he showed interest in actually isolating the pathogen and trying to understand what was happening for his special project report. So that was the first time we worked on Sclerotium rhodopsy. We produced a special project report. And then around the same time, we got interested. So we started asking colleagues who went to the field to bring us a report of what's happening there. And then we got feedback from farmers all over the country. And as fate would have it, in 2012, there was a call for proposal from Gates Foundation, which was termed as the Project for Emerging Agricultural Research Leaders. So it was a perfect opportunity for us to put a proposal to try and understand the new disease. So we wrote a PAL project and we got it. And at that time we had 4 objectives. If I knew better then, definitely those were too many objectives for a 3-year project. But we started that work. As a plant pathologist, when there's a new report of a disease, you're expected to do the following. First of all, you're expected to map the incidence, prevalence, and severity of that disease. And then you are expected to identify the pathogen that's causing that disease. And then you are supposed to determine the diversity of the pathogen, which is very crucial when you are going to use maybe host plant resistance. And then you are supposed to understand disease epidemiology, like what are the conditions that are going to favor this disease? How does the pathogen survive from season to season? And then you're supposed to determine the level of losses caused by this particular pathogen. And last but not least, you're supposed to develop a management option to limit yield losses. So, how well did we do in trying to fulfill the role of a plant pathologist in this project? So the first thing we did was to map the prevalence and incidence of the sclerosium root rot. We chose 7 bean agroecologies, which are key. And these were agroecologies that were earlier identified. They are called common bean agroecologies because there are so many other agroecologies in Uganda. There may be up to 19. But for beans, we have a summary, and there are only 9. So we went to 7 of these, as you can see there on the left. And from each, we chose districts based on the amount of bean production. So we didn't go to every district. We went where it was relevant. So we actually discovered that all the root rots of beans were present. But interestingly, or as we expected, southern blight was the most prevalent. That means all the fields we went to, you can see prevalence was 21 to 100%. Not a single field of beans we surveyed did not have southern blight. It was present in all the fields. And then also, southern blight had a very high incidence among all the root rots that were present. And before this work started, we had always known that Pythium root rot is the most prevalent, Fusarium is but this time I must tell you, Sclerosium was the most prevalent. It occurred in almost every garden we visited. Not almost, in all gardens we visited. So from our work on mapping the prevalence and incidence, we developed a country map where briefly you'll see the red areas. Those are areas where incidence was really high, and we identified them in this project as hotspots. We had Koboko, where incidence was 100%, or Yam, it was 88%. Maybe briefly I can tell you here, incidence was, we went into a field and harvested all the wilting plants. And how many of these wilting plants actually had Sclerosium? So where it is 100%, that means in Koboko, all wilting was due to Sclerosium. So in Oyam, wilting due to Sclerosium was 88%. In Hoima, all wilting was due to Sclerosium. In Yumbe, it was 90. In Apache, it was 100. Butaleja, 100. Bugiri, 100. So the importance of this is that now, as this work continues, we know the places where we are going to screen any lines that we need to understand. So if we need to screen lines in the field, we are going to find a hotspot area where this can be done. And interestingly, in these places, we also identified gardens that are called hotspot gardens. And we can use them for research. Then we went ahead to understand the diversity of the pathogen. We first did cultural diversity, where the isolates were grown on media. We had a total of 348 isolates. If you're a pathologist, you know how good that is, because we have seen publications where people have only 9 isolates. So we collected 348 isolates from all the 7 bean agroecologies. And isolates had characteristic white cultures with fluffy, A, fibrous, B, and then they had compact mycelia, as in C, and then they had sclerotia that were either round or oblong. Then, after discussing understanding the cultural diversity, we went ahead to understand the phenotypic diversity. That means, of all the isolates we got, are they all pathogenic on beans? And if they are, do they cause disease of the same amount in beans? So from our isolates earlier, we selected 75 isolates, which represented 9 morphological groups based on growth rate of mycelia, and then sclerotia produced, especially the numbers. So we grouped our isolates into 9. So this work of phenotyping had representatives of all the isolates we obtained. And we used 5 common bean varieties that have a known reaction to bean root rots. One of them is a Fusarium root rot resistant check. Then we had a Pythium root rot resistant check. Then we had a hybrid of P. vulgaris and Coccineus. And it's widely known that hybrids actually have better resistance than non-hybrids. And then we had a released variety in Uganda, and then we had a universal susceptible check. This work was done in the screen house. Sorry, the pictures are not clear, so you're going to miss seeing the differences between virulent and avirulent isolates, but where the isolate is not virulent, the beans stay healthy. And where it is virulent, the beans die off. And one interesting thing about sclerotium is that it causes pre-emergency dumping off. That means it kills the beans before they come out. And actually, for certain virulent isolates, this can be 100%. So that is the scale we used for assessing the disease, 1 to 6, 1 being no disease and 6 being very severe disease. And now on the right, you can see a selection of the isolates, how they performed. The last picture on the bottom is very virulent. It's a very virulent isolate. Even now, up to this work was done in 2015 there. I must tell you right now, this is the same reaction because we are back to retesting these isolates. It kills almost everything. And then the next one, SR11, is moderately virulent. And then the upper one is almost, not virulent at all. So we have grouped all our isolates into that category, and we have that information. And then, this is just a summary of what happened, a cutoff of the most virulent isolates, and then the least virulent. The blue bar is germination percentage, and then the orange or red is disease severity index. That is how much disease developed on the scale of 1 to 6, but converted into percentage. And then the green is dumping off. So you can see, among those 6 isolates, all of them almost caused 100% dumping off. That means the seed really did not germinate at all. And then on the right, these are isolates that were not virulent. The blue bar means that almost all the beans were able to germinate. And these were the very same seed source and varieties we used, the 5 varieties. And that information is very critical when you are choosing isolates to screen lines, breeding lines, germplasm. So you need to know the virulence of the isolate you are going to use. So we went ahead to do preliminary germplasm evaluation. We have a collection of bean germplasm in SEAT that are grouped into nurseries. We have a Pythium root rot nursery, then we have a group of released varieties, we have land races, we have an Andean diversity panel, which aligns from Michigan State University, and then We have the ALBs, the hybrids I talked about, and then we have a fusarium. So up to 53 lines. So we checked them preliminarily, and this is the reaction we obtained. You see there are differences in this is average for the whole germplasm group. Of course, we have detailed analysis. But from this, we are able to already see germplasm groups that may be possible sources of resistance for this disease. So now we may have to go further into screening this germplasm. And we have also tried to do southern blight management and test options. You know that southern blight causes yield losses that result from reduced plant stand. One key effect of southern blight is reduced plant stand due to plant death after germination, and as I said earlier, due to pre-emergence damping off. In one of our studies in a southern blight hotspot, we realized that there's actually a negative correlation between southern blight infection and plant stand at harvest. It was very significant. That means where there was high infection, we had very few plants surviving at harvest. Generally, southern blight can be managed through use of cultural practices, such as seed treatment, planting on ridges, improved field drainage, and crop rotation. Then you can also do management of soil inoculum through use of solarization and then use of soil amendments. And you can do biological control with species such as Trichoderma, Bacillus, and Pseudomonas. You can also use host plant resistance. But the last one, I have not come across any variety reported to be resistant to southern blight of beans. Maybe this is because not much work is going on. I remember in 2016 or 17, I met a professor in a conference who was very happy to hear about the work I am doing with my team. And he was like, the last time he heard of somebody working on this disease was in 1970s. Maybe that is the problem. So we do not know about any resistant common bean varieties. So in our trials, we tried to test the effect of seed treatment and soil fertilization so as to avoid the root rots. In on-station trials where we actually inoculated to make sure that the disease is there, which is allowed. You can't do that in a farmer's field. We inoculated trials with Sclerotium rossi, and we observed significant effects of seed treatment where yield in treated seed was 50% more than non-treated seed. And then in a southern blight hotspot in Hoima, seed treatment with Ridomil non-significantly reduced wilting due to southern blight. That means yields were higher, but not significant. And soil fertilization reduced seedling wilt and incidence of southern blight and increased yield significantly. I must tell you that generally, seed treatment and soil fertilization is very good for beans, not only for southern blight. Where we have done other work, farmers are very impressed with seed treatment and soil fertilization for all the disease or pest controls of beans. So what resources did we develop? So now we have knowledge of the distribution of southern blight in key Ugandan bean agroecologies. I told you earlier, this is very important for further research. And then we have a collection of isolates which can be accessed by anyone who is willing to do the work. Then we have preliminary knowledge on the reaction of bean lines to Sclerotium rossi. Already there is a PhD student who did some inheritance studies with the preliminary observations we made. And then we have so far made 2 publications and others in pipeline. So now the way forward. What we are doing now is to determine genetic diversity of Sclerotium rossi, something we failed to do in the first phase. And then we need to identify reliable sources of resistance to southern blight in common bean. And then if resistance is identified, there's need to map putative resistance genes and develop breeding markers. And there is also the need to develop a southern blight resistant breeding program to integrate resistance in farmer preferred and market class varieties. I wish to thank my partners and the funders. This work was done in collaboration with CIAT, University of Reading, and then NAYAB. And it was funded by BBSRC directly by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Paparo, for your presentation on understanding the pathogen, and now we're moving towards developing effective and sustainable solutions to that pathogen. I've been advised by the team that we make our presentations in 10 minutes. We save 5 minutes for discussions. And I will warn you when you're midway your presentation. The other is that we shall take all the presentations and then we'll have a general discussion. So if that's agreeable, I now call upon the second presenter, Dr. Fred Kalanzi, to give us a talk on the diversity and uses of trees for food security.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've already been introduced. And yeah, the discussion this morning brought up some key issues. One is that large-scale commercial agriculture has failed the world, and therefore there is need to concentrate on smallholder farmers, especially in the context of our farmers here in Uganda. And two, they highlighted the importance of sustainable intensification, and of course, the importance of sustaining fragile ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, as they load my presentation, I want to present on the diversity and use of trees in smallholder farming systems, with a special focus on mountain Elgon ecosystem in Uganda. I've actually discussed this slide. Oh, sure. Sorry. Yes, trees in agricultural landscapes play many important roles, and they provide a number of products and services. Key among the services is the amelioration of the microclimate for some of the important agricultural enterprises. For example, here we see coffee, but there are a number of enterprises that actually require the amelioration of this microclimate. And of course, there are a number of products and services that we get from these trees. For example, firewood. You can also talk about staking sticks for beans, tomatoes, but we are talking about timber and other products such as poles and medicine. These are very, very important products, and based on this, it's been a big call for us to integrate trees in agricultural landscapes. And actually, millions of dollars have been spent in this effort as a way of sustaining agricultural landscapes. And of course, this is built also on the premise that the diversity, the more the diversity on the agricultural landscape, the more likely that this will result into different livelihood options, especially for smallholder farmers. This study was conducted to understand the diversity of trees in smallholder farms and their implication to food security, and specifically to define smallholder farm typologies, because there is a general view that we regard farmers as smallholder farmers. And we forget that there is some kind of variation that may need special focus. And then to assess the variation in the tree diversity and use among these farm typologies, and to assess whether increased tree diversity is actually linked to food security among smallholder farms. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about fragile ecosystems. We've been talking about agriculture, we've been talking about changing environment. And there is no special way to present a case than to present a case of mountain elgon. I guess you all know that this is a fragile ecosystem in Uganda. It is a water tower and a watershed to Lake Victoria. It is fragile in the sense that we've experienced many climatic hazards in this area because of the changing climate. Landslides, mudslides, increased cases of pests and diseases, floods, name it. And therefore, this presents a special case. And also, we know, for example, that mountain elgon is inhabited by smallholder farmers. We also know that this is a home to Arabic coffee. And we know that Arabic coffee, the productivity of Arabic coffee is increased with the integration of trees in agricultural landscapes. Also, the quality of the beans is enhanced with the shade that is provided by trees. So here, we conducted, we used a cross-sectional survey in which we randomly selected 277 households and interviewed them using a semi-structured questionnaire. We carried out a tree inventory using a tree inventory form where we recorded the number of trees and tree species that are established on smallholder farms. We also had focus group discussions to generate information on the linkage of diversity or tree diversity to food security. Data was analyzed in Stata. We used the hierarchical cluster analysis to define smallholder farmer typologies, and also data from focus group discussions was analyzed using content analysis. I want to share with you from our hierarchical cluster analysis, we identified 2 clusters. One we named subsistence smallholder farmers, and then another one we named pre-commercial smallholder farmers. And these exhibited variation in the size of land cultivated and total livestock units, mean number of food insecure months, and this was actually higher for the subsistence smallholder farmers, and also the proportion of crop production which is sold. And we realized that for subsistence smallholder farmers, the proportion was less than 10% as compared to more than 10% for the pre-commercial. We are interested in identifying some of the agroforestry technologies which farmers were using to integrate trees. All these are smallholder farmers, but categorized into those typologies. And we realized that farmers were using the intercropping methodology or intercropping technology, whereby trees are incorporated on crop fields for mainly shade, soil, fertility, fodder, and firewood. And then we had the boundary planting option where they were integrating trees mainly for fencing, demarcating their boundaries, but also providing tree products to the household. Then there was the woodlot option where farmers were mainly integrating trees for construction material, for firewood, and for some of the products which they could sell in the market to generate income. We are interested in seeing the variation of these technologies among between the subsistence and the pre-commercial smallholder farmers. And as you can see here, in the subsistence smallholder farmers, the emphasis, they were using intercropping, which, as we've already seen, the focus here is on services, the service of the tree in enhancing productivity of the land, enhancing fertility, enhancing shade, microclimate for the cropping enterprises. For the pre-commercial farmers, the focus was on the woodlot, and the emphasis was mainly to generate products for income generation and less on the service aspect of the tree. And this is informative in the sense that understanding the typologies now helps us to focus the intervention and to focus the management interventions for agroforestry, to enhance, for example, for subsistence farmers, to enhance the function, the service function of the trees, and also for pre-commercial farmers to enhance the products and services. We went ahead to look at the most predominant tree species. And of course here, it comes out predominantly that when you look at the subsistence-based smallholder farmers, the emphasis was on shade and food, services and products, but more so the food component of the tree, as indicated by the species like mango variety and the avocado trees, Mangifera indica and Pasea americana respectively. And here we see that for pre-commercial farmers, the emphasis is actually on trees that generate products such as timber, such as poles, that are taken to the market to contribute to the income of the household. So we did a tree density and tree species diversity index using the Shannon Diversity Index, which clearly showed that diversity was more in subsistence smallholder farms as compared to pre-commercial. So diversity tends to be higher for smallholders that are actually livelihood-oriented, that are looking for products, that are looking for trees that provide a range of products or a range of options for livelihood improvement. Using the focus group discussion, we are also able to tease out the diversity, the linkage of tree diversity to food security. And here we realize that there are two options. There is the direct one, as mentioned by farmers, where trees contribute directly to food security through the provision of food in terms of fruits. And then the rest are really indirect, where we have trees contributing to productivity of the system, which also consequently increases income through yield, increased yield. But also we see here the aspect of energy, which is an indirect way of promoting food access, because as you know, most of our farmers still depend on beans, which consume a lot of fuel for preparation and providing food on the table. We conclude, therefore, that smallholder farming households differ, and any efforts to disseminate agroforestry technologies should consider designing specific interventions for the different typologies, as we've seen. So this business of designing blanket interventions may not actually work in the case of smallholder farmers. And also we are saying that tree species diversity was generally low, generally low but higher in the subsistence farms as compared to smallholder, to pre-commercial farms. And this has an implication when it comes to looking at enhancing diversity. We can as well say that subsistence smallholder farms are more conservation oriented than the pre-commercial. We find also evidence that tree species diversity was actually linked to food security, especially amongst subsistence smallholder farmers. However, we recommend that further studies should be explored to understand the trade-off occurring between farm level and tree density or tree diversity and food security to establish a threshold, because there must be a threshold beyond which perhaps increased diversity does not necessarily generate enhanced food security among smallholder farms. With this, I want to thank people and the organizations that supported this study, and also to thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Kalanzi, for taking us through those 3 key objectives, right from understanding the typology of the farmers, the diversity and uses, and then linking diversity and use to food security. I think people have a number of questions for you, but they'll ask them at the right time. So the IET team, may I have a presentation by Mr. Moses Otuba on the occurrence and severity of Fusarium wilt disease in oil palm plantations in Kalangala. You have 10 minutes to summarize your presentation.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Amugoli. I'm part of the oil palm research team based in Amlongenakri. I'm talking about the highly important, very important crop, and yet highly controversial, that is oil palm. But I'm here to talk about the challenges. In fact, one of the biggest challenges the crop is facing today, being a novel crop. So my presentation is titled Occurrence and Trends of Fusarium wilt of oil palm in Kalangala. This study is continuous. It is ongoing. It is not conclusive, but I felt I could share part of the work we are doing. So, oil palm is a tropical oilseed crop. It is grown majorly in the tropics, where Uganda falls, and it is the highest yielding oil crop in the world. In fact, 4 times. We get 4 times higher oil from it than any other oilseed crop. The high oil potential has pushed for a lot of countries to invest in, especially tropical countries, in Africa, Asia, and South America, to invest in large-scale production of the crop. Despite this crop being native to Africa, 85% of this crop of production is happening in Southeast Asia, where the crop was introduced in the 50s. So that shows how other people adopted this important crop, and while we're lagging behind. So in Uganda, following studies that started in the 70s, commercial production was initiated in 2005 to avert the high oil demand. We actually are not importers of oil, so we are trying to catch up. In the 2 decades, we have been, actually it is less than 2 decades yet, we have seen the value of the crop. In the morning, the earlier presenters identified this issue. They presented this issue, the transformation, the socio-economic transformation that has happened in Kalangala. Kalangala is now one of the most stable districts economically, and yet a few decades ago, it was one of the poorest. So, however, despite the potential of this crop, it's exposed to a lot of challenges that we didn't expect, because we are just, it is a new crop. Some of the biggest challenges are the diseases. These diseases, especially Fusarium wilt and Ganoderma, were not expected in this first phase of production. Because the production cycle of oil palm is about 25 years, unfortunately, for Uganda's case, in most of the other areas, these diseases are seen from the second phase planting. Unfortunately for us, it has happened in just a decade's time. So Fusarium wilt is the most important disease of oil palm in Africa. It was not expected in Uganda. It was still in West Africa. Unfortunately, in 2018, we identified the disease in Uganda, and we confirmed through this study that was Fusarium wilt caused by Fusarium oxysporum, from species Elidis. So Fusarium wilt exists in two forms. There's an acute form that kills the palm in less than 6 months, and there's a chronic form that takes almost 2 years, beyond 6 months to kill a palm. Once the palm is infected, the spores that, by the way, can exist in the soil for almost even 3 decades, grow through the roots. They clog the water transport system, the xylem vessels, causing the older fronds of the affected plant to dry and bend. They bend from near the base, not at the base exactly. That is critical for its identification. While the younger leaves turn chlorotic and get smaller, the canopy as well reduces, because the canopy is supposed to be big. It's the one that holds the fruits. For this case, it becomes smaller. Internally, since the spores grow through the xylem vessels, there is browning, yellowing, sometimes even dark lines within the vessels. If you look at the pictures, that growth of the spores clogs, is the one that clogs the water system of the plant, causing it to start wilting. So for this study, we specifically intended to identify the disease, its occurrence, and its distribution in Kalangala, because Kalangala is the district where currently production, commercial production, is in Uganda, though we are now expanding to other districts. So in that way, we also wanted to establish, because we wanted to understand the disease being novel and to get some ways of managing it in the near future, we decided to get the trends. As opposed to collecting 1 or 2 times, we decided to do quarterly collection of severity and the percentage incidences of the disease, in fact, quarterly. And we have collected this data for the past 30 months. We also evaluate our materials for resistance to the disease. Because Fusarium is a soil-borne disease, the best way of managing it is using resistant materials. So the study area was Kalangala, because Kalangala is basically currently our pioneer commercially producing district of oil palm. So initially, a total of 122 fields were visited, and we zeroed to about 20 that had typical symptoms for Fusarium wilt. But we marked out 14 for the trend study, because these are typical symptoms of Fusarium wilt. So that means for sampling, analyzing the soils and quarterly data collection for severity and average severity and percentage incidences was done in these specific 14 plots. To further identify in the lab, we had to get pure cultures from these samples. We collected samples from roots, soil, and part of the stem as well. So we use general media and later Fusarium-specific media to get pure cultures. DNA extraction, this is a standard procedure, as indicated there. And then we had to do a PCR, first with general primers for gender-specific. We narrowed down to species-specific. And finally, we got the the 4 specific primers. We also have to get soil. Usually when you're talking about fusarium and its suppression, you try to look at the biological components of the soil, to try to understand the antagonism in the soils. But here, this study is ongoing. We decided to first look at the physical and chemical aspects of the soil in which this diseases was occurring. So some soil properties like pH, organic matter were done. So it's not very clear, but this is Kalangala. And Kalangala, to ease production, the production area is divided into blocks, production blocks. So we did this study in 5 production blocks, and that's where we got typical disease symptoms for. So in the results, among our cultures, we identified 33 as fusarium. This was micro and macrospecific. We identified 33 cultures as fusarium species, 21 were sporum, and then 7 were elidis, the one that was specifically causing the disease in Kalangala. So try to understand severity. This is the periodic data we have been collecting for the past 30 months. We noticed in one of the production blocks, Kagolwe to be specific, the red line, the severity of the disease was higher, much higher than other production blocks. And this was the same with the percentage incidences as well. For the 30 months we did data collection. Just to highlight, I think that's the right. That is the scale we used. We used the 1 to 5 scale, and 1 where 1 was no visible symptoms, and 5 could even go up to death of the palm. Remember the acute cases where the palm is killed within 6 months. So for incidence, we use that very formula. We use the number of infected palms over the percentage over the total number of palm trees in our study plot. So for the soil properties, the yellowish line is the optimum. We noticed that for majority of the production blocks, there was variation in the nutrient composition of the soil. But to try to understand why Kagolwe was relatively more, where it was more prevalent in Kagolwe, the key areas we noticed was, though it was generally not optimum, the sandiness of the soil. It means sandy soils are poor in holding nutrients, and also the ease with which the sand is easily moved. That means spreading the disease, being a soil-borne disease. So I conclude this study by saying we have Fusarium wilt in Uganda. It is one of the biggest problems in Africa, and this is a disease with the potential to cause over 70% in tree stands for the trees once infected. But we have tried to increase awareness. If you look at the graphs, previous graphs, from the time we started, in the next 2 data collections, there was a slight reduction in in incidence and severity. This was because the farmers were now beginning to understand the disease and how to manage it. They were beginning to intervene. But being a soil-borne disease, it still came back, but although at a slower rate. So we also understood that in Kagolwe, one of the production blocks, it was more prevalent. And because we only did physical properties, we tried to affiliate it to the sandiness of the soil in the production block. We're still doing what we have now is probably short-term results to mid-term, but we can continue to have long-term results of this disease so that we can understand the relationship with also the biological components of the soil with which we are working with. However, we're also trying to integrate some management measures. For example, evaluating materials we have sourced from areas, from countries where we buy our seedlings. So we are trying to pre-evaluate these materials before we enroll them to farmers. Currently, we finished the in-screen, the screenhouse studies, the first phase, and we have rolled out these materials into the field to try to understand, in the hotspot areas, to try to understand how they'll perform in the near future before we recommend them to farmers. So for oil palm, there are a number of partners involved, the ones that are working with Naro. Among them is the National Palm Project, which is actually funding research, the research we are doing currently through IFAD on behalf of the ministry. So I want to thank them. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Tuba, for the presentation, highlighting the importance of fusarium wilt in oil plantations in Kalangala. We have some questions for you, but we'll ask them also at an appropriate time. The ICT team, may I have, we're going to have a transition and we want to see something to do with the sustainability in marriage between fish and hydro power dams. Could we have the presentation projected, please?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Basa Samuel. I'm a fisherman working with the Nafiri Naro. I'm presenting on the marriage of fish and hydropower dams. Is it sustainable? This is a case of Nyamagasani, a river which is found in Kasese in the western Uganda. Fish is one of the commodities which is ranked as the second, but I think if we are not consuming, it would be ranked first, because coffee, most of it goes to out of the country, and we just consume little. In Uganda, you would find that we take 10 kilograms per person, but FAO recommends 25, which means that we Ugandans, we are poor consumers of fish, despite we have the resource. And in addition to that, our country is looking at using some of these ecosystem, which is the water, to use it as hydropower resource. More especially the rivers, both the small ones and the big ones. And this is geared on industrial development and others. And you find that this river, which is Nyamugasani, is one of the rivers which has been targeted to produce hydropower in the system. Rivers are known to be rich in biodiversity. In fact, if you look at the ecosystem of most of the lakes, they are fed by rivers. And most of these fish, the enormous fish which we enjoy, they stay in our rivers, and then they come back to the lake ecosystem. So when we see hydropower dams coming in, then we say, are we sure? Are we ever going to have the fish in the future? Or we may end to remain without maybe a narrow patch in the near future. So this work had to look at those areas of Nyamagasani, and we looked at 2018, 2019, 2021, and 22. We are looking at both the wet and dry season to see what can we come up with using some of those gears, and also advise some of our colleagues who are in that sector of the hydropower, so that we really don't end up in two issues. This river is in those areas of Chambura, Charumba, in those villages of Charumba, after Kasese, and it produces around 15 megawatts. It has two power stations. One is 5, it produces 5, another 10 megawatts. And we are using some of those gears you see, the electrofisher, the fike nets, to come up with some information and see how we can advise some of these people in this area. If you look at that, you do see that up is the drawdown, then there's the powerhouse, where you find the one powerhouse. Then below is also a second powerhouse in that same river. So it has two hydropower stations. But you look at two hydropower stations versus the aquatic ecosystem, which is there, and versus some people who are also utilizing some of the resources. If you look at some of those fishes, those are some of the fishes which we find in this river, and most of them are baobab species and the bagula species, which are anadromous species which move upstream. And they have to survive in that river. At the same time, you find that if you look at those people, those are the younger generations, whom sometimes we call the future leaders, but they keep on fishing in the same river to ensure that they must survive, including their families. But at the same time, there are also some fishes which are endangered. Like Viconas renzori is one of the species which almost, if we really don't protect it, is also may be endangered in this ecosystem. So during that time, we got 186 species, and out of these are fishes, and these are 24 species, and also we are looking at some of that fish, which is also a problem, some of our biodiversity. During the occurrences, we realized that drawdown powerhouse in the first powerhouse, at the same time also the second Nyam 2 drawdown had high occurrences compared to other sites, whereby you could find that even the intake of the hydropower dam, you could find nothing. And these other sites, you find scanty information in all that time we were collecting that information. And the same appeared to the species diversity. And when you look at the species diversity, you find that the label babas, or the baba species, was almost 180 grams per sampling per day, which was more compared to any other species when we were doing this work. And it was also almost occurring in the drawdown, both the powerhouse 1 and powerhouse 2. So all these were attributes based on the hydraulic alterations of the power, due to the power constructions. And this one could actually cause some of the fishes not to be able to move up. And because of that, it was causing a very big problem. And this is where actually we as scientists are coming in to see how can we advise these people to ensure that we ensure that this ecosystem must not be affected or must not affect the fisheries which we need, and ensure that we know that Nyamugasani actually it goes up to Lake Edward. So it means if we interfere with this ecosystem, Lake Edward is going to have a problem and it's going to have an effect. And at the same time, most of the fishes which are being affected are keystone species, meaning that if we interfere with them, it means we are interfering with the health of the ecosystem. At the same time, we are also interfering with man who wants fish. So this is where now we are saying, how can we have a successful marriage of hydropower dam with we as the fisheries people? This is where now we have to look at this fish stock controls, whereby you look at the balance between power hydro production levels versus the fisheries biodiversity conservation, looking at the best practices of the fish movements upstream of these rivers, such as making sure that we construct fish passages to allow that these fish are able to move up. At the same time, we also allow the managers to ensure that they continue producing their production of power so that we don't interfere in each other. And at the same time, this small fish which you see, it may not be small, but being endangered, we need to see that it's also preserved. So, and through that, we're also advising to ensure to have constant monitoring by the scientists to ensure compliance by the hydropower managers in this ecosystem. This work, we did it with the Geotropic Consult, NAFIRI and NAFIRI administrators. So I would like to acknowledge them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the nice talk. I think by now we know the sustainability in marriage between the two. If not, then we'll get the response when it's an appropriate time for him to respond to some of those. But it's interesting that we have 24 species, and we need to consider the sustainability of power generation and having the fish species also to give us the benefits that are desired of them. So the next presenter is Dr. Krama Kaizi, who is going to talk to us about the benefits of fertilizer application in rice production.
Good evening, everybody. So we are presenting the work we did in Amuru district to address one of the challenges of loss of fertility in Uganda. So the development in Uganda is that, okay, that's the title of our presentation, Agronomic and Economic Benefit of Primary, Secondary, and Micronutrients in Specified Fertilizer Application in Rice Production. The work was done at Naro in collaboration with Green Pulse Uganda Limited, one of the only fertilizer blending company in the country. So the challenge is low and declining soil fertility. That one has been highlighted during the previous days, past 2 days. Previously, when you go to the books of Department of Agriculture, that's previous research division, nitrogen and phosphorus were known to be the limiting nutrient in Uganda, but of recent, potassium is becoming limiting, and well, we have evidence at NAR, in the soils lab, that over 45% of the samples being analyzed have deficient potassium levels. So, the Uganda fertilizer market is dominated by single nutrient fertilizers and NPKs of various formulations, with a few having secondary and trace elements. Those one on the market were developed without sufficient background research information. So what we are trying to address in this research is to establish which secondary and micronutrients limit crop yield when we don't have an answer yet. So those were the objectives. We selected calcium and potassium because due to the rains, people are complaining of low pH, and once you lose calcium, the soils become acidic. Potassium, coffee, banana, root crops are consuming a lot of potassium. And also we also selected three trace elements. Then we do once it's economical, then they are justified in a fertilizer formulation. That's a balanced fertilizer formulation. Then we assess the yield and overall economic returns of these rice-specific blends compared to a combination of urea and DAP, which is a common practice. So we had 2 studies, the nutrient omission. The study was done in Amuru district. It is a very important rice producing area. Actually, that's where these companies are moving. So that's the structure. What we mean by nutrient omission trial, we start with a balanced fertilizer, having all the nutrients. Then we go and removing one nutrient, and then we see if that nutrient is, when we get a significant yield reduction, it implies that that nutrient is worth including. So because NEP are already known to be limiting, those ones we do a blanket application. Those were the plot sizes. And we had 15 farmers in Amuru over 2 seasons. 15 farmers per season. We considered farmers as replicates. So in the second study, we are comparing the agronomic and economic benefit of applying rice-specific fertilizers with the 125 kilogram urea and DAP. So second treatment and NPK were applied at planting, then urea 20% at planting, 40% tillering, and 40% at panicle initiation. So the economic analysis, what we do in this nutrient omission trial, we consider the nutrient, the treatment with NPK and all the second trace element included, and then we compare it with other nutrients where we are omitting a particular nutrient. If the economic is, when there's a gain, there's economic benefit, then it is worth to include that nutrient in the formulation. So the parameters, we characterize the sites. You realize the pH was, most of it was okay, almost 96.7. The major problem was mainly in the organic matter and available phosphorus at this site. Yet we all know that organic matter is a major source of nutrients in our soils and playing a very significant role in soil management. The rest were okay. So these are the results we got. First, there was a significant decline in yield by omitting the nutrients. You consider the yield loss, the price of the nutrient, that's the market price. For the second and trace element, we went to crop care. Then that's, we see a column for the cost of fertilizer per hectare. That's the potassium and the second and trace element. And we consider also the value of the yield loss in case a farmer does not apply those nutrients. You realize we are getting, there's always a benefit. Once the last column, the benefit is positive, it implies that it is worth to include that nutrient in the fertilizer formulation. Then these are the results from the agronomic benefit of the rice-specific NPKs produced by Grain Pulse over urea and DAP. And you realize the Grain Pulse NPK, because it has secondary and trace elements, it's superior. And I think most of it was mainly because of K. So these are the economic benefit, the yield difference, the significant difference between my DAP and urea, and also Grain Pulse. Those are you look at the benefit cost ratio. Although they still get, there's economic return. I quote the Honorable Prime Minister when he said that our colleagues in front, they belong to the Uganda Development Bank group. But we wonder whether those colleagues in the policy development model benefit by getting only 0.34%. That's the question. So, my conclusion is that the study has proved that potassium, calcium, blah, blah, they limit rice yield. Actually, what I'm presenting here is we also did similar work on maize, coffee, banana, and beans. Although the work on, we are concluding the work on coffee and the beans. Beans is already concluded. So also it's economical to include this in the blended fertilizer formulation. So fertilizer blends are better because they contain potassium and secondary and trace element, which is an end because this is a very dangerous trend. It shows that our soils are depleted of nutrients. So instead of applying 2 nutrients, now we are going to 6 nutrients. So where are we heading, colleagues? So FAO recommends a benefit cost ratio of 2. But when you apply this fertilizer, you get a benefit cost ratio of 1.3. We need to do something to encourage the farmers to use the fertilizers. The reason why the benefit is low, still the fertilizer prices are high. You're asking me which I use the current fertilizer price, which were affected by the Russia and the Ukraine war. Thanks very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Kaizi, for that good presentation. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the DG among us here. I think he's going to have the benefit of attending the 2 presentations. So the next presentation is on agronomic and biotic stresses that affect cocoa production in Uganda. Dr. Kagezi, you're welcome to give your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I wish also to acknowledge the presence of the DG. My name is Godfrey Kagezi, and I'm presenting on a crop which in different fora, they call it an orphan crop. And they are ever challenging us what we as researchers, we are doing on this crop. I'm presenting on behalf of a long list of authors. So, as a overall introduction, cocoa is the 3rd most important foreign crop earner. And in 2021, we earned about more than 100 million from cocoa exports. And this crop is recognized by the National Development, the NDP3. It's grown by more than 15,000 farmers on more than 20,000 hectares of land in Uganda. The crop is mainly grown in the central, midwestern, and Busoga regions. And Bundibujo produces the highest amount, accounting for more than 70% of the production in Uganda. However, its productivity is still very low, at around 500 kilograms per hectare. And compared to our African competitors, Ivory Coast, which produces about 800 kilograms per hectare. And when we look at a country like Malaysia, it produces about 1,700 kilograms per hectare. So the main problem we have in Uganda, there are so many problems stemming from agronomy up to socio-economic issues. And in addition to that, farmers are using management options which are not informed by research, because unfortunately research on this crop in Uganda has been limited. So Nakori, using funds from European Union marker project, we conducted a field assessment or a field survey in order to establish the agronomic and biotic factors. This was part of a big survey which also included the soil problems Dr. Kaizi was talking about. It also included factors on post-harvest and also establish the socio-economic factors which are affecting the farmers. But for me, I'm concentrating on agronomic and biotic factors. So this information is serving as a baseline. First of all, we have, as research, to come up with innovations and technologies to manage these problems. But also, it's informing the national cocoa research agenda. Currently, Nakori, we are revising our research agenda. We had on the coffee research agenda, but now since cocoa is becoming a very major crop, we are revising it to also include the cocoa research agenda. But also, we are looking at the National Strategic Plan, which is being done by UCDA, and the cocoa policy, which is also being spearheaded by UCDA and Nakori. So, we did our work in 11 districts, which are located in the 3 major regions, cocoa growing regions of Uganda. We sampled 36 farms in the central, 35 in Usoga, and 45 gardens in the Midwestern. What did we do? To correct the agronomic data, we sampled 12 cocoa trees along a diagonal, and we estimated the age of each tree. Then we scored for the level of management, that's pruning, and suckering, and stamping at that scale. Then we also estimated the spacing. And we also looked at the crops and the trees which were in the cocoa gardens. So we also looked at the instances of pests, looking at the stems, looking at the coupons, which are the young stems, the primary branches, the flowers, and the pods. In addition, we also looked at the diseases on the stems and the pods. What did we find? We found that most of the cocoa is more than 20 years. And according to literature, cocoa starts declining the productivity by 10 years. So we need to see a way of advising our farmers to stamp their coffee. I mean cocoa. You will excuse me. Number of pods, we counted the number of pods, and we had an average of 13 pods, which is far below, like in West Africa, which have 17. And literature says, when they are below 14, you are supposed to stamp. We looked at pruning. Some of the plants were not pruned, but like in the central, pruning was high. We looked at also the suckering, whereby most of the farmers are not removed the suckers, and you know that suckers compete with the cocoa for nutrients, but also they have pests and diseases. When it comes to stamping was the least done management option on the cocoa. And the spacing, we found that most of the spacing was bigger than the recommended 3 to 3. But also, research shows that close spacing is also productive in other countries. So maybe we need, as research, we need to look at close spacing. Then for other crops, we found that there were some crops intercropped, maybe accidentally, but at least most of the gardens had some crops, particularly bananas and coffee. And then for the shade, most of the coffee was grown under shade. And the most common shade tree was Mysopsis. And this is, it has a lot of challenges, but also something to note is that out of the 5 best shade trees, 3 were fruit trees. And I think this agrees with what my brother Fred Kalaz presented in coffee. So as research, we need to see the way we integrate the fruit trees into these systems, coffee and cocoa. So for the pests, on stems, only stem borer was seen, but it was generally low. On the coupons, the highest infestation were by the psyllids and aphids, which are sucking insects. And this presents a management challenge because sucking insects are not easy to control. Primary branches, we observed that more than 5% of the branches had been infested by the black twig borer. For flowers, we looked at 2 problems. We looked at the pest, but also we looked at withering. And 10% of the flowers had withered. Although in cocoa, withering is normal, but it affects the number of pods which a plant produces. So we need to really address this. Then for the cherries, which are the young pods, we found that 50% of them had died, had aborted. So that means the farmers are losing 50% of what would be the mature pods. When it comes to pods, we saw that the capsids, which are still sucking, were the biggest challenge. And for diseases, Vitsirium was the main disease. Then also, pod rot and stem canker were equally important. Then the lichens, these are epiphytes, they grow on the cocoa, and the cocoa produces the pods on the stems. So we also need to control the lichens and the moths. When we did some analysis, we saw that I picked out only those which were significant. We saw that age was affecting the pod rot diseases, but also number of pods increased with the increasing stamping, but decreased with the levels of pests and pests and diseases. But also we saw that managing the plant decreases the level of pests and diseases. So what do we conclude? We conclude that the cocoa is very old, so it needs to be stamped. So research should come up with the packages, stamping packages and programs. We saw low productivity. We should develop good agronomic practices. Then I've already talked about the shade tree, but then we need to control the sucking insects. Then lastly, the wilting of cocoa was very predominant in all regions. And we don't know. We have isolated Vitsirium wilt, but still some of the cases, they are not answered. So research needs to work on this. I wish to acknowledge EU, NARO, UCDA, and my farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kagezi, for the nice presentation. I now invite all the presenters to come in front here. We want to have a brief session of interaction with you. And I request the rapporteurs to pick up the mics and we ensure that we attend to some questions. We may not be in position to take all the questions in the interest of time. And I suggest that we have just 2-3 key questions to each of the presenters. So just as a reminder, the first presenter, someone who presented on Southern Blight of Common Bean, is Dr. Pamela Paparu. And then we had a presentation on the diversity of use of trees by Dr. Fred Kalanzi. We have another presentation on the marriage of fish and hydropower dams by Dr. Samuel Bassa. Benefits of fertilizer use in rice production by Dr. Kaizi. We had a presentation on the agronomic and biotic stresses in cocoa production by Dr. Kagezi, and one on the occurrence and severity of fusarium in oil palm plantations by Mr. Otuba. So the floor is open. We are ready to take up 2-3 key questions per presenter. May I see by show of hands the people who are ready to? Yes, Moses. We need a mic that side. There's Mr. Moses Litakome. That is Mr. Tiang. Okay, thank you. And Dr. Wasige, John.
Thank you so much. I think I go first. My question goes to Dr. Paparu. I want to know if when the surveys for root rots were done, also the insects were also taken care of, because we are aware that insects also cause some wilting, especially the beetles and the stem maggots. And if that was done, how does the wilting due to insects fare with the wilting due to the root rots in the surveyed areas? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Tiang.
Yeah, mine goes to Dr. Kaizi. I wanted to know more how you, when you are doing the blending, how you were able to separate the effect of other nutrients. For example, if you used the zinc, if it had the zinc sulfate, how were you able to attribute the performance to the zinc, not the sulfur, in case you used that kind of salt? Thank you.
Okay. We have Dr. Jetia.
Thank you, Dr. Kaisi. My question is to you. Where did the crop residue go? Crop residue of the rice. Do you think if you had returned them to the rice, whatever plots, would have changed the benefit cost ratio? Because you are adding back the nutrients, plus also the organic matter. Thank you.
Next, Chairman Council.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to all the presenters. I have a question for, I forget him, I don't know whether it was Kalanzi, on agroforestation. Young man, I don't see him there.
I'm hidden here.
Yes, I think this is a very important issue. President Museveni was, I think it was in Tororo, and he commented that when you are in Tororo, you can see somebody bathing in Bali, meaning that people have depleted the trees. You can literally see somebody bathing in Bali. And that statement touched me a lot. You know, the late President Moi in Kenya, he really took up the issue of afforestation and afforestation and making sure that the districts and the countryside has a deliberate or affirmative action to plant trees. And those days, Western Kenya was really depleted. But because of the presidential action, you can now go and see, as you travel to Nairobi, some of you go by bus, you see that actually the countryside has been improved. Now in Uganda we used to be better, but of late, depletion is very high. So I was saying, why don't we, like these studies are showing, come up with policy recommendations so that we take out affirmative action. But this affirmative action needs guidance. You just don't go around, as you said, growing any tree. Let us come up with policy guidelines so that we guide the countryside to farms and mini homesteads to really plant trees, guided by research. Me, I was born under a tree. My mother told me I was born under a tree, and that tree was a mango. And that mango is still alive. So I have passion for fruit trees. Why don't you have guidelines which can help our policymakers to do this? That's one question. Second question is on fertilizer and the depletion of elements like potassium in the soil. I also remember the ICRAF study in Western Kenya. At that time I was working in Muguga, and this ICRAF study helped Western Kenya to improve the soil, the potassium level of the soil is in Western Kenya by growing a crop called Tithonia diversifolia. Here it has a very high level of potassium, and they did a lot of work on that. If you go out in Western Kenya, you see a lot of those. It's called Mexican flower. Yes. Incidentally, it also, the herbalists use it for treating high blood pressure. So why don't we identify, along with the commercial fertilizers, some of these botanical practices which we can actually use to improve our soils? Because as you said ably, potassium is very key, especially for banana. So why don't we come up with some of these technologies and borrow from success stories like that of ICRAF in Western Kenya? I submit.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Chairperson, for this session, and a great thank you to all the presenters for this afternoon. My simple question goes to Dr. Samuel. We've been talking, you've presented about the hydropower dams that have been constructed in areas where we have our ecosystem, especially that river. So my question is, was there a survey, or did our government try to maybe consult from Nafiri before they went ahead to implement the construction of this hydropower dam? Did they do any kind of socio-economic analysis? Because I see what we are trying to do here is more or less a post-mortem kind of study that we are implementing. Because if we have, I don't know if there's any kind of policy that we follow before dams are constructed in such areas that are of benefit to the communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's have one this side. I think this side is disadvantaged a little. And then I see 3 more hands. I beg for your indulgence to just take 3 of those, and the rest I think we can ask during the cocktail.
Thank you very much. I'm Nicholas Olango. My first question goes to Dr. Kaizi regarding the amount of organic matter in the soils in northern Uganda. What do you think should, I know that northern Uganda does a lot of bush burning. How much of this should be, do you think, is because of bush burning? And if that is the case, what does that imply for policy? And then my second question is for the guy over the palm trees. One of the diseases that we have been knowing, we've known to be affecting palm trees in Uganda is Armillaria milea. You didn't mention it here. You only mentioned Fusarium, which is a new thing. Has the other disease disappeared? And if not, what has happened that has made it disappear? Sorry, that has made you not mention. And then the third one is to the Fred. Fred, you talked of agroforestry, and there's something that was quite interesting that you talked about. That's tree diversity and its effect on production. I'm wondering how the diversity of trees actually leads to increased productivity and not maybe the type of trees themselves, maybe leguminous or something. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Quick ones, just one question per person.
Just one question. I'm Fred Wanda from Nafiri Naro. To Dr. Kagezi, the disparity in cocoa production is really a concern. In Uganda, about 500 kilograms per hectare, and Malaysia produces more than 3 times what we are producing. As you do your research, is it possible for the establishment to enable you go and learn what miracles Malaysia is doing in order to have this enormous production other than starting from zero? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joel Buinza. I'm from Nafori. Mine goes to Dr. Kagezi. Yeah, your study has indicated that most of the age for cocoa is above 20 years, and yet productivity essentially reduces at the age of 10. For me, this is quite a secondary but key problem. So I would want to find out whether you went ahead to probe further to find the primary cause now. Why are they not stamping at this stage? Is it a household food security challenge that they fear when they cut down, they'll need to take more time, or actually they are not aware that they are supposed to be stamping the cocoa? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then back to the presenters. I think I'll start from the other side. Dr. Kaizi, you seem to have had more questions, so you can respond. I know there's a general comment about policy guidelines on specific areas. I don't know whether anyone of you will want to respond.
Thanks very much. Okay, thanks very much for the interest shown on the soil's presentation. For the soil, for the zinc sulfate, initially we had wanted to investigate the effect of sulfur, omitting sulfur. But we realized that all the sources of other nutrients, calcium, zinc, and copper, were sulfates. So we decided that let's take sulfur, we consider it as a blanket treatment, so it did not affect our results. Then my colleague John, yes, it is recommended to recycle the crop residues from rice, but what we are doing was that we moved to a new field in the following season. You see, Namuru, they only grow rice in the first rains. Second rains, they don't. So the second year, we had to go open up new fields. But the recycling residues is one of the recommended management practices. To the Chairman Naro Council, thanks very much. Recycling, harnessing the local available material for soil fertility management is good and recommended. However, our worry is that these organic materials, the botanicals, they normally contain, botanicals are effective in witchcraft, but when you bring them to soft-fertility management, you see the nutrient content is low. Like the crop you have referred to, Titonia, I think they call it Mexican sunflower. We did some work some time back as part of an extension of the research which was being done by ICRAF. We did that work at NAR. And Titonia is a good source of phosphorus, not potassium. It is phosphorus, not potassium. It normally scavenges because of the mycorrhiza association, scavenges a lot of phosphorus from the soils. But for sustainability, because when you scavenge, for how long that scavenging will take place. Then my land friend Olango, recycling organic matter is important. You see the soils in Amuru are really Sunday. So that organic matter is exposed to microbial attack, and even the soil animals. I think the microbiologists will allow me to call their bacteria animals. They normally graze on that organic, so it is exposed unlike in the clay soils. So you rightly mentioned, bush burning is destroying that important source of organic matter. So we need to really to discourage farmers from burning the crop residues and also burn the bush. Because at one time, actually, I told my colleagues from Ntungamo, I observed a very dangerous practice where farmers in Ntungamo area going to Kamwenge, they collect cow manure, they bring it to the field, they burn it, and then spread the what? The ash. Which is it is a quick way to release the potassium and the phosphorus in the manure. But we are losing the most important soil resource, that's the organic matter. So I explained to our colleague in the extension, let them educate the farmers more. We need more organic matter than the what? Than the P&K. So I think those are the few questions. Thanks very much, colleagues. Yes, sir.
I had two questions from Moses. The first one, he says, when we did the surveys, did we also look at the insects? Yes, we did, because when you are assessing for bean root rots, you have to sample all the wilting plants along the sampling transect. Before you uproot that plant, you cannot know what is actually causing that wilting. And after uprooting the plant, then we assess for everything, including the insects. So he asked whether we found beetles. We did not find beetles, but we found bean stem maggot. In some places, actually, the damage by bean stem maggot was very high, especially in fields where there was a lot of drought. So we have that information, and it's available to be accessed by anyone who is interested. His second question was rather vague. He asked, how do they fare? Moses, can you maybe elaborate on that?
I suggest that we can discuss that later, being members from the same area. We can go to the next.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Tuba.
Okay. So for oil palm diseases, you talked of one. We have identified so far many. Because it's a novel crop, we have concentrated on identifying major diseases affecting it. So there are very many. There is Cercospora, Lispol, Scavlaria, Pestoriopsis, sudden wilt, anthracnose. However, those are foliar diseases. In 2018, when we realized we had Fusarium wilt, which is a disease of global importance, because it can reverse what we have done so far in oil palm production, we had to initiate such a study. So, because with the Fusarium, in 20 years, a farmer can lose even 70% of the palms. These are like Fusarium wilt, Ganoderma, but we still have many other diseases of oil palm. But for this study, we went for Fusarium wilt. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Basa?
Thank you. I think I was asked one question. My colleague asked me about policies. We have NEMA policies which actually look at those hydropower dams. But one of the problems we have always seen is the developers themselves, sometimes they end up compromising some of these policies. And they go down there, they start doing their own things, not following the standard operating procedures, looking at the aquatic ecosystem versus what they want. And that's why you see such results coming in. And this actually came about when NEMA wanted more information to see whether these people are following the SOPs or what they are told them to do. And we had to come in. We had also to train the environmental people on the ground to see that they do the monitoring. At the same time also to follow the SOPs, those fish passages, so that we see those migration patterns moving in. So because we have now people on the ground doing the monitoring, we just tell them to send us data, so that maybe in a year for us we can just go in for monitoring to look at the comprehensive migration pattern of data collection. So that's what we have been doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, Dr. Kagezi, I suggest that you respond to the question, suggestions for improvement, or you can leave them.
Okay, there are only two. The first one is from Fred. He was suggesting that we visit a country like Malaysia, but it needs funds. The good thing, all my 3 DGs are around, and even the chair Naro Council. But as I told you, Cocoa, we are just at the baseline. We don't even have a policy compared to the other crop coffee we are working on. But I think things will be better. Then for Joel H, why farmers are not pruning, as I told you, the study had different components. We have the socio-economic components. And if we mine that data, I know we can find it. Somebody else was leading that. For me, I was leading the biological data. But we are compiling a big paper which should take care of all the social econ, the biology, the post-harvest, and the soils. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly,
thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I want to thank the Chair Council, first of all, appreciating agroforestry, but also raised a key issue of why should we not come up with policy recommendations to enhance agroforestry. Yeah, this is a key concern, and I'm very happy that in this conference there are people from USAID, Lead, Feed the Future, and I think their key aspect was taking up policy issues and pursue them with us. So I agree we have some policy guidelines, but these are lacking some specificity when it comes to incorporation of trees on the farm. The National Forest Policy, the National Forest and the Tree Planting Act, these are good frameworks, good policies. In the past, NAFORI, National Forestry Resources Research Institute, and ICRAF have been working closely to advance the national agroforestry strategy. And over time we've had this, but of course it is not yet been embraced. So I think this is an opportunity for us to kickstart the efforts to have a national agroforestry strategy. Of course, along these are also policy briefs that we've always brought forward for our policy makers, and other stakeholders. Tree diversity, how does this lead to increased productivity? When we look at productivity in terms of efficiency of production of goods and services, then we are looking at the productivity of a crop enterprise, for example, and also productivity of the farm. So different tree species will offer you different products and services. There are those that will enhance, for example, leguminous trees will increase the nitrogen levels in the soil. There are also those that will just ameliorate the environment, just providing the microclimate for the for the crop enterprises to thrive. And then, of course, at the farm level, we are looking at productivity in terms of quantity or yield, specific yield of products. It could be tree products. It could also include crop products. So, in the sense, the more the diversity, the better in terms of diversity of the output from the farm, and this is also what contributes to productivity. So, of course, as I suggested, there should be a threshold, and this is what we've not yet covered. There should be a threshold of how many trees should a smallholder farmer, for example, managing 1 acre or 1 hectare of land, really have on his piece of land. And this will be also specific to particular tree species. It cannot be general for all tree species. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Join me to appreciate the good presenters that we've had this evening and for their good presentations and the discussions we've had. So this marks the end of the session, managing interactions among agriculture, fragile ecosystems, and the changing environment. I think maybe I can just take this chance as the chair. Dr. Bassa, if I interpreted the question on the environmental impact assessment well, is that an impact study was done. And on the basis of the impact study, what do you see? Is there conformity or deviation from the impact study that was conducted some time back? I don't expect you to answer this now, but during some time, I think when people are interacting. Otherwise, thanks a lot. And at this point, I would request you to take your seats. And I also take the privilege to thank myself for chairing this session. And now hand over to the organizing committee for the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can you join me to thank the chairperson of the session, Dr. Michael Otim? Let's also join in and thank the presenters who have kept us busy during these evening hours. And of course, to myself also, you know. Thank you so much. We are coming towards the end of these very important events that began 3 days ago. I want to thank the presenters, both from within and outside Uganda, for coming for this conference. I want to thank also the organizers for the good work they have done. When they bring food on the table, you don't know what happened in the kitchen. I must thank you for cooking up all these nice programs and ensuring that we actually completed this properly. I would like to take this opportunity to call Dr. Imelda to be coming closer here and also ask the team leader to mobilize the other members who are in the different sessions to join us here. Amidst us is the Director General of Naro, is around, and I'm about to leave this stage and hand it over to the chairperson of the organizing committee, Dr. Imelda. Dr. Imelda, please come around. One more announcement. I would like to encourage, have been told to encourage and pass this message to all the presenters, the posters, and all these presentations that you have made here, that we have the journals, 2 journals that we can, which is going to accept this. They want to encourage you to develop this into full papers and actually submit to this journal, the UJAS, and the one at CAHES. So please don't go back and say that you have already completed the whole journey. We want to see this in the papers, not for us, but for some people who will be coming after us. As I wait for Dr. Imelda, I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone. Again, our sponsors, ABI, I used to call you Abi. I was confusing you with Abi Zadi. And at least now I know that this is ABI and there is Abi Zadi. The USAID, Feed the Future, thank you so much. The World Bank, FAO. But also in a special way, I want to thank the leadership of Naro, led by the Director General Naro, and the leadership of Makerere University for putting up this kind of conference. As you may be aware, in history, there are some years that just roll on, and you don't realize that it has passed. But also there are some years that take a long time, and it occurs in a generation. It has happened that in this room, we happen to be the generation that experienced both. Something that happened once in a generation and something that rolls on all the time and we don't realize it. And this is the effect of COVID. But I'm happy that eventually we are getting out of this. There's no better thing than doing science and seeing your friend really presenting and interacting together. You have seen that most of the conferences have been virtual, but I can assure you, I read some recent article, and they actually ask those powerful scientists we see, that be honest and put on the dress you used to put on when you are on a virtual conference. And it was amazing. Others were bare-chested, but they were listening to conferences, and others were in their bed. So, I don't want to take much of the time, but I want to say that we are coming out of this COVID. And I believe that it is not late for us to move science faster and forward. COVID have actually made us to understand that we can accelerate the rate of research. You have seen how we managed to get the vaccine working that fast. So, many of the problems that we face is actually because of what we did in most cases in the past. Meaning that we have the capacity to solve the future problem because we understand where we are coming from. And most of this time we do it through research. And in this room, I'm very confident that we have all these senior people for research. I want to end here, and I want to take this opportunity to hand over this table to Dr. Imelda. I hope, Dr. Titus, you have called upon all the other session members, the parallel sessions that were going in different areas to have joined us by this point. Otherwise, I'm actually very excited that we have finally come to the end of this smoothly. Thank you so much. And Dr. Imelda, are we on? Yeah. Thank you so much. Can you join me to welcome Dr. Imelda back here? Thanks a lot, the chairperson organizing committee. Please take charge.
Those lights are not good for my eyes. I don't know whether it's only me or everybody else, but it's okay. When I look at the house, I feel happy, and I will say, good evening, everybody. Okay. Our DG of Naro, Dr. Ambrose Agona. Our council chair, sorry, it should have been the reverse. Our council chair, Dr. Olaho Mukani. Our council member, Dr. John Wasige. My DDGs, all dignitaries and participants in your respective capacity, ladies and gentlemen. You see, I'm struggling to see. I want to take this chance to, first of all, thank everybody. I know the person I'm going to invite is going to thank you in his own capacity, but me on behalf of the conference organizing committee, sincerely from the bottom of my heart, I thank you for preparing to come. I thank you for preparing to share. I thank you for preparing to listen and acquire knowledge. I thank you for everything, for making this conference a success. May we clap for ourselves. Before I invite the DG, I would not like to take the show alone. The success you see here is owned by many people. And anything that may not have also gone so right is also apologized for by the same number of people. At that note, I wish to take only 3 minutes before the DG comes in to have the committee members come to the front and get physically recognized. I know last time I mentioned your names, but now I want people to see your faces. Can you do it in 1 minute, please? 1 minute of walking, 1 minute of standing here, 1 minute of going back. Yes, those are the 3 minutes. I don't want to start calling you by name. Those who are in front should be here first. If you are still in this room, you are a committee member. Oh, where is somebody who called us Cox? She's missing.
She didn't tell us where to go, but I think here.
There. There, no, there. Whether up or down, but at least in front there. Yeah, in front there. Sorry, a few are missing because they are working. Yes. Maureen is missing. Quickly I can see. And somebody, I hope a photo is being taken. I can also be here to be in that photo. Yes? Okay, who else is coming? Please hurry up. If you are a conference organizing committee member and you are in the room, hurry up. Otherwise, I'm now into my 2nd minute. Okay, so we have represented those who are here in the room. As I said, others are down working. So these are the people who own the success and apologize for any shortcoming. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I wish to take the pleasure to invite the Director General of Naro, Dr. Ambrose Agona, to give us closing words of wisdom, closing words of way forward, closing words of comfort, closing words of appreciation. Thank you. And Titus has been assigned to keep mobilizing those who are those who are still struggling to finish. Let them summarize and they come here. And maybe when all the rooms, when everybody's here, I will call maybe those who are not seen the COC were not seen, I might request them to come here and be seen. Thank you.
The other day I made a mistake and I referred to Emel as chairman. And she quarreled. But allow me to appreciate you in your capacity as the chair of the organizing committee with your great team. I know you've been through hell, but I think the presence of the participants must have redeemed everything. The chairman of the Naro Governing Council, the representative of the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, I can see a council member of Naro, all the distinguished scientists who are here, and I see the DDGs of Naro. First of all, good evening. It's happened that I must admit you had a very, very great success in these last 3 days. And to me, when I look, it has not been a game of numbers of those who are present here today, but because of your innovativeness, you're being followed. And when you go to Naro Secretariat, people are glued to the screen, to their phones and following up what's going on here. And members of parliament too have been fast tracking the developments that are going here. So I'd like to appreciate you for integrating the modern tools of communication in this conference. And this is the first time ever, I think. Chairman, Naro Governing Council, permit me to first apologize that I wasn't in here yesterday, and even in the morning hours, I wasn't here too. But of course, you know, the exigencies of work at Naro Secretariat. Because at the end of the day, if I'm not to sign the right kind of papers, I think Sudhir Kuliza arrested us for not paying up our dues. Now, I got just a flavor. I hope it wasn't a biased sample when I came and found the two speakers making their statements, Dr. Kahizi and Dr. Kagezi. Chairman, for me, when it comes to science, it's not just a matter of saying, yes, you did well. I do actually to add some kind of criticisms to critique in a positive manner. And when I listened to the questions that were being posed to the presenters, I realized that they defaulted. Today, when you talk about integrating modern science to what you've been doing, I still see a lot of survey. And I would have loved to get the tools that are being used in these surveys. And yet, to me, when it comes to surveys, you're going, of course, it's good to generate your baseline data, baseline information. But the question is, how much resources were spent, and then how long did you take? I would have loved to see somebody telling me that to use the drone, like the Coco man, that to use the drone to get our data within 6 months. But I could see like this a study that has been going on for some bit of time. So look at the amount of resources used. But to me, I'm talking about the integration of modern science into what is supposed to be done. Very quickly, but of course, getting the most reliable and accurate data. Going further in research again, I would have loved to hear, Dr. Gates, you did a good job. I know Coco may not be actually your mainstay, but I would have loved also to tell us, because when we talk about poor performance, of course, the aspects of the genetics, and of course, we talk about genetics, we're going to things like genomics, the kind of science, or mixed sciences, should be coming out very clearly. At one point or another, I would have loved to see when we talk about cocoa, you're presenting the total value chain. Cocoa is good, but I would have loved to ask which varieties. Are we talking about Criollo? Are we talking about Trinitario? Are we talking about Forestel? Because there must be differences in this. And to me, by jumping into a conclusion, I would have loved to see recommendations of further research. That's if you want to go to Malaysia, where they're getting the 1,700 kilograms per hectare. That's a strong justification. But not just jumping on a plane going to Malaysia that you want to learn this. But I would have loved to see the kind of science you're going to go into that. Mr. Chairman, if I were to be a farmer here, what will I've gotten actually? What will my take-home package from this? Are we just getting lamentations only? What are the next steps? Today we are talking about quantum science. The other day was with Dr. Suding Mugero, someone was talking about quantum vaccinomics. Now, the kind of, say, research that you're doing here, is it leading us towards that? You're talking about policy briefs. And of course, let us not forget that Uganda is known as one of the greatest countries in formulating policies. But when it comes to policy implementation, that's another ball game altogether. The other day I was with Bernard, I was saying, Bernard, why don't you do a study on a certain policy implementation of policies that we generate here? You can generate a policy brief, but what are you doing with it? You heard about the fertilizer policy of 2016? It's lying down somewhere. So we are talking about being pragmatic. We are talking about taking now the research to the farmers. Of course, generate your data, do your regression analysis. Fine. Publish your papers in those papers with high impact factors. Fine. But what's the farmer harvesting from this? These are issues. So to me, if I were to say, like, be around for a while, in the next scientific, the fourth, is it Naro-Mak or Naro, in the universities kind of conference, we'd like to see how these people have gone. But of course, integrating modern science. Today we are talking about proteomics, economics, bionomics, and of course, I didn't see a lot of economics, the analysis. Dr. Kaizi attempted, but he's doing it on a 3 by 4.1 meter plot. So, and of course, then he has to do extrapolation. Suppose he did on a 1 hectare plot. 1 hectare plot, will you get the same kind of results? And of course, when it comes to trying to do the economic analysis, it goes beyond just the fertilizer. The labor, the economics I'm talking about, was it integrated in your kind of analysis? These things have got to be done. The labor aspects of it. So, Chairman, you are still around. Next time when I want to see something doing like these plot studies, must be done on an hectare, maybe on an acre, maybe. Then you can say yes, because that's what's outside with the farmers, not what you're doing actually in the own farm or on station. Now, Mr. Chairman, it's good you're coming at the time, this part of your initiation of what's tracking some of these issues that we're looking at. I know today, was it Dr. Okulo, talking about COVID-19 pandemic, COVID. They used to talk about climate change, climate change, climate change. And of course, they're trying to give you an excuse that you couldn't do this because of some of those problems. And they'll say things are in the pipeline. I have been able to ask a number of them. If it goes on COVID-19, and maybe your work is still in the pipeline, what's the diameter of that pipeline? They will not tell you. What's the length of that pipeline? Nobody will tell you. Let me just take a small break. I'd like to recognize the presence of Honorable Dr. Agnes Appiah. You're most welcome. And the lady, she actually sits, she's the vice chairperson of the Agriculture Committee. And I believe she must have been sent here for a purpose. So as I was requested to wind up this, she'll come and close. She'll come as, she has been fast tracking what's going on, by the way. And when I was talking about the live stream of these things, she has been following it up. So I think prepare yourself to come and close this wonderful workshop. But I know you people have done a tremendous work. You are talking some science. I said some, but you are doing well. Now today, what we've been discussing for the last 3 days, if it could now be taken now to the farmers, it's like that after 2 years, we are measuring the outcome of this conference. Because Professor Bashash will be talking about the impact created. I think that would be the way to go. But of course, I know you have been working in a scenario whereby there have been stresses. You're talking about, you talk about the biotic stresses. You're talking about the biotic stresses. You're talking about even suffering from a common disease called lac fundus. Who knows that? Lack of funds, lac fundus. But you have tried to use a little that you have to generate this important thing. And I'd like to thank in a special way Dr. John Ejet, council member, taking time off to come and also present. And I hope you will not stop on that. But Mark, you are the chairman of Science Committee of Naro. So next time when you're presenting here, talk the science that you should pretend over. I thank you so much. And definitely, I know the media have been so good to us. And then the chairperson, the various sessions, it's middle sitting around. You know, I didn't know that you can actually just get money by talking. But talking sense and rhyming the theme of the conference, you did quite a fantastic job. And I don't think when I look at the what do they call the gaucos, the Brazilian gaucos, I'm looking at the stomach issues. I think the hotel must have done something, but I didn't hear anybody suffering from food poisoning. So I think the choice of here was good. And ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, I'd like to invite Honorable Dr. Agnes Apea to say something, and she closes this. And I'm going to be your bodyguard as you make your statements. Yeah, you can for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, the chairperson board, unfortunately, came at the tail end, so you excuse me with my protocol. I would like to thank the ED, Naro, and all the respective directors and scientists of the country. I'm Dr. Agnes Atim Apea. I'm a member of parliament for Molata district. And I'm also the deputy chair of Agriculture Committee. And I meet with Naro very often. I'm so honored to be here, although I had not planned to actually close the workshop, but I just come to listen in, because for the last few weeks, I've been very keen watching and following what the scientists are saying. And you know, the scientists, when they sneeze, you're not sure what they're sneezing, whether it's a good sneeze or a bad one. So thank you very much for the good work, and thank you for the days that you spent here. I was aware of this meeting, and I'm so excited about the theme. Above all, the collaboration between Makerere University and Naro, but also to our development partners, because I was very keen to scan through who could be behind all these things. And so I would also like, in a special way, to thank the development partners. I am really thrilled by the collaboration between the scientists. And as Parliament, when we visited Naro, that was one of the key asks to the ED. That as political leaders, we are concerned that there is a lot of work going on in the science space, but they are scattered. And as a Committee of Agriculture, I'm always one of those that ask a lot of questions. I also sit in the budget committee. And when I sit there and the Ministry of, I think, Science something comes, and then Ministry of ICT something comes, unfortunately, most of them are talking of the same thing. And my question has been, where is Naro in all this? Because when you talk about a vaccine, for example, that somebody is developing somewhere, as leaders, we want to know that we have this mandated institution that is supposed to take a lead and provide regulation in all these things. So I'm really humbled by the collaboration, and I would like to request through you, Chair Naro, that we want to see more collaboration and partnership in research so that all our knowledge are consolidated. Because all the knowledge, all the research you're doing is to serve the country and is to serve this farmer. It would really be a disservice that we scatter ourselves. So that's really one of the things that I would like to request that we take forward. And thank the ED for taking our humble appeal when we visited you, Naro, that you have to be in charge. You are this big lion who always want to appear like a pussycat in the space. You are serious scientists. And when I hear, oh, we have, there was a day I went to Kasese, and I found a young man there telling me how they are doing research on cassava. And being a cassava farmer and a grower, I was very keen asking, so what is this cassava? Is it the old one we have? Then he even told me that they have found, I think, the auntie of all the diseases that affect cassava, and apparently it is the only one in Africa or in the world. I don't know whether he was making it up, but we were so impressed as the Committee of Agriculture. I'm saying that you behave like pussycats because I know that's how scientists behave. You have the knowledge, but you don't know how to talk about it. You don't know how to share to the world and tell the people that I am here, I'm the one who did this. So let's try to be the lion of Uganda and of Africa so that we roar and also the world to know who we are and what we can do. 3 things that I would like to humbly request. This word productivity that you have put, it is the most critical thing that the country needs now. I come from the part of the region that we are still blessed with a lot of land. But our people really suffer. Somebody will go and open 10 acres of land to plant simsim. And when he gets 1 bag from those 10 acres, he's the richest man in the village. And he brags around so much. And yet, he has spent almost 6 months in that garden. And for me, I would like to request that please, make this productivity animal real to the farmers. So that my simsim farmer don't only get the 1 bag, but gets what he's supposed to get based on science. So I found when the DG was talking about how we want to see your science in the garden and in the granary and in the pocket of our farmers. And I think this has been a long time cry. I joined you here when I was meeting the president, and the president was telling us almost the same thing, but maybe in a different language, in a different scientific language. How do we make our people productive with the limited resources that we have? So I would like to call upon our scientists to focus on productivity of all these value chains that our people are involved in. The other issue is scaling. And I'm glad that Makerere University is here. I don't know what areas of collaboration you're in, but in whatever innovation or research that you're doing, let's be mindful of the soft skills and those that can be easily taken up, the uptake of some of the skills that is needed for our country. particularly in the agricultural value chain. I would wish to read articles of how our researchers have availed technologies that our farmers can easily be skilled upon to use and can easily be scaled up. I am one of those who publish as well, but those published papers of ours only benefit a few of us who can access them, read them, analyze them, and understand them. But what the country is yearning for is that simplified knowledge and skill that can be used by anybody in our communities. So I would also like to, in future, I don't know how often these workshops are or these conferences are, but in future I would love to see some farmers in this room. Let us not talk to ourselves. You need to be talking to me, who do not know those terminologies that you have. Let's integrate our research, let's integrate our science, let's integrate our skilling to benefit the local person. And finally, the issue of agro-industrialization. 4 years ago, I was working in government, and I chaired a finance commission closely attached to the Office of the President and OWC by then. And the idea was that Uganda being a agro-based economy, the only way we are going to develop is to see how we industrialize our agriculture. And I think we went a little, I don't know whether slower or faster than the scientists. So this buzzword of agro-industrialization became everywhere. And it is one of the program areas. Fortunately, I now sit at that level where we look at how programs are working. But when you look at the allocation, the financing, and the implementation of this agro-industrialization, you start asking, why are we even using the word? I don't know from a scientific point of view if there is anything really tangible that we can show that, oh, these are now agro-industrialization products. I don't want to hear strategy because we have so many strategies in this country. So many strategies, policies, and all that. But what is tangible? What is it that we have? And what is it that the scientists are offering us, the farmers and the country, to industrialize our economy? And so I know after here I'm going to have, I ran through of some of the presentations that were made, and it would be very interesting to see some of the key resolutions that you've made that I can pick up or my colleagues can pick up and take it at policy level, but also at appropriation level. Because we live in a country where we really know how to get very good words, but we lack in how to implement them and make sense of them. If you read this financial year's 2023-2024 budget framework paper, you'll see how the document is talking about agro-industrialization and how it's going to be commercialized agriculture and money economy. But as an economist, if you go there in the budget, you don't see it. You're not going to find any single agriculture. You will not find any commercial agriculture there. Neither will you see any agro-industrialization. So as researchers and scientists, what do we do? How do we really make practical what we know? Because we are not short of knowledge. If we cut all these heads in this room right now, God forbid, and we put it in one basket, and for Dr. Gona is on top, you'll see how knowledge is bubbling in that basket. But unfortunately, they will bubble and keep there, and it will not come up. So I would like to call upon you to really practice what we study and what we know, and take science to the people. And if we do that, then we are going to see and have that impact that our scientists have done for us. Not to say that you've not done a lot. We appreciate your work. And as Parliament, we are your ambassadors. And we are your advocates. In fact, if you're keen on following what is going on in the political space, Naro at the moment is the top priority for us in Parliament. Because we have seen what you're doing, and we know that you are solution-oriented. But our biggest problem is how do we make that even better? And how do we make other people believe in what we are doing? And on that note, I would really like to thank you once again, and thank you for inviting me. Thank you for the good work. We are there on the other side watching very keenly how you're playing the ball, and we hope we shall score together. God bless you.
Was that enough? Let me just take about 2 minutes to appreciate what Honorable Dr. Appiah has just mentioned. I just want to confirm. Honorable, when you look at the space right now, the ecosystem that you're seeing here, I'd like you to confirm it has got the highest density. Right in Uganda right now, with people with PhDs, the highest density, look around, scan the environment. And then two, what you're saying, we believe there's no single institution that can work alone and achieve it. For us in Naro-Mak Conference, we espouse strategic partnerships, collaboration, and alliances. But the most important question is, what value propositions are you bringing into this arrangement? I know as Naro, we have turned into road engineers. We are building bridges, even if politicians, even if you are committees. So what you're saying here is just to strengthen the bridges. Come rain, come sunshine. I think you've been so kind to us, you've been listening to us. And at this time of the budget season, I believe when we come to you, you won't turn a deaf ear to us. But you've been very fundamental, very strategic, agriculture sector committee and budget. Do we need any more people apart from that? Take note of that. Then lastly, we have heard you. Definitely, when Parliament says we are not feeling you, it's not touching. They're saying that the farmers are not feeling this from you. But with this kind of discourses, these kind of strategies that you're coming up with, and also being good listeners and good doers, I think, given all that support that we so desire, I think Naro will be there to deliver, together with its partners. But one thing you should take back to Parliament, a study was conducted by UNESCO. They're saying most economies in Africa are bio-led. You're talking about bio-led economies. And they believe in science and innovations. This actually foundation of this actually conference, they're saying each African government must at least invest 1% of its GDP into science innovations. Are you doing that as a government? Thank you very much. Yeah, and I've been made to understand there's another session which is going to be led by the chair, Naro Governing Council, whereby we are going to see, people are saying we use bombastic words, we use too many scientific words, people don't understand. But we have another partners downstairs called Indere Troop, who can now even just interpret the science into the language of the local farmers. So, Mr. Chairman, we are all yours now. You have the opportunity of leading us down where we are going now to communicate science. And of course, we are talking about agro-industrialization. We talk about value addition. There are some fermented products, which is part of value addition, and is being marketed. So we are there. So, Mr. Chairman, please. Thank you very much, everybody. And you're coming to a close of this. Thank you.
I'm happy to have been a part of day 2 of this Naro-Mak Conference. And day 2 has been very engaging, both intellectually and also in terms of the practical solutions. I want to single out a few very notable, exciting presentations. I was very pleased from the presentation of the soybean. I noted that soybean we have made very good advances. We have now soybean varieties with 42% level of protein and 24% level of oil. That's very impressive. I further noted from the soybean that soybean has capacity to keep away the striga, and striga is a very notorious weed in the cereal crops, notably sorghum and millet. And it's very important for us as technology developers to transit from that observation to get an industrial product which we can scale out to manage the striga problem. I was further particularly impressed by the fact that the national Naro has ventured into wheat development. We now have 5 cultivars of wheat which have been tested in different agroecologies, and they present a promise for expanding wheat production in non-traditional growing areas and also for introducing wheat into the production stream of this country. So to me, those were very notable, very good examples that I noted from today's presentations.
As a NARO, or the lead organization in wheat research in the country, we are now trying to see how we can enhance or how we can increase domestic wheat production in the country. So work has already started. The breeding work has gone, and we have identified promising varieties, about 5 promising varieties. So now our intention now is to make sure that we produce enough seed of the 2 varieties that the partner is interested in, so that we can be able to support the farmers and the partner with improved quality seed of lowland wheat varieties.
I would say my expectations have been met, both intellectually and in terms of practical solutions. And I'm looking forward to day number 3 to make sure that we're able to wrap it up very successfully and then hatch out possible actions for going forward.
Very, very good morning, colleagues. Welcome to this particular conference that we all have been waiting for.
Here, we are starting a 3-day conference. And the purpose of the conference is to discuss the progress we are making as researchers in moving forward our agriculture.
Colleagues, thank you very much for accepting our invitation to join this important event aimed at establishing appropriate and value strategy towards accelerating agro-industrialization in Uganda and Africa at large.
On behalf of Naro fraternity, please allow me to warmly welcome you to the third Naro-Mak Joint Scientific Conference.
Our dear scientists from Naro and Makerere University, I bring you greetings from His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni.
The theme of this year's conference, Innovations for Enhancing Productivity and Agro-Industrialization, is timely. I am happy to note that as Makerere aspires to become a research-led university, as per the 2020-2030 strategic plan, innovativeness is one of our strategic areas of focus.
Let me now take this opportunity and honor to officially declare this conference opened.
So far today, we have had the opening session. We were honored to host the Honorable Minister of State in charge of Agriculture Industrialization, Honorable Ramirama.
On behalf of Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and Naro, which is our lead agency in this conference, I take the opportunity to welcome you all and also to thank you for your inestimable contribution towards finding solutions to challenges that face Ugandan farming communities and also increasing our productivity to meet our nutrition and food security.
Ladies and gentlemen, the choice of the sub-themes for this year were premised on the realization that there is a key gap in the development of agriculture sector.
We also had an engagement or a presentation from a visitor from Tanzania, a guest speaker from Tanzania, and he highlighted the challenges we have faced because of the COVID pandemic.
So in the next 2 to 3 days, we expect at least three or two policy issues come out strongly. Already we have one that is strong, and we have gotten commitment from the Prime Minister herself, the Minister, the Naro-ED, to see that the fertilizer policy gets implemented. So that's a plus for us as an activity, the co-sponsors.